My journey takes me across this bizarre, outlandish world, a quest to ascend to kingship and unlock the ultimate gaming system. Forget stuffy armies and rigid commands, this system empowers me to summon waves of devoted colonists who could obliterate you in the blink of an eye. Outmatched? Thinking your opponent is unbeatable? Witness the boundless arsenal my system wields. Unlimited heavy weaponry, think rocket launchers, grenades, even state-of-the-art sniper rifles. I'll show you true strength, no room for surrender or please. What if they hold a fortified stronghold, command vast territories, and wield unimaginable wealth as their weapon? Scoff. My system gives me a revolutionary base vehicle, think of it like a mobile tech factory propelling me up the advancement ladder. In a year's time, my nation's might will dwarf centuries of their accumulation. So buckle up, this alien world won't stand a chance against my reign, I'm destined to rule them all. The piercing sound of chimes, alien and cold, jolted me awake from a dead sleep. My head swam, my stomach churned from the jarring bumps beneath me, I was on horseback, an arrow protruding painfully from my right arm. Dazed, I looked around at a whirlwind of red-clad knights thundering past, their fear palpable. Dust filled the air as one knight in crimson armor reined in his steed beside me. Relief flooded his face as he saw I was stirring. He urgently cried out, "Your Majesty! King Cheng's forces have overtaken us, what shall we do? Where must we flee?" "Your Majesty?" I echoed numbly, my body screaming in protest and my head a chaotic mess. Unbidden, a torrent of memories crashed into me, a searing headache lanced through my skull, darkness swallowed my vision, and I collapsed again. Dawn painted the world with a sliver of light as it filtered through the dense canopy above. The earthy scent mingled with a faint floral fragrance that tickled my nose. I awoke cradled in the arms of a girl amidst tangled green depths. Red-armored soldiers lay scattered around us, wounded and defeated. "Your Majesty, you're awake at last." Her voice, laced with concern and dusted with fatigue, pierced through my fogged awareness. Glancing at her bloodied face framed by determined eyes, heat crept up my cheeks, a memory blooming within me. I wasn't on good old Earth anymore. I was Li Mufan, the trapped king of a beleaguered sun and moon kingdom in a fantastical land called Tianheng Continent. And somehow, against all odds, I, earthbound Li Mufan, had inhabited his displaced soul. These splintered memories unveiled a desperate reality, a treacherous coup on my ascension, a harrowing flight from the capital on my wedding night, an agonizing arrow wound, all orchestrated by usurpers hungry for power. The girl holding me, Fan Qingyue, a warrior of unmatched loyalty and strength, had single-handedly shielded me throughout the perilous escape. She was a beacon of defiance in a sea of betrayal. Her voice snapped me back to the present. "General Zhao, His Majesty is awake," she commanded, her tone regaining its usual authority. Moments later, I found myself seated regally on a weathered stone amidst the redwood army remnants, my loyal protectors. My borrowed kingly robe felt alien against my skin as I forced strength into my voice, commanding the kneeling throng to rise. Though weak, my spirit refused to falter. The fight for my kingdom, for this world thrust upon me, had just begun. Slipping into the role of King Li Mufan felt strangely natural, the memories of his predecessor intertwining with my own awareness. A weary sigh escaped me as I summoned Lu Long, a towering young warrior at the forefront of the assembled Redwood Army Guards. "Lu Long." My voice carried authority despite the lingering ache in my arm. He snapped to attention. "At your command, Your Majesty." Before losing consciousness, how long have we been fleeing the royal city? Where do we currently stand? I inquired, needing a grasp of our precarious situation. Lu Long hesitated before replying, "Sire, we're nearing Canaan Pass, the southern border of our kingdom. 5 days since your escape from the palace." He elaborated on my injury sustained during the flight and his command's decision to seek refuge in the Yunqin Empire, invoking state hope for imperial aid against the treacherous rebellion led by King Chang. He concluded with a humbled bow, confessing their failure to fully protect me and begging forgiveness. Meeting his gaze and the somber faces of the blood-stained redwood warriors, my borrowed kingly mantle settled more comfortably. "General Lu, rise. Had it not been for you and these brave souls, I would be dead. There is no transgression here." A pause imbued with gravity followed. Turning to face Lu Long and Fan Qingyue, his lieutenant, a fierceness ignited in me. "General Lu, do you truly believe the Yunqin Empire will heed our plea and help reclaim my rightful throne?" Lu Long seemed taken aback, seeking confirmation from Fan Qingyue and other guard captains. Tentatively, he responded, "Sire, you are the legitimate king of the Yunqin Empire. Upon learning of the rebellion led by this traitor, they wouldn't remain idle." I shook my head disbelievingly. This palace coup wasn't a spur-of-the-moment act. King Chang and his conspirators meticulously planned it during my wedding, a display of open defiance against imperial authority. Blind faith in their aid feels naive. The empire's complicity wouldn't be so blatant unless they had tacit approval, else heads would surely roll. There must have been a treacherous bargain struck. King Chang traded away our land for unimaginable riches, leaving the empire indifferent to his perfidy. Fan Xingyue, her voice laced with scorn, echoed my sentiment, a lethal glint in her eyes that made me shiver despite the sun-dappled clearing. Had King Chang stood before us, he'd be facing Fan Xingyue's righteous fury head-on. The high ranks within the empire are nothing if not driven by self-interest. Your Majesty speaks truth, our plight holds little sway unless it lines their pockets. Meeting her gaze held a strange mix of sorrow and fierce understanding. Surveying the assembled redwood warriors, their anxious whispers palpable, I saw unwavering loyalty etched on their grim faces. A surge of respect welled within me. These brave souls are my lifeline in this desolate hour. General Lu, appraising our current strength, how many loyalists remain at my command? Lu Long knelt once more, his voice laced with sorrow. Sire, countless brothers perished while fleeing the capital. We now number a mere 255 within the guard camp. A pang of loss echoed through me for these fallen comrades. But their sacrifice fueled my determination to reclaim what was stolen and avenge their deaths. Turning back to Lu Long, I channeled the frontier knowledge he possessed. General Lu, shed light on the current state of our kingdom's borders. Apprise me of its vulnerabilities and strengths. This wasn't just a request for intel. It was the genesis of a desperate plan forming in my mind, a king thrust into exile, forced to forge a path amidst annihilation. My survival, and the fate of my kingdom, hinged on his words. Lu Long elucidated our kingdom's perilous state. The south and southwest, bordering Yunqin, lay perpetually undefended save for a single Canaan pass with a paltry garrison of less than 10,000 men and a mere handful of generals. Our western flank touched Shiha Kingdom, another Yunqin vassal state, similarly vulnerable. The north was the domain of the fearsome barbarian Bull clan, notorious for their southward raids, forcing much of our military strength to concentrate in the heartland. And the east, shrouded in an air of mystique, belonged to the elves, an aloof and undeniably powerful race I now understood as Xiantir, leaving it lightly guarded to avoid unwanted entanglement. Xian-level race? Li Mufan's earthbound instincts recoiled at this unfamiliar hierarchy. Tianheng continent's intricate tapestry of interwoven races held a complex power structure, heaven, earth, Xian, and Huan, defining their dominion and privilege. Heaven-tier races were the apex, followed by powerful earth-tier, numerous but subservient Xian-tier like the elves, and lastly, the beleaguered Huang-tier encompassing humans and subjugated tribes. This racial caste system, a relic of millennia-old wars and alliances, felt alien to my ingrained humanist ideals, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. Struggling with acceptance, I was about to voice these conflicted thoughts when a thunder of approaching hooves shattered the solemn air. A crimson-clad guard rushed towards us, fear etched on his face as he leaped from his destrier. Kneeling before me, he gasped out, "Zhang Tai, captain of the Royal Guard Battalion, reports to His Majesty." Relief washed over me at the sight of a familiar face amidst this unfolding chaos. Lu Long, ever vigilant, immediately questioned, "Captain Zhang, you were sent to Canaan Pass for intel, what have you learned?" Zhang Tai exchanged anxious glances between myself and Lu Long before faltering, consumed by indecision. Sensing growing unease and the foreboding whisper of a grave development, I commanded sharply, "Spit it out, Captain Zhang. What transpired at the pass?" His voice cracked as he uttered the earth-shattering news, "Sire, something calamitous has occurred. King Chang, he usurped the throne yesterday." A cold dread tightened its icy grip on my heart. The treacherous depths of King Cheng's ambition had been plumbed and surpassed his vile machinations. It seemed the viper had already struck at the heart of our kingdom while we were reeling from the wound inflicted upon my person. This wasn't just a power grab, it was a swift, decisive act of conquest, leaving me trapped in exile with dwindling strength and hope hanging precariously in the balance. Li Mufan sneered, not surprised by this. Seeing that the king's expression was calm and he was not stimulated, Zhang Tai said cautiously, "Your Majesty, the enthronement ceremony was presided over by Prime Minister Wang. The princess personally presented the sun and moon scepter, read out your 10 major crimes, and announced that you have passed away. King Chang, the traitor, said at the ceremony that 3 years later, 3 after the year, how about 3 years from now?" Li Mufan asked coldly, his face was gloomy and terrifying. After just a few words, he had already vaguely guessed something. Zhang Tai had never seen the king's expression before. He looked at Li Mufan, who was on the verge of going berserk, and then at Lu Long and Fan Xingyue, who were silent and downcast, and said with a trembling voice, "Once the 3-year widowhood period is over, I will marry the princess, asshole. Bitch." Li Mufan roared, and all the signs of the wedding day came to his mind one by one. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "I told you why you kept urging me to drink that day. It turned out that you wanted to steal the scepter while I was drunk and transfer all the troops guarding the imperial city away." Everyone's hearts jumped when they heard this, and then they realized that the princess was also involved in the palace change. Seeing that the little emperor lost such a temper, they didn't know what to do for a while. "Lu Long, prepare my horse. Take the men and follow me back to the palace and chop this bitch into pieces." Li Mufan got angry and wanted to kill him on the spot. When Lu Long heard this, he immediately jumped up and shouted loudly, "I am willing to follow your majesty back to the royal city and punish this adulterer and adulterer on the spot." He also had a hot temper. How could he bear it when he saw that his most beloved king was about to be cuckolded? Fan Xingyue was horrified when she saw that the two of them were really going to fight back to the royal city. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, the royal city is heavily guarded. You will definitely be poisoned when you go back. Your Majesty, please think twice." Seeing that Li Mufan was indifferent and about to mount the horse, she was so anxious that she hugged Li Mufan's thigh. "Your Majesty, if you keep the green hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. You must not go back." The guards in the field knelt down when they saw this, and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please think again." The sound was deafening, and Li Mufan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of clarity returned to his heart. Furious, he looked at the female general hugging his thigh, then at the more than 200 personal guards kneeling on the ground, and roared to the sky. "Li Haotian, Wang Mengyu, and Wang Fuchen, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Let's go. Go to the west." After roaring, he shouted loudly, mounted his horse first, and galloped towards the west with a group of personal guards. 5 days later, Sun Moon City, early morning, palace, back garden. In a quiet pavilion in the lake, a girl with black hair and gorgeous palace clothes took a sip of tea. She is Li Mufan's newlywed princess, Wang Mengyu. "My dear concubine. One day is like 3 autumns after not seeing you for a while. I haven't seen you for a moment, and now I feel uncomfortable all over, and I miss you so much." Suddenly, a tall young man wearing the robe of the Sun and Moon King sat opposite the girl while smiling. The tall young man is the new emperor of the kingdom, Li Haotian. Seeing this, Wang Mengyu just smiled, changed the subject, and said, "A few days ago, Mengyu heard that Li Mufan's group of traders appeared near Canaan Pass. I wonder how your majesty handled it." Li Haotian shook his head when he heard this and said, "Originally, Prime Minister Wang expected that this group of thieves would leave Canaan Pass and seek refuge with the empire. We have laid a dragnet, but for some unknown reason, that kid ran away before we closed the net. I heard the news from the front that he fled to the west." "West?" Wang Mengyu frowned slightly and said, "To the west is the Shiha kingdom. Although it belongs to the same empire as us, the relationship has not been good for many years. Could it be that those thieves want to join us and reject it in vain?" "It's not impossible." Li Haotian nodded and said, "Baizaji of Shiha kingdom has always wanted to expand its territory. There is no guarantee that he will not step on it because of this matter. The empire has always turned a blind eye to matters between vassal countries. If that person is really used by Shiha kingdom, it will be a bit troublesome. I have sent someone to inform the general of Ping Ziguan. Another 10,000 troops also set out the day before yesterday. As long as they dare to go this way, they will definitely attack from both front and rear and catch them all in one fell swoop." Wang Mengyu did not answer, but quietly looked at the clear lake outside the pavilion, seeming to be deep in thought. After a moment, Wang Mengyu sighed softly and said leisurely, "Your Majesty, your arrangements are indeed thorough. If that person leaves the country from the west, he will definitely be captured by you. But you don't know something. The late king once had a grudge against Bai Zhao Reject. Then how can a person seek refuge in Shiha kingdom if he knows this well?" Li Haotian frowned and said, "Oh? Is there anything else? Then according to your opinion, where will they escape?" "Your Majesty, I heard that there is a building in Dongshan City called Wangjiang Tower. From this tower, you can overlook the Yuntsang River rushing through the Yixian Gorge. It is extremely spectacular. I wonder if you would like to accompany me to visit it." Li Haotian was stunned for a moment, then realized and laughed. "Young sister Wang invited me, how dare I not go? Let me make some arrangements, and we will go to Dongshan City early tomorrow morning." 10 days later, the Sun and Moon Kingdom, Dongshan City. The city is located on the eastern border of the kingdom and was named after it was built between 2 mountains. Dongshan City is the largest city in the eastern part of the kingdom and is also the national border. If you want to enter and exit the kingdom from the east, you must pass through this city. The reason is very simple. The eastern part of the kingdom is full of cliffs. Except for the gentle terrain here, the mountains and other places are steep and extremely difficult to pass. Therefore, there are many pedestrians and caravans coming and going here, which makes this border city prosperous. In the early morning, Dongshan City was bustling with people coming and going. This place was different from the royal city, as it was the eastern border of the kingdom. There are many merchants coming and going, and in addition to the human race, there are also many foreign caravans in the city. Of course, the foreign caravans coming and going are basically the same yellow level race as the human race. The Xian level races do not bother to come to the territory of the human race, even the nearby and relatively peaceful elves. In the city, in a small inn, Li Mufan, dressed in a green shirt, was listening to Lu Long's report in the guest room. Due to various reasons, they robbed a caravan of more than 300 people during their escape. Although the caravan was protected by bodyguards, how could it be the opponent of the personal guard camp? They dispersed the caravan in 3 strokes, 5 divisions and 2 divisions, and robbed a large amount of food and more than 1,000 gold coins. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape because they were short of food and clothing. After getting the money, Li Mufan sent people to nearby villages to buy more than 200 sets of casual clothes at high prices to avoid being too ostentatious. Young master, your trick is to attack the east by attacking the east. No, it's working. Zheng Tai came to report that the traitor has mobilized 10,000 elite troops to the western border. You are really clever and clever. I will admire you. Li Mufan smiled proudly and said, that's natural. Everything is within my expectation. Okay, stop flattering me. How about the things I told you to do? After these days of getting along, Lu Long and everyone in the guard camp gradually understood the character of their little king. He is not the aloof king in everyone's traditional consciousness, but just like ordinary people, he can laugh, curse, be sad and confused. Apart from being scary when he gets angry, he is generally very easy to get along with. As someone who often comes into contact with the king, Lu Long also smiles playfully in private. At this moment, he laughed when he heard this. Master, everything you ordered has been completed. General Fan and some of his brothers disguised as horse dealers have left the city first. The other 2 groups of people are also in place, just waiting for your order. Nodding, Li Mufan said, well done. You just went to the city gate. How is the defense there? Are there any portraits of you hanging? Lu Long responded, Dongshan City is the eastern gate of the kingdom. The city wall is 15 steps high and is made of bluestone. It is very strong. The city gate is made of ebony. It is solid and heavy and extremely difficult to break open. But what's strange is that the general didn't find any wanted portraits of us at the city gate. Li Mufan frowned slightly when he heard this, and after pondering for a moment, he said, when something goes wrong, there will be monsters. You few are wanted by the country as remnants of the previous dynasty. There is no reason why your portraits should not be hung in Dongshan City. Young master, do we still proceed as planned? Lu Long looked a little undecided. Li Mufan said, the soldiers are coming to cover up the water and earth. You tell the brothers that everything will go according to the original plan. Yes. General Mo will make arrangements right away. Lu Long roared and exited the room. After he left, Li Mufan held his chin with one hand and tapped the table with the index finger of the other hand rhythmically, making a soft dong-dong sound. This is a habit of his. In his previous life, when he was thinking about something or hesitating, he would tap the table unconsciously. Although he said everything was going according to plan, there was always some faint uneasiness in his heart. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice suddenly came from my mind. Hey, the energy has been restored and it has been detected that the host has successfully survived for more than 20 days. The system is officially activated and binding begins. Hey, the binding is successful and the system is being installed. Hey, the installation is successful, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Li Mufan opened his mouth, and the sudden voice in his mind froze him on the spot. As the countdown ended, he felt his eyes go dark, then bright again, and he appeared in a completely unfamiliar environment. But when he saw the scene clearly, he was almost blinded by it. Damn! This is too exaggerated. This place looks like a square bedroom. Although the area is not large, it is extremely luxurious. The golden floor tiles are shining brightly. The luxurious and wide golden bed lies in the center of the room. At one end of the bed is a bedside table made of pure gold. At the other end is a furry snow-white sofa. In a corner of the room, a 1-meter-high circular jade statue is standing quietly. On both sides of the golden door, 2 pots of bright red roses fill the whole room with a faint floral scent. Looking up, a beautiful crystal chandelier illuminates every corner of the room. The patterns carved on the ceiling are lifelike and full of artistic atmosphere. Li Mufan was stunned and stood there, at a loss for a while. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something, pushed open the door, and rushed out quickly. Walking in the corridor paved with silver, looking at the beautiful wall lamps on both sides, listening to the faint sound of mechanical processing. At the end of the corridor is a corner. Will there be anything there? The huge round hall is paved with silver, brightly lit, and various advanced metal workbenches are regularly placed in the inner circle of the round hall. Whether it is the magnificent decoration or the advanced and beautiful workbench, Li Mufan has been mentally prepared. What shocked him was that there were people in the whole hall besides himself. 8 young handsome men and beautiful women were looking at him calmly at this moment. Combining what he saw and heard in front of him with the system mentioned by the voice in his mind before, Li Mufan already knew everything. Ring World. This is the inner space of the game called Ring World that he played before crossing. And it is the base he built with great effort. Ding dong, welcome to the Ring World space. You can stay in this space for 10 days. After 10 days, your consciousness will be forcibly sent back to the main body. This space has an independent timeline. During the stay of the host's mind in this space, the time in the outside world will not pass. Ding dong, the host Li Mufan has obtained a novice gift pack, follower card X2. After use, you can choose one of the colonists in your base to take to the outside world. Ding dong, warm reminder, if the host has any questions, you can call the system to help you answer them at any time. A series of prompt sounds came from my mind. A Chang? Li Mufan called out weakly. Here. A well-proportioned and handsome boy immediately responded loudly, and at the same time saluted Li Mufan neatly. Sui Hua? Here. The one who responded was a young girl with a delicate face and a ponytail. She also stood straight and saluted neatly. A Shou, Shaoi, Kai Xian, Chui Wan, Kai Lian, a Ji? Li Mufan called out 6 names in rapid succession, and the remaining 6 handsome men and beautiful women in the round hall immediately stood at attention. They all saluted him in a standard military salute, and shouted loudly, "Subordinates greet the master, congratulations on the master's return from the expedition." Good, good, good. He said 3 good s in a row, in a good mood, and laughed. A Chang, Chui Hua, you 2 follow me to look around, and the rest of you continue to work. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and continued to do the work at hand. Aqiang and Suihua were named by Li Mufan. As the first 2 colonists of this base, Li Mufan set all their skills at level 10 when setting their initial attributes. In the Ring World, the initial attributes of each character are different, but if you add the Careful Preparation mod, you can adjust the attributes of the initial landing character at will. Of course, characters added to the base later cannot be adjusted. Because this is a survival and development game, character skills are also related to survival and development. There are 12 items in total including shooting, fighting, socializing, animal training, medical treatment, cooking, construction, planting, mining, art, crafts, and intelligence. The minimum skill level is 0 and the maximum is 20. Li Mufan set all skills of Aqiang and Suihua to level 10, which does not affect the balance of the game and is not too self-destructive. It is just right. After leading the 2 people out of the central rotunda and walking down the silver-paved corridor, Li Mufan looked at the 2 calm people behind him and asked in his mind, "System, how do I check the attributes of the colonists?" The mechanical female voice in her mind replied, "The host has already unlocked the skill, Exploration after entering this space for the first time. You only need to whisper in your mind to the target to check the attributes of the corresponding character." Learn. He stopped, turned around, looked at the 2 people who also stopped, and muttered silently to Aqiang, "Explore." Immediately, Aqiang's personal information column appeared in his mind. Name, Aqiang Martial Arts, 3rd level of Physical Refining Realm, Reinforced Steel, Commander, 2 Politics, 1 Strategy, 0 Social, 10 Taming, 10 Medical, 15 Cooking, 12 Build, 17 Planted, 9 Mining, 16 Art, 8 Handmade, 11 Intelligence, 8 in the Ring World. If you often engage in a certain job, the corresponding skills will slowly improve, and vice versa, they will slowly decrease. Because this base has been developed for more than 7 years, Aqiang's ability values will naturally be different from the initial state. Li Mufan looked at Aqiang's panel. Everything else was the same as in the original game, except that shooting and fighting were gone, replaced by force. In addition, 3 new options were added: Commander, Politics, and Strategy. System: why are Aqiang's shooting and fighting skills gone? What's the matter with the 3 new items? Although he had some vague guesses in his mind, he still needed a clear explanation from the system. The system quickly explained, in order to adapt to the strength system of the host's world, the shooting and fighting skills of all colonists in this space have been converted into force values according to complex calculation formulas. Colonist Aqiang's level of strength is equivalent to that of a third-level body refining realm warrior in Tianheng continent, so the panel shows him as a third-level body refining realm, steel bar. However, because Aqiang was injected with a gene enhancer, his body's various functions were strengthened to ordinary humans. Therefore, Aqiang's real strength should be slightly stronger than that of warriors of the same realm. Similarly, because of the need to adapt to the actual situation of the host's world, the colonists added 3 new items: Commander, Politics, and Strategy. Li Mufan chuckled and nodded secretly, feeling very satisfied. In Tianheng continent, there is a complete division of realms of strength. Li Mufan only knows that there are 10 levels of body training, which are body cultivation, strength training, steel, iron bones, courage, 6 gods, pulse condensation, marrow quenching, and divine transformation. There are realms above the physical realm, but because his own level is not high, he does not know how the realms are divided. Due to the talent limitations of the human race, people who can reach the physical realm in the major kingdoms under the Yunqin Empire are already very remarkable. Just like Lu Long and Fan Xingyue, one is the second level of the physical realm and the other is the first level of the physical realm. They are already the elites of the younger generation of the kingdom, otherwise they would not be able to become the generals of the Redwood Guard Battalion. The physical realm is more difficult to practice, unless it is a person with extraordinary talent. If ordinary people want to reach the strength of the first level of the physical realm, they need to consume a lot of resources. Given the situation of the human race on the mainland, how many resources can they get? After understanding some basic information, Li Mufan threw a detection spell at Suihua. Name: Suihua Martial Power, second level of the physical training realm, strength training, command, 1 politics, 1 strategy, 1 social, 8 beast taming, 13 medical, 12 cooking, 15 construction, 11 planting, 18 mining, 9 art, 8 crafts, 15 intelligence. 9 Suihua and Aqiang have clear division of labor. Aqiang is mainly responsible for physical work such as construction and mining, while Suihua is responsible for relatively easier work such as planting and crafts. Over time, the attributes of the two have become somewhat different. After hesitating for a moment, Li Mufan had a plan in mind. The attributes of these two people can be said to be the best in the entire base. They are also a couple. Who else should I give the 2 follower cards in the novice gift package to? Li Mufan took the 2 of them to stroll around the luxurious base for a while and found that the 2 of them had been silent and indifferent. He asked his own questions to the system in his heart. The mechanical female voice quickly replied, in the ring world space, all colonists only have corresponding strength and skills, and do not have anthropomorphic personalities. Only when the host takes them out of the space and contacts the outside world for a long time, will they slowly develop personalities. Li Mufan was slightly stunned. Doesn't this mean that they are now a blank slate? What about their intelligence level? The system said, the intelligence level of the colonists is equivalent to that of adults. That's good. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the ability is strong, if there is a problem with the IQ and even simple commands cannot be understood, then it is just a moron. The base is built in a cave, with a large area. The 3 of them have been wandering around for half an hour without realizing it, but they have only wandered half of the place. At this moment, Li Mufan is standing in front of the gate of a warehouse, looking at the automatic door built by Bain, and he muttered in his heart. If I remember correctly, this should be a warehouse for storing weapons. By the way, this door is too luxurious. In the previous life, he might not feel it when playing games in front of the computer, but now he is standing in the base and truly feels what luxury and tycoon are. The silver automatic door sensed someone coming, and the 2 door panels automatically retracted back into the wall, and what came into view was a dazzling array of weapons and ammunition. Assault rifles, charge rifles, rapid-fire machine guns and other advanced modern weapons are dazzling. Li Mufan looked at the guns and weapons in front of him, and his heart moved. He hurriedly asked the system, by the way, since the colonists can take out of the system space, what about the items? Can they also be taken out? The mechanical female voice of the system replied, yes, in principle, all items in this space can be transferred to the outside world, but the host does not have enough authority at present. The system said, only items from the Stone Age and Feudal Age can be brought out. Items from the industrial age and space age cannot be transferred. At the same time, transferring items requires corresponding silver. Li Mufan nodded. He still knew something about the division of technological eras in the ring world, but what about this authority? The system explained, the host's current permissions are LV1. You can only upgrade your permissions after you complete a series of tasks issued by the system. Task? He was slightly startled, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, the voice of the system immediately came to my mind. Ding dong, the first system mission is released. The host needs to build a survival base in the outside world within 60 days. The population of the base must not be less than 200 people. If you complete the mission, you will receive 2 follower cards and a randomly selected gift. If the mission fails, it will be directly erased. Erase. He said without hesitation, I'm sorry, I refuse to accept the task. Ding dong, the host does not have enough permissions to refuse. Nyang Sheepy. Li Mufan was shocked and angry. He knew his situation. It was still unclear whether he could break through Dongshan City. He also had to establish a survival base? The key is only 60 days, which is quite difficult. After thinking and struggling on the spot for a moment, he made a decisive decision and shouted to Aqiang and Suwa behind him, quickly, build 3 forging platforms immediately, notify everyone, put down their work, and create fine works for me. Steel sword. Yes. The 2 stood at attention and quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. System, I want to bring out 255 fine steel swords, 255 sets of chainmail, 255 iron bows, 5,100 arrows, and 2,550 simple meals. Calculate for me how much it will cost in total. Li Mufan has 255 soldiers in the guards battalion in the outside world. Although the strength of the soldiers cannot be improved in the short term, if they have sophisticated equipment, it can also greatly increase the chance of survival. Ding dong, the items you need to bring out are products of the feudal era. According to the system's procedures, you need to pay twice as much for bringing items out of the feudal era. You need to pay 103,128 silver. What? Li Mufan jumped up when he heard this. There were indeed a lot of things he wanted to bring out, but the price was too exaggerated. You must know that he has developed this base for a full 7 years and is already very rich, but he only has 100,000 in silver in the warehouse. Now he is about to go bankrupt. This is too cheating. System, you're not trying to trick me on purpose, are you? I'm just going to bring some cold weapons, and it costs 100,000 silver. If I bring some guns and cannons, wouldn't it mean that I have to tear down the base and sell it for money? The system's voice was as cold as ever. If the host needs to bring out items from the industrial era, it will need to pay an additional 5 times the price and need to unlock LV2 permissions. 5 times, well, Li Mufan doesn't plan to continue to deal with this cheating system. After hesitating for a moment, he did not go to the central rotunda to supervise the colonists' work. Instead, he entered the warehouse and picked up a large knife, and then went straight to the entertainment hall. The luxurious entertainment hall is very spacious. A giant screen TV is embedded in the silver wall. Rows of alpaca chairs are distributed in front of the TV for everyone to watch TV at their leisure. In one corner of the hall, a pure gold billiard table stood quietly there. 4 or 5 jade pool cues were placed haphazardly on both sides of the billiard table. In another corner of the room, 2 pure gold chess tables were placed. It all looked so rich and luxurious. Li Mufan, however, had no mood to enjoy himself. He was standing in the middle of the entertainment room, practicing martial arts with one sword after another. Tianheng continent respected strength. Although the human race was weak, they also had the inheritance of cultivation. The sword technique he practiced was called the Thunder Sword technique, which was passed down to him by his father. The old man said that this set of sword techniques was created by the ancient ancestors and was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, due to the long time, many volumes have been lost. All he got was the inheritance of the Thunder Sword body refining volume. But even if it was just a fragment, it should not be underestimated. His father, Li Ding, relied on this sword technique to conquer the battlefield and expand the territory, which led to the current situation of the Sun and Moon Kingdom. In the past, Li Mufan grew up in the hands of a woman in the Deep Palace. Although he was kind, he was a little weak. He never liked fighting and killing, and practiced martial arts just to cope with things. But now Li Mufan is definitely not a weak person. How could he not learn? Time passed quickly, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Mufan was still practicing swordsmanship one moment, and the next moment, his eyes went dark and he appeared in the guest room. The tea on the table was still steaming, and the setting sun outside the window shone warmly into the guest room through the bamboo window. Everything was the same as before. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly, there were hurried footsteps outside the room. Lu Long hurriedly opened the door and said anxiously, "Master, there are 2 young men outside the inn who claim to be your followers and want to see you." Laughing, Li Mufan said, "Quick, let them in." Half a day later, Lu Long looked at the sets of fine steel chain mail, the shining fine steel swords, and the brand new iron bows in the ox cart, and his eyes were straight. He panted and asked Li Mufan beside him, "Master, are these all ours?" Li Mufan looked at him with contempt and said lightly, "Aren't they just some ordinary weapons and armor? Look at your lack of ability." Lu Long's big eyes were shining, staring straight at the carriage. "Ordinary goods, a set of ordinary low-grade armor has to be sold for 200 gold coins. I see that these are of ordinary middle-grade quality. This time we are rich." In Tianheng continent, all kinds of elixirs, weapons, equipment and other items are divided into grades. The lowest grade is not in grade, followed by ordinary grade, spiritual grade, holy grade, and divine grade. Each grade has 4 grades: low, middle, upper, and extreme. The human race is at the bottom of the continent and generally uses equipment of low grade. Only the upper level of the human race may have ordinary weapons. As for the spiritual grade, only the sun and moon scepter symbolizing power can barely reach it in the sun and moon kingdom. These 3 ox carts are full of ordinary weapons and equipment. Even Lu Long, who thought he had seen the world, was stunned at this moment. Li Mufan smiled proudly, thinking, "The colonists in my base are all masters of handicrafts, so it's easy to get ordinary items?" He patted Lu Long's shoulder hard and said, "Okay, stop being dazed. Aqiang and Suihua are the pawns I planted before. You don't have to worry about them protecting my safety." Looking at the young general who was still staring at the ox cart, his forehead veins jumped, and he kicked Lu Long on the butt, shouting, "You distribute the equipment immediately, 1 set per person, and give the shopkeeper 10 gold coins to shut them up." Lu Long was kicked in the butt and finally came to his senses. He smiled and stood at attention and said, "Yes. I will do it right away." As night fell, the merchants in Dongshan City began to close. Both the foreign caravans who came here to do business and the residents of the city returned to their homes one after another. On the main road in the city, 20 or 30 tall Tauran were rushing to their temporary residence pushing carts filled with goods. These Tauran were covered in simple animal skins and held powerful weapons such as huge maces and hammers in their hands. They looked ugly but looked extremely tough. The Mania tribe also belongs to the lowest yellow-level race in Tianheng continent. They have brute strength but not high intelligence. Nowadays, the relationship between the empire and the major tribes of the barbarian tribe is becoming increasingly tense, and frictions occur from time to time on the border, but this does not hinder the trade between the 2 tribes. The barbarian bulls used their strong physiques to hunt down some warcraft, and obtained the materials from the warcraft and traded them to humans in exchange for some necessities of life. Of course, the human merchants who are known for their treachery will naturally kill them severely. There is no other way. Who makes them unable to produce? If they don't trade, they will starve. Although they are resentful, they have no choice but to be slaughtered. This group of Tauran used 10 warcraft crystal cores to obtain these carts of daily necessities. Looking at the horse grins and angry looks on their faces, it was clear that they were definitely going to be slaughtered. The leader was a tall, middle-aged Tauran, carrying an axe as big as a door panel behind him. He looked at the aggrieved tribesmen behind him, and then at several carts of daily necessities, and felt an unknown fire burning. 10 crystal cores, those were the things that the clansmen had sacrificed their lives for. However, they were deceived by profiteers from the human race. After many visits, they actually exchanged these few things. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became. If this was not the territory of the human race, and the clan leader Chen Jiawan had told him to restrain himself before setting off, he would have chopped the sharp-mouthed and monkey-cheeked profiteer in half with an axe. Suddenly, a group of human soldiers wearing armor, holding long swords, and carrying long bows came from the front. The young general who led them stopped them and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged Tauran said with suppressed anger, "We are all businessmen of the barbarian tribe. I wonder why this general stopped us for no reason." "Nonsense. I can tell you are Tauran at a glance. Don't you know the current relationship between the kingdom and your Tauran tribe? You said you are doing business, where are the credentials?" The young military commander was aggressive and ready to start a fight if he had any disagreement. The middle-aged Tauran stared with his eyes as big as copper bells and said angrily, "What kind of certificate? Lanyo never asks for certificates when doing business, no. The young military general was extremely irritable. Hearing this, he said angrily, if you don't, you are a spy. Brothers, search for me. Just hearing the sound of swords being drawn, the human soldiers immediately surrounded the group of Tauran with their swords, while the barbarian bulls were also not to be outdone. They displayed huge weapons one by one and fought with each other. Human soldiers confront each other. The situation in the field became very tense for a while. The residents who originally planned to watch the excitement saw that the situation was wrong and hid one by one. At the same time, they also had some doubts in their hearts. When did our human soldiers dare to openly fight against the Tauran? After the two sides stared at each other for a moment, a group of human soldiers wearing dark leather armor with sun and moon patterns embroidered on their arms rushed over from a distance. There were about 100 people, led by a middle-aged general riding a horse and holding a broadsword, which was quite powerful. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in our Dongshan city? Before anyone arrived, a loud voice came first. It's General Zhao. Someone among the onlookers exclaimed. The person coming was none other than Dongshan City's #1 general, Zhaoan, who had reached the 3rd level of the body refining realm. It's Zhaoan, why is he here? The young general frowned and shouted, General Zhao. These spies from the barbarian tribe want to cooperate inside and outside to destroy our Dongshan city. After speaking, he roared angrily and struck the Tauran in front of him with his sword. Naturally, the Tauran would not let others slaughter him. The thigh-thick mace in his hand blocked fiercely. With the strength of the Tauran, how could the short human in front of him hurt him? Just something happened that stunned everyone. The mace in the Minotaur's hand was cut in two by the long sword as if it were made of paper. The fine steel sword did not lose its force and struck the Minotaur's arm with a sharp sword. There was only a pop sound. The thick arm broke in response. Silence, deathly silence. The next moment, with a scream like a slaughtered pig, a fierce conflict finally broke out between the two sides. When Zhaoan saw it, he started to do it. He didn't have time to think about it and shouted loudly, Come! Kill all these Tauran for me! The battle group expanded again, and blood splattered in the field for a while. The roars, screams, and weapons clashing formed a bright red movement. Although the human soldiers were superior in number, the barbarian bulls were powerful and the confrontation was extremely fierce. But they could not defeat this group of Taurans for a while. Suddenly, billowing smoke appeared from the south of Dongshan City, and faintly from the distance, the money has leaked. The money warehouse has leaked. Seeing this, the young general shouted loudly to Zhaoan, who was fighting with the middle-aged Tauran, General. The money warehouse is on fire. I'm afraid there are thieves taking advantage of the fire to rob. I will lead my people to quell the chaos. After that, without waiting for Zhaoan to reply, with a shout of peace, the group of soldiers wearing armor and holding stainless steel swords all retreated with a roar and ran towards the streets in the distance. Zhaoan saw this and felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words for a while. Besides, he was being entangled by the middle-aged Minotaur and had no time to think about these details. In just a moment, many important places in the city caught fire. The whole city was in chaos, and people shouted everywhere, Break the city! The barbarian bull tribe broke the city. Teams of soldiers rushed around in the streets, making a mess, and there was a team of soldiers in bright clothes and angry horses who chopped down the foreigners when they saw them. There were at least 20 to 30 foreign merchants who fell under their long swords, which naturally aroused fierce resistance from the foreigners. We are all inferior races, who is afraid of whom? At this point, the city was in complete chaos and the situation was out of control. Dongshan City, Wangjiang Tower. Originally, after nightfall, this place should be brightly lit and businesses booming, but at this moment, the city is filled with smoke and shouts of killing are everywhere, and no one is interested in drinking tea, drinking wine, and talking about heroes. In a private room on the top of Wangjiang Tower, 2 young men and women in luxurious clothes sat opposite each other, and 4 armored guards stood behind the man. Beside the woman, a beautiful maid stood there with her head down. Looking at the scene in the city, the young man's handsome face was obviously unhappy, and he spoke with a little anger. What a great Li Mufan, he made a mess in the city in just a few moments. It seems that I underestimated him. The young woman was very beautiful. She chuckled, Your Majesty is right. He has been hiding here and there these days, and he has become more capable. Seeing that the man's face was getting uglier, she smiled and shook her head, saying, You don't need to worry too much. There are 10,000 elite soldiers in the city. Your Majesty just needs to send people to guard the city gates. According to the method we discussed before, he can't get away even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The man's face eased a little after hearing this, and he said to the two people behind him, "Take my token to the city gate and tell the generals guarding the city that if the fugitive escapes, bring him to see you with his head." "Yes." The two people behind him responded, "Schwa schwa." They disappeared in the private room in 2 seconds. When the woman saw this, a barely perceptible light flashed in her eyes. She looked at the Yuntsang River rolling out of Yixiangxia outside the window. "Your Majesty, the territory of the elves is just across the gorge. I heard that the land is rich in resources and the adults of the elves are all beautiful and handsome. When will you take me there to have a look?" The young man shook his head and said, "This is a bit difficult. The elves have always been superior to us and regard us as slaves. Even if I am the king, there will be many difficulties there. If you want to go, you can go with me when the kingdom pays tribute to the elves in the future." The woman glanced at him indifferently, smiled and shook her head slightly, saying, "That's fine. Let's talk about this another day. Let's go first. Let's see how much trouble that man can make." The man looked at the smoke-filled Dongshan city and said with a sullen face, "This man disturbed the kingdom's important town and also damaged the relationship between the kingdom and the alien race. If I catch him, I will definitely take his head." But before he finished speaking, a hurried shout came from outside the private room, "Your Majesty! Queen! It's not good, there's a fire here." On the other side, Li Mufan, wearing armor and holding a long sword, rode a horse, and walked leisurely on the chaotic streets of Dongshan City with a group of soldiers from the personal guard camp behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the chaotic scene around him. "Report!" A soldier walked quickly to his side, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty! According to your order, Captain Zhang Tai led his brothers to set fire everywhere. At present, they have set fire to important places in the city such as the money warehouse, granary, city lord's mansion, horse farm, and Wangjiang Tower. Captain Zhang asked me to ask you what to do next?" Li Mufan did not answer, but asked, "How much benefit did you get from following Zhang Tai to burn the money warehouse?" The soldier was slightly stunned and said, "Your Majesty, we did not enter the money warehouse. Captain Zhang saw the fire in the money warehouse and took us to set fire without stopping." "What? You didn't enter the money warehouse?" Li Mufan was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Zhang Tai, this loser, if we don't grab it now, when will we wait? Dongshan City's money storehouse said there are hundreds of thousands of gold coins, but he came back empty-handed?" After hesitating for a moment, he yelled, "Achiang! Get some bundles of sacks and bring half of your brothers to rob the money warehouse. Take as much as you can. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed." "Yes!" Achiang shouted and waved his hand, and half of the soldiers in the guards battalion immediately followed him and ran towards the money warehouse. Seeing that they were far away, Li Mufan cursed at the soldiers who were still kneeling on the ground, "You guys, get up and tell Lulong and Zhang Tai immediately to ask them to be more quick and grab a handful and leave. Half an hour later meet at the agreed-upon location." Half an hour later, a group of soldiers wearing sun and moon leather armor hurried to the city gate. However, the city gate was closed tightly at this moment, and the city walls were densely packed with soldiers. A young general in the lead shouted at the city gate, "We are General Morong's people. The aliens in the city are rebelling. General Morong ordered us to go out of the city to investigate the news. Open the city gate quickly." The defender of the city was a tall middle-aged general wearing armor. Hearing this, he shouted, "As the #1 master of the younger generation in the kingdom, isn't General Morong guarding His Majesty in the royal city? Why are you here suddenly?" The young general replied, "Your Majesty ordered my general to go out of the city to hunt down the fugitives. On the way here, when he saw the chaos in the city, he sent us out of the city to scout in advance. Open the city gate quickly. You can't afford to suffer if you delay the military plane." The general guarding the city frowned and said hesitantly, "Do you have any proof?" The young man took out a token with a wolf's head from his arms, threw it up the city wall, and shouted, "Here is the certificate, open the city gate quickly." The general who defended the city took the token and looked at it carefully. He saw a fierce wolf's head on it and the word Morong engraved on the bottom. He nodded and said loudly, "It is indeed the token of General Morong. Wait a moment, everyone. I'm here. Let's open the city." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, a guard quickly walked down the city wall. A moment later, with a creaking sound, the heavy city gate slowly opened, and the defending general shouted, "Everyone, the city gate has been opened, get out of the city quickly." Seeing this, the young general exchanged a few words in a low voice with a soldier next to him who was dressed in ordinary clothes and wearing a hat. He waved his hand and saw the team of about 200 people immediately trotting towards the city gate. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The general guarding the city suddenly shouted, "Where are the archers? Fire arrows!" Immediately, rows of archers stood up on the city wall, and arrows rained down in an instant. But what he didn't expect was that the group of bloated soldiers below would react faster. As soon as he made a move, they all immediately rushed back like frightened birds, waiting for the arrows to fall. When the arrows fell, there was still someone there. "Oh no, I've expected this for a long time. Come for me!" Someone shouted loudly under the city wall, but when they saw everyone below, they quickly took out the iron bows from their waists, opened their bows and nocked arrows, and immediately returned the wave of arrows. This is a mid-level ordinary bow and arrow. It is not comparable to ordinary bows and arrows. It is powerful enough to penetrate armor. There was a crisp sound of bows, a row of dense arrows shot towards the head, and screams immediately came from the city wall. In this round alone, at least 50 soldiers were shot down. What kind of bow and arrow is this? The middle-aged general defending the city saw this scene and shouted, "Shoot! Shoot quickly, we can't be suppressed by them." Although the 500 or 600 archers on the city wall were frightened by the rain of arrows, they had to bite the bullet and shoot back. Unfortunately, they found that the group of people below had retreated further away, and with the power of their bows and arrows, they could only barely shoot there. What's more tragic is that the group of people were wearing a thick layer of fine steel chain mail under the thin leather armor. How could they shoot through it with such a spent force? But the Royal Guard battalion was different. The ordinary middle-grade bows and arrows had a great range and were still powerful. Even if they were thrown from a distance, they could cause great casualties. Moreover, the people in the Royal Guard battalion were all elite soldiers in the army, far stronger than ordinary soldiers. It seemed to be a one-sided massacre. In just a short moment, a large number of people had fallen on the city wall. If this continued, it would not be long before no one dared to stand on the city wall. The general guarding the city saw this and shouted, "Close the city gate. All people attack. Go up and kill all the rebels." The heavy city gate slowly closed again, and a burst of shouts and killing came from all directions. Li Mufan was slightly startled, and saw countless people and horses rushing on both sides of the city wall and on the streets behind him. In the blink of an eye, it turned out to be an ambush from all sides. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Looking at the enemy getting closer and closer, Lu Long beside him asked anxiously. Li Mufan's forehead veins jumped, and his temper rose. He shouted, "What else can I do? Kill them! Kill!" Lu Long shouted angrily and rushed out first. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The guards relied on the ordinary grade fine steel long swords and protective chain mail in their hands, and took the advantage in the first confrontation. Riding on a horse, Li Mufan, who was protected by everyone in the center, looked at the battle situation. The bloody scene in front of him could not affect him at all. He just shouted, "Zheng Tai! You take people to protect the left wing." "Yes." Someone on the battlefield answered loudly. "Lu Long, you protect the right wing." "Yes." Lu Long chopped down the enemy in front of him and answered loudly. "Sui Hua! You block the back." "Yes." A crisp female voice sounded. Sui Hua, who was in the second level of the body refining realm, was slightly stronger than Lu Long Aqiang. "Kill the enemies in front of me." "Yes." Master Aqiang, who was in the third level of the body refining realm, could be said to be the strongest person on Li Mufan's side. Only he could kill the enemy in front of him. Under Li Mufan's deployment of troops, the formation of the crowd changed, and they were no longer in a mess, and no longer fighting alone. The battle in the field became more and more intense, and corpses fell in piles. However, if you look closely, you will find that the dead are basically all soldiers defending the city, and the soldiers of the Royal Guard battalion are not even injured. The reason is that the gap in equipment is too big. The fine steel longsword basically kills one by one, and it can't be blocked, while ordinary weapons can't break the defense of fine steel chain mail. In addition, the personal strength of the soldiers on both sides is also far apart. This is like an ordinary person wearing casual clothes and holding a wooden stick and a muscular man wearing full armor and holding a big knife. The result can be imagined. On the left wing, the muscular man Zhang Tai held two swords and chopped randomly. Although his strength is not yet at the level of physical training, with the sharp long sword in his hand and the powerful armor on his body, he almost killed one by one, like a killing god, firmly blocking the left wing. On the right wing, Lu Long held a sword with one hand. As an orthodox general of the kingdom, he was skilled in martial arts and sharp in moves. He was invincible. I don't know how many people fell under his sword. In the back, Sui Hua, a woman in red military uniform, was as good as any man. She was injected with gene enhancers and was the top one in the same realm, not to mention that she was fighting against ordinary soldiers. Moreover, in the ring world, she had long been accustomed to fighting, and her moves were clean and neat, and she would kill the enemy with one blow without any hesitation. As for the frontal battle group, the scene was extremely tragic, because Aqiang was too strong, and the weapon in his hand was also the Guangong sword carefully made for him by Li Mufan. With this sweep, he was invincible like a god of war, killing people and horses, and almost no one dared to approach him. On a tall building not far from the city gate, Li Haotian looked at Li Mufan, who was commanding the battlefield, and his personal guard battalion, which was like a monster, with a gloomy face. Beside him, Wang Mingyu, who was always elegant and calm, was also a little surprised at this moment. She was not only surprised by the amazing combat effectiveness of the personal guard battalion, but also surprised by Li Mufan's performance. In her impression, Li Mufan has always been kind, weak, and easy to talk to. However, the young man who was calm and commanding in the center of the battlefield completely overturned her impression. Has he been pretending all along? A thought flashed through Wang Mingyu's mind, and then she denied it. If he really has such a scheming mansion, how could he be so embarrassed on the night of the wedding? She was thinking about her own thoughts, but she heard Li Haotian beside her say in a deep voice, "Sister Wang, I didn't expect this person to be so difficult to deal with. What do you think of the current situation?" Wang Mingyu exhaled lightly and put away the distracting thoughts in her mind. She looked at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, and said lightly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. In my opinion, the rebels are fierce, but they are not in number. If they are deadlocked for a while, they will definitely be exhausted. At that time, we only need to let General Zhaoan lead the elite troops to charge and we will be able to capture the rebels alive." Li Haotian sighed and said, "That's what I think. The rebels are just relying on their sophisticated weapons. I don't know where they got so many ordinary equipment. I'll check it out later." After a pause, he asked the guards behind him, "Go and inform Zhaoan to get here as soon as possible to deal with the barbarian bull tribe. If he doesn't arrive within an incense stick, let him go home." The guards behind him replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I got the news that General Zhao has dealt with the barbarian bull tribe and is currently rushing over with his personal guard battalion." "Well, good." Li Haotian nodded and stopped talking. He just looked at the battlefield not far away with a gloomy face. As time passed by, the situation on the field began to change. Although the soldiers of the guards battalion were brave, their physical strength was limited after all. After a long period of fighting, they gradually became exhausted and some people began to be injured. The number of enemy troops is still increasing. If they continue to waste here, I am afraid that the entire army will be annihilated. Li Mufan saw all this, but there were too many enemy troops in the front direction, and he would not be able to attack the city gate for a while. Just when he was hesitating whether to send Suehua to help Aqiang break through the frontal blockade, suddenly there was a rapid sound of horse hooves in the distance. "Rebels don't have to be arrogant, Zhaoan is here." He arrived before anyone arrived. He looked up and saw a group of cavalry approaching in the distance, led by a general, wearing sun and moon armor and holding a mountain opening sword. Who else could he be if he wasn't Zhaoan? Li Mufan's heart skipped a beat. This man's strength had reached the third level of the body refining realm. If he were allowed to charge and kill, the consequences would be disastrous. He made a decisive decision and shouted, "Lu Long! You immediately assist Suehua to stop Zhaoan. Zhang Tai, you go assist Aqiang and kill the enemy in front of me immediately." "Yes." The two roared in response. Lu Long pierced the chest of an enemy soldier with his sword and ran towards the rear camp. Zhang Tai also killed the soldiers in front of him and roared into the front, fighting side by side with a Chang. Zhaoan was so fast that he came over in the blink of an eye and met a guard battalion soldier wearing blood-stained chainmail. Without saying a word, he raised his knife and slashed. Just hearing the sound of clang, the soldiers of the guards battalion were swept out by the huge force, knocking down 4 or 5 people in a row before they stopped. The whole person stood up unsteadily, and then fell down again. It seemed that he was seriously injured and could not stand up. Zhaoan was slightly stunned. The soldier who was supposed to be cut in half actually took a knife from him without dying. He looked at the machete in his hand again, and there was a gap in this mortal weapon. Seeing this, he frowned and thought to himself, "It is rumored that the Sequoia army is tough, but it turned out to be so when I saw it today. What a pity, what a pity." Before he could finish his sigh, a ray of light suddenly flashed through his slanting stab. Zhaoan was shocked and hurriedly raised his knife to block. He heard a crisp sound and a huge force came from the big knife in his hand. He groaned and was knocked off his horse. After stabilizing his body, he looked around hurriedly, only to see a woman wearing blood-red armor looking at him with an indifferent expression. The woman was only 20 years old, and her originally beautiful face was now stained with blood, like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Zhaoan said angrily, "Traitor, you dared to sneak attack on me. Watch the sword." The two sides immediately became involved. However, the more Zhaoan fought, the more surprised he became. He had already seen that this woman should be at the second level of the body refining realm. She was one level lower than him. She should have been able to resolve the battle within 10 moves. But I didn't expect that this woman was extremely powerful, only slightly weaker than me, and her reactions, eyesight, etc. were all different from ordinary people. For a while, she was unable to do anything to this woman. Suehua took the gene enhancer from the ring world, and all aspects of her body's functions were 40% stronger than normal people. Although she was at the second level of the body refining realm and could not kill by leapfrogging, she still had no problem protecting herself. After fighting for more than a dozen moves, Lu Long arrived, and the two of them fought Zhaoan, gradually gaining the upper hand. He could only parry, but was unable to fight back. On the other side, Xiang, who received Li Mufan's order, started a crazy massacre mode, rushing left and right. He was invincible. Zhang Tai had also rushed to the frontal battle group. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally and vertically, killing 7 or 8 people immediately. Everyone in the guards battalion was inspired by the 4 generals, and their morale was greatly boosted. They all went out with all their strength, slashing and killing indiscriminately with red eyes. The situation on the field was reversed again. On a tall building not far away, Li Haotian watched all this with a livid face. He originally thought that when Zhaoan arrived, the rebels would be captured easily, but he did not expect that the fighting power of this group of people would be so fierce. Even Zhaoan is in danger of being suppressed, let alone others. If this continues, the morale of the army will collapse. Thinking of this, Li Haotian slammed the table with a bang, and said angrily, "I only hate that I was careless and didn't bring Morong in here. If he were here, how could the rebels be so rampant? This group of rebels, with their sharp weapons, actually massacred the army of my kingdom. I will kill them all and hang them on the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights to vent my anger. I just feel hate." Wang Mingyu was also surprised by the combat effectiveness of the guard camp. When she heard Li Haotian's anger, she frowned. "Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. Although the rebels are strong, they have finally reached the end of their strength. We only need to hold the city gate firmly and use the wheel battle to consume the rebels' physical strength. We will definitely win in less than half a day." Li Haotian let out a heavy sigh and said to the guards behind him, "Did you hear that? Why don't you tell Zhaoan and guard the city gate?" "Yes." Wang Mingyu saw that the city gate was the key, and Li Mufan naturally knew that there were just too many soldiers in front of the city gate, so it was not easy to break through. Looking at the soldiers around him, although they were still fighting separately, they were obviously a little out of their depth. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill! Follow me and kill! Break through the city gate!" After saying that, he immediately rushed straight towards the battle group in front of him. "Master!" The officers and soldiers of the guards battalion were shocked when they saw this, and immediately followed him. If Li Mufan made any mistake, everything that followed would be meaningless. In the distance, Lu Long heard Li Mufan's roar. He looked closely and saw that his king was wielding a machete towards the city gate. He was shocked and hurriedly said to Suehua beside him, "Female general, stop Zhaoan. I will protect the young master." Suehua ignored him. She basically ignored anyone except Li Mufan's orders. Lu Long didn't care either. He forced Zhaoan away with a feint of sword and turned around to attack the front group. Li Mufan was wearing heavy armor, with a top-grade stainless steel sword in his hand, a steel-red tassel helmet on his head, and a white horse chasing the wind under his crotch. He was armed to the teeth. Moreover, he has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child, and he has been practicing swordsmanship in the system space for more than 10 days. Ordinary soldiers are really no match for him. I saw him roaring all the way, slashing and slashing 2 soldiers with his hands, and the bright red blood covered his armor. From a distance, he does not look like a king, but looks like a young general charging into battle. The soldiers along the way were inspired by him and followed him closely, fighting to the death. A moment later, Lu Long came over to kill, with Xiang on the left, Li Mufan in the middle, and Lu Long on the right, like 3 sharp arrows piercing the frontal battle group. For a time, the momentum of the guard camp was so strong that the defenders were finally afraid of being killed. They did not dare to fight head-on and retreated one after another. "Trash! These trash!" Li Hao from the high-rise building was yelling loudly, but there was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that a mere 200 people could be so difficult to deal with? Riding on horseback and wiping the blood on his face, Li Mufan saw that the city gate was only 20 or 30 steps away, and roared loudly, "Ah Xiang, where is your fuel barrel? Bring it up to me." Li Mufan's voice was so loud that everyone was stunned. Li Haotian, who was angry, was also stunned. He turned his head to look at Wang Mengyu and asked in confusion, "Fuel barrel? What is a fuel barrel?" Wang Mengyu shook her head, and her beautiful eyes stared at the young man who was roaring loudly in the field, wondering what she was thinking. On the battlefield, Ah Xiang heard Li Mufan's roar and took a red iron barrel from the carriage used to load looting supplies. He took out the flint and lit a thin rope connected to the lid of the iron barrel. The thin rope emitted a few sparks and burned quickly. Seeing this, he exerted his arms and threw the iron barrel towards the city gate. The next moment, a scene that everyone will never forget happened. The red iron barrel drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, a deafening explosion sounded through the sky. Boom! A huge ball of flame mixed with bright red blood rose into the sky, and the shockwave like a hurricane overturned the nearby city guards into the sky. The smoke and dust at the city gate covered the sky, and everyone stopped fighting. They were all stunned by this scene. The scene was extremely quiet for a while, and Li Mufan was also shocked. He didn't expect that the fuel barrel was so powerful. When it exploded just now, he only felt that his chest was hit by a punch from the airwave, and he almost couldn't breathe. Everyone present stared at the city gate with wide eyes. Through the billowing smoke, they saw that the densely packed city guards near the city gate had no bones left. The upper part of the tall and thick city wall was blown down, leaving only broken walls and ruins. What kind of weapon can cause such terrible lethality? Li Mufan was slightly stunned when he saw this, then he reacted and roared, "Ah Xiang! You threw it wrong. Blow up the city gate for me." "Yes." Ah Xiang responded loudly, and everyone watched him nimbly carry another iron barrel from the carriage and ignite the fuse neatly. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and almost screamed at the same time, and the guards at the city gate ran away instantly. Just kidding, it would be too exciting if they were blown up. This time the fuel barrel hit the heavy city gate accurately. Boom! A loud explosion came, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust, and two huge door panels fell down. Li Mufan roared, "If you don't leave now, when will you leave? Carry the brothers who are inconvenient to move on your back, retreat." After saying that, he rode a horse in front and ran wildly towards the city gate. The guards reacted one after another, roaring and carrying their incapable comrades on their backs, and followed Li Mufan to sweep away. According to the plan discussed in advance, once the city gate was breached, Lu Long would lead the charge, Li Mufan and Zhang Tai would be in the middle, and Ah Xiang and Suowa would be the last, and Fan Qingyue would come to meet them after they left the city gate. The defenders saw the soldiers of the guards' camp go out of the city gate one by one, while Ah Xiang and Suowa, the two killers, stood at the city gate and stared at them expressionlessly. For a moment, they were in doubt. On the one hand, they were afraid of the ferocity of the two, and on the other hand, they were scared by the explosion of the fuel barrel. If there was another explosion, they would probably wet their pants on the spot. In the attic, Li Haotian looked at the guards' camp sweeping away with a sullen face. The anger in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. If he hadn't been concerned about his image as a king, he would have lost his temper on the spot. Wang Mengyu looked deeply at the back of the man who disappeared at the city gate, sighed softly, and was silent for a moment. He whispered, "Your Majesty, the territory outside the city is not the kingdom's territory. If we rashly send troops to pursue, it will cause misunderstandings among the elves. There is no good way at present." Li Haotian naturally understood this truth. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "One day, I will cut off Li Mufan's head with my own hands." With a sigh, Wang Mingyu said, "Your Majesty, I see that this man has been escaping all the way, and he is brave and resourceful. His planning and decision-making are no longer the same as before. This time he escaped from the kingdom, just like a rock flying in the sky and a dragon trapped in the sea. He may make a breakthrough in the future." Li Haotian's face sank when he heard this, and said, "Oh? Do you regret it?" Wang Mengyu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Mengyu never regrets what he does. Your Majesty is far more talented and wise than him, otherwise that man would not have fled in panic. Mengyu is just thinking, since now that things have come to this, we might as well do him a favor and let him go. First, let him be careless, and second, we can test his intentions. Let's see what he does next. The territory outside is all elves' territory. As long as we know where he is, we just need to add more tribute when the kingdom pays tribute next year, okay? Princess is really quick-witted. No matter how strong the rebels are, they are not as strong as the elves. We just need to borrow a knife to kill people. Why worry about Li Mufan? Li Haotian is not a stupid person. He immediately figured out the connection. He sneered and said, "Let's go, follow me to see my brother off." Retreat! Retreat quickly! Retreat to the direction of Yixiangxia! Lu Long loudly commanded the guards. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from a distance. He looked far away and vaguely saw the red cloak of the knight on horseback flying in the wind. He was relieved immediately. He walked quickly to the side of Li Mufan's horse, clasped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, General Fan is here to pick us up." Li Mufan nodded and said, "Okay, retreat to the direction of Yixiangxia according to the original plan." A moment later, Fan Xingyue came with 50 soldiers from the personal guard camp, and behind them were more than 200 war horses. After entering the city, Li Mufan immediately asked Fan Xingyue to take people to disguise as horse dealers to send the war horses out of the city to avoid being too conspicuous. At this moment, with the addition of this group of fresh troops and war horses to ride, all the generals were relieved. After all, they had just experienced a great battle and everyone was exhausted. Fan Xingyue pays respect to His Majesty. Fan Xingyue jumped off the horse, knelt on one knee on the ground, and saluted. She saw that although Li Mufan was covered in blood, he did not look injured, and a big stone in her heart fell to the ground. Li Mufan nodded and said, "General Fan, please stand up. Is the ferry I asked you to prepare ready?" Fan Xingyue blushed and whispered, "I went to find a ferry as you said. I found a lot of idle fishing boats of the elves at a dock in Yuntsog River. I wanted to buy them with a lot of money, but what?" Li Mufan asked expressionlessly. Fan Xingyue replied honestly, "It's just that those elves disdain to do business with our human race. I had no choice but to cut down the trees by the river and make dozens of bamboo rafts." Li Mufan sighed and said, "You did a good job. The elves have always been arrogant. One day, I will let them know how powerful I am." After a pause, he said to Lu Long beside him, "It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let everyone take the brothers who can't move and go to Yixiangxia." But Lu Long didn't move when he heard it, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Li Mufan was slightly stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Long lowered his head, and could not see his expression clearly. He only heard his low voice, "Your Majesty, more than 10 brothers have sacrificed." Li Mufan suddenly shouted, "Lu Long, I asked you to take the brothers who can't move on the horse. Didn't you hear? Follow the order." "Yes." Lu Long responded loudly. He looked up at Li Mufan. On that expressionless face, he saw a faint sadness flowing, and in those determined eyes, there was a thin mist rolling. "Your Majesty," Fan Xingyue called softly. She could also feel Li Mufan's mood at the moment. Not only her, everyone, all the soldiers of the Royal Guard Battalion who survived the disaster, could feel that they loved the king, and the silent sadness. As the name suggests, the Yishan Gorge is a canyon between two cliffs. The rolling Yuntsong River rushes through here and falls straight to the plain below, nourishing hundreds of millions of lives. Standing on the plain not far from the Xianxian Gorge, looking at the spectacular waterfall formed by the river water falling straight down from the cliff hundreds of meters high, Li Mufan was suddenly filled with thoughts. "Your Majesty, all the fallen soldiers have been buried." Hearing Fan Xingyue's low voice, he put back his chaotic thoughts and asked, "How is it?" Fan Xingyue whispered, "Thanks to the medicine brought by Brother Achang, many brothers are now fine. Only 18 people were too late to be treated. I got it. Go and inform everyone to gather at my place." "Yes, Your Majesty." After half a stick of incense and looking at the more than 200 soldiers standing in front of him, Li Mufan was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I have 1,000 brothers in the Sequoia Guard Battalion. Since the chaos in the palace, there are only 230 left. 10 to 7 or 8, what virtue and ability do I have to allow you to risk your lives to protect each other like this?" Upon hearing this, Lu Long immediately knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Your Majesty, there is no need to blame yourself. It is our mission to protect you. It is the honor of our brothers to sacrifice for you." After looking at Lu Long and the soldiers of the Guard Battalion, he sighed softly and said, "I understand the intentions of all brothers. You are all the best warriors in the kingdom, but I am no longer the king, His Majesty." Everyone was shocked when they heard this and knelt down. Zhang Tai shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, don't be discouraged. Even if we die, we will fight back to the royal city to help you regain the throne." Everyone shouted at the same time, "Your Majesty, please think twice." Looking at the kneeling soldiers below, Li Mufan felt his heart surge and his eyes were slightly moist. Seeing that Li Mufan had not expressed his position, Lu Long felt anxious and shouted loudly, "If your majesty relinquishes the throne, we will not be able to kneel here for a long time." Hearing this, the soldiers of the guards battalion shouted again, "Your majesty, please think twice." Silence, a long silence. After a long time, Li Mufan slowly said, "I, Li Mufan, am grateful for your love, but my status as king has passed. I won't mention it again in the future. From now on, if you don't dislike me, you can call me young master, no need to salute me anymore." Everyone was obviously hesitant. Lu Long and Zhang Tai wanted to say something, but Li Mufan waved his hands and said, "This matter is settled. There is no need to mention our previous identities. Everyone, please get up." Seeing that the soldiers did not make any move, Li Mufan glared at Lu Long fiercely. Seeing this, Lu Long's whole body trembled. He immediately reacted and said loudly, "Thank you, your majesty." Everyone shouted in unison, "Thank you, your majesty, you." Li Mufan smiled bitterly when he saw that everyone still called him his majesty. It's not that he doesn't want to be the king, but that this identity is too sensitive. If it is publicized, the Sun and Moon Kingdom will definitely not let it go. Even the Yunqin Empire, which has already acquiesced that he is a dead man, will not let him go. In this case, why not keep a low profile first, and once you have the strength, won't it be easy to become the king? After shaking his head with a wry smile, his expression changed and he said seriously, "Lu Long, lead the soldiers to say goodbye to the 18 brothers." "Yes." Lu Long turned around and shouted loudly, "Line up." After everyone heard this, they immediately put away their slight sadness and formed 4 teams according to the order of previous training. Military salute. Swish. Everyone uniformly raised their swords in their hands and stared at the 18 tombs on the riverside in front of them. In my ears, someone blew the unique and powerful bugle of the military camp, but this was not a charge horn, but a lament to bid farewell to my comrades. The sad horn sound echoed in the sky above Xianxian Gorge, and the soldiers' eyes were slightly moist. Li Mufan walked to the front of the team step by step. He stared at the tombs of the 18 heroes and said in a low voice, "I, Li Mufan, cannot lead you to be victorious ministers in life, and I will not let you become ghosts in a foreign land even after death." After receiving a bouquet of white blooming flowers from Fan Xingyue, he walked slowly to the tomb and placed the flowers one by one in front of the tomb. The horns sounded more and more sad. Even the strong men were already in tears. Their most beloved king was offering flowers to their brothers. This is an honor. This is the greatest honor for a soldier. After doing all this, he heard the faint sobbing sound coming from behind him. Li Mufan sighed softly, put his hands behind his back, and chanted, "Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. Why should we return with our bodies wrapped in horsehide? You rest here first. I will bring brothers to see you later." After that, he turned around. He said loudly, "Brothers, now is not the time to be sad. Get on the bamboo raft and leave here first. Get on the bamboo raft." Lu Long held back his tears and shouted loudly. But at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from not far away. "Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, why do you need to return wrapped in horsehide? Brother Wan, when will you learn to compose poems?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. They looked in the direction of the sound. A group of people came out of the dense forest not far away. There were about 200 people. The 2 leading people were dressed gorgeously and had extraordinary momentum. They were obviously outstanding at first glance. The soldiers of the personal guard camp knew these 2 people. Who else could they be but Li Haotian and Wang Mengyu? The 2 sides had just fought a battle, and the meeting was immediately tense. Li Mufan was secretly shocked. This place was already the territory of the elves. He thought Li Haotian would never dare to chase them, so he was not on guard. He didn't expect them to be so bold. But looking at the number of the other side, he had doubts in his heart. In the previous battle, thousands of guards failed to stop them. How dare these 200 or 300 people come to chase them? He sneered and said, "I thought it was someone else, it turned out to be Brother Wang. What, you don't want to keep me here with just these few people?" Li Haotian also sneered and said, "Li Mufan, you are just a stray dog. Even if you live a few more days, it won't affect me. But we are brothers after all. I can't bear to see you drifting away from home, so I came to see you off." Li Mufan laughed and said, "Okay, Brother Wang is very loyal. I admire him. In the future, I will definitely send someone to publicize Brother Wang's brotherhood and noble character, so that everyone in the world will know what kind of person you are." "You," Li Haotian said angrily, "you dare to publicize it? Aren't you afraid that the empire will kill you?" Li Mufan sneered. The majesty of the empire cannot be challenged. Do you think the empire will let me go after what happened today? Humph. Li Haotian was blocked by the words and snorted coldly, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Wang Mingyu beside him smiled slightly, moved lightly with lotus steps, bowed and saluted, and said, Mingyu greets the king. The palace was in chaos that day. Mingyu couldn't find you in a hurry and was very anxious. Now that I see you are fine, I feel relieved. Li Mufan sneered. My beloved, how dare you treat me like an idiot? Wang Mingxue said calmly, the king may have some misunderstandings. The palace was set on fire by an assassin that day, and then there was chaos. It was the current emperor who led people to quell the chaos. However, he couldn't find you in the palace afterwards, so he thought you had met with an accident. However, since ancient times, a country cannot be without a king for a day. After discussing with the adults, the prime minister decided that King Cheng would succeed to the throne, and the emperor of the empire has also agreed. Fortunately, I see that you are safe and sound, but things have come to this point, and it is beyond human power to change. I hope the king will not bear grudges this time. Everyone in the field looked at each other, and after hearing what Wang Mingyu said, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. The more Li Mufan listened, the angrier he became. He roared, shut up, you bitch. Brother Wang and I are reminiscing about old times, so why is it your turn to interrupt? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tell someone to take your turn. Irritability, just so irritability, naked verbal violence. Everyone in the field was stunned when they heard this. Fan Qingyue blushed and turned away. The handsome little king in front of him was so fierce. He would find someone to kill his nominal wife if he disagreed with her. He was so violent, it can be seen. Looking at everyone's expressions, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. A vein on his forehead jumped, and he became even more angry and roared, Li Haotian, where did you get all this nonsense? I'm leaving now, how will you treat me? Wang Mingyu's face turned red with anger, and her beautiful big eyes were filled with moisture. She glared at Li Mufan fiercely, and was so angry that she could not speak. Li Haotian was also very angry, but he still had some ability to successfully ascend to the throne. Knowing that it was not the right time to take action, he suppressed his anger and said, Li Mufan, you despicable hypocrite, today this king sees in the past, let me give you a break. Let's go. Wang Mingyu bit her lower lip, looked deeply at Li Mufan, as if to imprint the person who insulted her deeply in her mind, snorted softly, and turned around. Watching the group of people slowly walking away, Lu Long came over and whispered in Li Mufan's ear, Your Majesty, do you want to give them a rain of arrows? Li Mufan shook his head and said, It's not a good time to take action here. Let this adulterer and adulteress go for now. Seeing Lu Long and the guardsmen looking at him with strange expressions, he felt a vein on his forehead and said angrily, What are you looking at? Bring supplies and put them all on the bamboo raft for me. When everyone saw this, they shrunk their necks and did not dare to look anymore, and immediately started to act. Li Mufan had just finished speaking and walked a few steps. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind. He had a vague guess about their purpose of saying goodbye to him. One day later, on the wide river, dozens of large bamboo rafts were floating down the river. It was Li Mufan and his group. The bamboo raft under their feet was made of hollow bamboo and had great buoyancy, which allowed it to carry such a heavy weight and yet remain firmly attached to the river surface. Because there was sufficient medicine and food, the sergeants were in much better condition after a night of repair. On the big bamboo raft in the center, Li Mufan stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the dense jungle on both sides in a daze. Beside him were Fan Qingyue, Chang, and Cuihua. After a while, Lu Long touched the water all the way, and landed on the central bamboo raft after a few ups and downs. Master, all the eyeliners have been taken care of. Li Mufan nodded. Okay, please pass on the order and ask the brothers to find a place to dock. We will go up the river and turn back. Several people were stunned when they heard this, and Fan Qingyue asked, Master, aren't we going to the Chaos Corner? Do you think Li Haotian is so kind as to see us off? Seeing that several people were confused, Li Mufan smiled and said, They are here to inquire about our next whereabouts so that they can eradicate the roots. With Wang Fushan and Wang Mingyu's cunning, they could immediately guess that we were going along the river after seeing the bamboo raft. And all the way down, this is the territory of the elves and is not suitable for development. Only the southernmost corner of Chaos, which is a no-no zone, can we have a chance to gain a foothold? Lu Long wondered, Master, even if they guessed that we were going to the Chaos Corner, it is the junction of the Elf tribe, the Elephant tribe, and the Fierce Wolf tribe. Not to mention the long distance, and there are some races that are not easy to mess with. Why? Nothing can be done to us? Li Mufan smiled and shook his head. Although the Elephant Man tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe are powerful, they are still yellow-level races. They must act according to the faces of the Elf tribe. The Sun and Moon Kingdom must pay tribute to the Elf tribe every year. If they take the opportunity to bribe several Elf tribes during the tribute, the top brass, with their abilities, can easily get rid of us. Fan Xingyue said, "Didn't you say that the elves won't deal with us humans? How could they accept bribes?" Li Mufan chuckled. "General Fan, people are evil. Every race is not perfect. There will always be bad people. There are also many elves who are greedy for money. If they are targeted by them, it will be difficult to deal with them." Several people suddenly realized what was going on and said at the same time, "Young master is wise." Li Mufan was flattered and felt very happy. "Lu Long, there is no time to lose, go and pass on the message." "Yes. Young master." Fan Xingyue asked curiously, "Young master, if we don't go to Chaos Corner, where should we go?" Li Mufan did not answer, but just looked at the scenery on both sides and smiled faintly. Seeing this, Fan Xingyue's face suddenly turned slightly red, and she lowered her head unconsciously, secretly looking at Aqiang and Suihua beside her. Seeing that they were still calm, she breathed a sigh of relief. 10 days later, the news of the battle in Dongshan City had spread to the territories of the surrounding tribes. Regarding the sudden appearance of a weapon of mass destruction in the Yunqin Empire, the tribes were a little restless and sent people to Dongshan City to inquire. Sun and Moon Palace, Imperial Garden. At this moment, an old man in his 60s was sitting in the garden of the palace, leisurely sipping fragrant tea. A moment later, Li Haotian, dressed in a royal robe, hurried over. After sitting down, he asked anxiously without waiting for the old man to get up and salute, "Prime Minister? What's wrong? Is Mengyu still locking herself in the room?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Since that day, my daughter has been locking herself in the room on the grounds of being unwell. She doesn't see anyone except the maid who delivers meals. I can't do anything about it." Li Haotian sighed when he heard this. "It's my fault that I took my sister to see the thief that day. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be like this." The old man's name is Wang Fuchen. As the Prime Minister of the kingdom, he naturally knows what happened 10 days ago. "I didn't expect this guy to be so fierce that even 10,000 elite soldiers couldn't stop him. I heard that he went down the river. I wonder if Your Majesty has any accurate information?" Li Haotian shook his head and said, "This guy is cunning. He has dealt with several waves of spies sent by the king. I wonder what the Prime Minister thinks." Wang Fuchen hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, the Yuntsang River originates from the Lost Mountains in the far north, rushes all the way to the southeast into the sea, and almost crosses most of Yunzhou. In my humble opinion, if this guy goes down the river, the most likely place he will go must be Chaos Corner." "Chaos Corner? What do you mean?" Wang Fuchen tapped the tea with his finger, drawing a watermark on the table. "Your Majesty, please take a look. The water level of the Yuntsang River becomes gentle after it flows through the Yixian Gorge. It passes through the territories of the elves, elephants, and wolf tribes along the way, and then flows into the Lost Mountains again. Going south, the water level becomes turbulent again, and it is difficult for sailboats to cross. In addition, the southern part of Yunzhou is the territory of the Skyfox tribe, a ground-level race. Humans cannot survive there at all. Even if they can go downstream and pass through the Skyfox tribe safely, there will be a vast ocean after that, with no place to stand. Therefore, I predict that this person must be going to the intersection of the elves, elephants, and wolf tribes and the Lost Mountains. The Chaos Corner next to it, where monsters often break out, is in no man's land. In addition, because it is close to the Lost Mountains, the resources are relatively rich, and there are dozens of small tribes living there, and wars are constantly going on. It is just the right place for them to live." Li Haotian smiled when he heard this. The Prime Minister is worthy of being the pillar of the country. Li Mufan can't escape this time. Wang Fuchen shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, the mountains there are high and the roads are long, and there are elves. It's not easy to deal with that person." Li Haotian raised his mouth and repeated what Wang Mengyu said that day. Wang Fuchen touched his beard, thought for a while, and said, "My daughter's plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf is the most suitable. I just happen to have a good relationship with an adult of the elf tribe. When the spring comes next year, I will get up and go to the elf tribe. Yunqin Empire, Imperial Palace. As one of the 3 major human forces in Yunzhou, the Yunqin Empire has a population of hundreds of millions. Over the past hundreds of years, the empire has implemented reforms and its national power has greatly increased, and it has faintly surpassed others surrounding yellow-level races. The majestic imperial palace is located in the center of Yendu City. At this moment, in the imperial study room, the Emperor Qin Yongjun was reviewing the memorial. Suddenly, a beautiful girl in her 20s and 80s opened the door excitedly. "Father, my son is back." When Qin Yongjun saw that it was his daughter, he smiled and said, "Oh? Schwer, didn't you follow your second brother to visit various places? Why did you come back so soon?" This girl with skin like snow and bright eyes and white teeth is named Qin Shui, and she is the youngest princess in the empire. The girl pursed her lips slightly and said, "My son came back first with important information this time." "What important information? Show it to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Shui immediately took out a folded and crumpled letter from the small purse on her waist. "No, this is written for you by my second brother." "Do you really have any information?" He took the letter with some surprise. After unfolding it and looking at it for a while, Qin Yongjun frowned slightly. Qin Shui asked curiously, "Father, is that boy really so powerful that he makes you feel embarrassed?" Qin Yongjun was stunned and said, "You know everything?" Then I thought about it. With my daughter's temperament, she would definitely be able to peep. The commotion this kid made was quite big. Even the elves were alarmed. This was something I didn't expect. Qin Shuedao, isn't he just a little king of a small vassal country? He is also a has-been little king. Father, don't worry. As long as you give me 3,000 soldiers and horses, I will capture this kid within a month. Qin Yongjun laughed dumbly. Schwer, don't mess around. This person is not to be underestimated. Li Haotian's 10,000 elite soldiers can't do anything to this guy's 200 troops. It seems that he is indeed somewhat capable. Seeing that his daughter seemed dissatisfied, he joked, "I heard that this person has a bad character and is always willing to rob good women. Our little princess is so cute. If he goes, I'm afraid there will be no return." "What?" With a blush on her face, Qin Shui said angrily, "This man still has such a hobby, I will definitely not be able to spare him." Emotions Li Mufan's words that day were too intense, and he was rumored to be a flower picker who robbed women. Even His Majesty the Emperor knew about it. I wonder what he thought after learning about it. Qin Yongjun laughed loudly and said, "Go and see your mother. By the way, call me Li Ba Sui." Qin Shui saw her father laughing, and knew that the emperor was teasing her. She snorted lightly, turned around and left the imperial study room angrily. After she left, Qin Yongjun's face slowly darkened. He tapped the table 3 times, and a dark shadow immediately flashed across the study room. A figure wrapped in black robes knelt on one knee in front of the emperor. Now go to Dongshan City in the Sun and Moon Kingdom to find out what exploded that day, and also find out where Li Mufan got so many armors and weapons. The black shadow nodded slightly and disappeared in an instant. After a while, a handsome young man entered the imperial study room. "Li Ba Sui meets His Majesty." "Get up." Qin Yongjun pointed to the letter on the table and said, "Please take a look at the secret report brought by Princess Shui." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Ba Sui stood up, respectfully picked up the letter on the table, read it for a moment, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I have heard that Li Mufan has a weak personality and is difficult to achieve great things, but it seems that the rumors are wrong. Indeed, I thought so before and agreed to Li Haotian's palace coup. Now it seems that it is unnecessary." Li Bo Shui said, "Wei Chen believes that the palace incident is not an unnecessary move. The letter states that Li Mufan secretly trained dead soldiers among the people and hid a large number of mortal weapons. It is enough to show that this person must have been hiding his capabilities and biding his time. If we wait for him, it has full wings, but it will be difficult to control in the future." Qin Yongjun chuckled and said, "You have thought it through. This is the only way things have come to this point." Changing the subject, he added, "Have you done what I asked you to do a few days ago?" "Back to Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, the Yasha tribe had a fierce conflict with the elf tribe in the eastern sea area of Yunzhou. Both sides are deploying troops. From my perspective, the war is not far away." "Well done." Qin Yongjun slapped the table and said, "Did you reveal any flaws?" "The scene has been cleaned up. The elves and the Yaksha tribe have always been at odds with each other, so they will not be suspicious of us. It was just that an accident occurred while escorting the elven princess back. The princess and our dead soldier were swept away by a waterspout on the Yuntsang River." "Sweep away, I'm afraid, oh? There is also this matter. In your opinion, what is the life or death of this princess?" Li Ba Sui said, "It is extremely difficult to survive a waterspout, and there are monsters lurking in the Yuntsang River. If you fall into the river, you will have a narrow escape. Qin Yongjun pondered for a moment and said, originally, I have this girl in my hands, and it may be useful in the future. Since there is an accident, that's it. You continue to send people to monitor the movements of the elves. Once a war breaks out, report it immediately. As you command. After Li Basui left for a while, Qin Yongjun walked out of the imperial study and looked up at the blue sky. This Yunzhou has remained unchanged for thousands of years. It's time to make some changes. On the vast grasslands in the northern part of the Yunqin Empire, there are thousands of Huang-level tribes living. Among them, the most powerful tribe is the Taoran tribe of the barbarian Niu tribe. As a semi-nomadic race, the barbarian Niu tribe has never given birth. They usually survive by grazing or hunting monsters on the grasslands. If they encounter famine, they will rob the surrounding tribes and even go south to invade the territory of the human race. It's just that over the years, the Yunqin Empire has developed steadily, gradually become stronger, and its defense lines have become more and more stable. They have not moved south on a large scale for a long time. In a tribe of barbarian bulls, a sacrifice was being held before hunting a monster. Strong Taoran were dancing strange dances around the corpse of a huge monster. The sacrificial ceremony lasted for about half an hour. As soon as it ended, a Taoran walked up to the great elder wearing a strange mask and whispered something. The great elder roared loudly when he heard the last part. The human race has bullied our race too much. Do you think all our warriors are dead? A Taoran who seemed to have a high status in the tribe asked, Great elder, what happened to make you so angry? The despicable human race intercepted and killed our caravan. Niu Changliu and the 25 warriors sent out were all killed. The 10 crystal cores we worked so hard to obtain were all robbed. What? All the Taoran in the field jumped up when they heard this, waving their weapons and howling to go south to kill all the despicable humans. However, the great elder knew that with the strength of the human race, just one of their tribes would lose everything by going south. He shouted, immediately notify the tribes on the grassland and let them come to our tribe to meet and discuss the plan to go south. Go south, go south. Go south. A deafening roar resounded over the grassland. 10 days later. To the northeast far away from the Sun and Moon Kingdom, Li Mufan and his party were setting up camp in a dense forest. After 20 days of day and night, they finally arrived at their destination. Li Mufan, Lu Lon, and Fan Qingyue stood on a mountain peak and looked far into the distance, with a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. Fan Qingyue said, Master, are we going to live in this open space below from now on? Li Mufan nodded, pointed to the dense forest below, and said, Look, you two, this place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and behind the mountains is the Yuntsang River. The river separates these 3 mountains from the Lost Mountains, forming it is a natural barrier, and the river is also an excellent waterway. When entering, you can go down the river, and when retreating, you can defend along the river. It is indeed a battleground for military strategists. To the west is a dense forest. We should not be too aggressive in our initial development. This forest can just cover the base, and then go to the plains with many tribes to the west. Although they belong to the elves in name, they have always been independent and there is nothing to worry about. In addition, this place is surrounded by 3 mountains. It cannot be blown by strong winds or flooded by floods. There are several small streams formed by mountain springs flowing down from the mountains. There is sufficient water source. It is simply a feng shui treasure land where tigers and dragons sit on top of each other. Lu Long immediately said, Young master is so talented and wise and powerful, I will admire you in the end. Although Fan Qingyue is good at cultivation, she has no strategic mind and only half understood what she said. But she doesn't care. As long as she can follow Li Mufan, that is her biggest wish. After watching for a while on the mountain, Li Mufan said, Go and tell the soldiers to gather in the open space. I have something to say. After a stick of incense, there is an open space in the dense forest. Looking at the more than 200 soldiers in front of him, Li Mufan said loudly, Brothers, this will be our foothold from now on. Don't look at it as an empty land now. You have to believe that there are tall buildings. From the ground up, given time, we will be able to build this place into a big city, a strong city. You are all old brothers who have been with me from birth to death. You have always been holding swords and wearing armor, fighting bravely on the battlefield. But now, you are no longer needed to kill the enemy. Some of you may have to take off your armor, put on your peasant clothes, put down your sword, and pick up your hoe, but please don't forget that you are the best warriors in the kingdom from the beginning to the end. Don't neglect the training of martial arts. One day, you will pick up the hoe again. Weapons and become a general who leads an army. The soldiers were excited by Li Mufan's words. They all raised their swords and shouted, "Long live! Long live! Long live!" Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction, pressed his hands, and everyone in the guard camp immediately fell silent. Start the division of labor now. Lu Long, I order you to give priority to selecting the 50 bravest warriors to form a combat team, and you will be the captain. Yes. Lu Long looked excited and promised loudly. Ah Chiang, I order you to form an engineering team of 50 people. You will be the captain and be responsible for the construction of all buildings in the camp. After these days of getting along with people, Ah Chiang has begun to take on human nature. He responded loudly, Ah Chiang takes orders. Sui Hua, I order you to set up a planting team of 30 people. You will be the captain, responsible for planting food crops and ensuring the food source of the territory. Yes. A clear female voice came. Like Ah Chiang, she has become more and more humane these days. Zhang Tai obeys the order. I will set up a stone cutting team of 40 people. You will be the captain and be responsible for cutting the blue and white stones into stones to ensure that there are enough stones in the camp. Yes. Zhang Tai roared, full of energy. Li Mufan walked to Zhang Tai, took off the long knife hanging from his waist and handed it to him. Your Majesty, you are, patting his strong body, Li Mufan said, to build a strong territory, it is very important to use materials. Blue and white stone is extremely hard and cannot be broken by ordinary swords. It can be used to build camp walls. My knife is quite sharp, you will save a lot of time holding it. But, Zhang Tai's face turned red when he heard this. He was not good at words and didn't know what to say for a moment. Just take it if you want. Where did all this nonsense come from? Putting the long knife into Zhang Tai's arms, without looking at his flushed face, Li Mufan strode to his original position and said loudly, Where is the beast? A handsome young man in the crowd wearing a wolf fur cloak responded and knelt down on one knee. What are your orders, master? 10 days ago, Li Mufan entered the ring world space once, and after dismantling a silver floor, he collected 10,000 silver and purchased a follower card. He shivered with distress. Seeing a beast kneeling and calling his master again, he became furious and roared, You bastard! Stand up! Didn't I tell you not to call me master? The soldiers had been in contact with the show for 10 days, and they were no longer surprised to learn that this handsome young man who was as good-looking as a young daughter-in-law had always been like this. After Usho stood up, he looked at Li Mufan with an innocent face, his delicate little face full of grievances. Seeing this, Li Mufan was speechless. You set up an animal taming and breeding team with 30 people, dedicated to taming wild beasts and raising poultry, yes. After adjusting his mentality, he continued, the last group is the forging group, with Ah Chiang as the temporary captain and Suihua as the temporary deputy captain. You select 30 warriors and are responsible for making weapons, armor, and various items needed for the camp. Ah Chiang and Suihua responded loudly at the same time, yes. Fan Qingyue. You will lead the remaining 6 people to form a logistics and communication group, responsible for the logistics and communication work in the camp, and you will be responsible for my daily living and diet. Yes. Fan Qingyue responded with a red face. This job is half a logistics soldier and half a maid. As the only woman in the royal guard camp besides Tsuihua, she is the only one who serves the young master. She has been taking care of Li Mufan all the way, and this time it is justified. After the grouping was completed, Li Mufan said loudly, the personnel will be divided like this for the time being. When the territory grows and develops in the future, we will make other arrangements for you. Now our first task is to build a temporary residence first. After the captains of each team have selected people, they will immediately start cutting down trees and building wooden houses. Yes. Your Majesty. Everyone responded loudly. Several generals thought that His Majesty is worthy of being His Majesty. He arranged everything in the base in a few words. If he is still the king, I believe he must be a wise ruler. Half a day later, Li Mufan, Lu Long, and Fan Qingyue stood on the hillside, looking at the bustling scene below, all showing a satisfied look. Everyone had ordinary swords in their hands, and they could chop trees faster than axes. Ah Chiang, Suihua, and Asho had strong construction and handicraft skills. Under the leadership of these 3 people, in just half a day, most of the temporary wooden houses and wooden beds had been built. I believe that by night, everyone would not need to sleep in the open air. After watching for a while, Li Mufan said, This is close to the Lost Mountains, there may be monsters. Lu Long, you will lead the combat team immediately to patrol the entire territory. If you find ferocious beasts or monsters, deal with them immediately. If you can't deal with them, don't fight hard, come back and report immediately. Yes. After Lu Long responded, he immediately went down the mountain to make arrangements. Xingyue, send 3 people with 5 days worth of dry food and 20 gold coins to go out of the mountains to investigate the news. Be sure to find out the situation outside the territory and whether there are any human villages. Yes, sir. After Fan Xingyue left, Li Mufan was the only one left on the hillside. He frowned deeply, as if he couldn't figure out something. Strange, why hasn't anyone occupied such a good place before? Night fell. The temporary camp had been built long ago. After dinner, the soldiers went to sleep in the wooden house. Now everything is in its infancy, so there is naturally no nightlife. In Li Mufan's wooden house, the burning fire made a crackling sound, printing the house slightly red. Lying on the wooden bed, he looked at Fan Xingyue, who was already asleep on the wooden bed on the other side, and his face flushed. Since the day of his escape, he had no fixed place to live along the way. Fan Xingyue was afraid that Li Mufan would catch a cold at night, so he always hugged him to sleep. Over time, he got used to it. However, unlike his violent temper, he was able to vent his anger in this regard. He had read a lot of miscellaneous books before and knew that many emperors had died in this regard since ancient times. He did not want to die young. He turned his back, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down slowly. He repeatedly thought about the future development direction of the base, the personnel composition, and how various systems should be established. After calculating, he found that he still lacked a capable and big-picture strategist. The night slowly deepened, and Li Mufan, who had fallen asleep at some point, was awakened by the system's prompt sound. He only then remembered that today was the day to enter the ring world space again. His eyes went dark, and then bright again, and he appeared in a familiar room. Unlike the first time he came in, this originally luxurious room now had nothing but a golden bed. 10 days ago, Li Mufan entered the ring world space once. In addition to bringing out a beast, he also brought out a batch of simple food. A follower card required 10,000 silvers, and he spent thousands of silvers to buy food, which was already unaffordable for the deficit base. In a rage, he sent people to dismantle the luxury items in his room and exchanged them for 20,000 silvers to pay for this expensive fee. He hurried out of the room and went straight to the central round hall. Seeing that there was no one in the round hall, he was slightly stunned. He ran to the entertainment room and saw 5 colonists playing billiards and watching TV. He was furious and roared, "Suewan! What are you doing here if you don't go to recruit prisoners for me? And you, Sai Lian? The food in the colony is almost gone, why don't you go cook?" Several colonists were yelled at by him, and they scattered like birds and beasts. After sending a few people to work, he sat down on a fur sofa and asked in his mind, "System, will you take these captives in my base?" When he entered the space for the second time, he encountered a tribe attack of hundreds of people. He thought that now Achan, Suewa, and Asho were already in the outside world and could not come back. It would definitely not be possible to have only 5 people left in such a large base. Based on the principle of the more the better, he captured a dozen half-dead captives and planned to recruit them after they were cured. Now he thought that the food in the colony was not very sufficient, and he had to feed so many people who only ate but did not work. It would be better to sell them and put an end to it. The system has 2 ways to recycle captives. The first is to recycle them in silver. According to the attributes of each captive, it can be sold for 500-2000 silver. Oh! The eyes lit up. This is a good income. The second way is to convert the captives into civilians. The host only needs to pay 100 silvers to brainwash the captives and take them out of the space. After the brainwashing, all the attributes of the captives will be cleared to 0, and the system will implant relevant memories for him. After leaving the space, the captive will automatically become a civilian in the host's territory. Li Mufan was slightly stunned and immediately denied the second option. Between silver and civilians, he decisively chose silver. 500 silvers can take out a set of ordinary equipment. This set of equipment is a lot of gold coins when it is sold in Tianheng continent. As long as there is money, you can naturally recruit people. Getting up and leaving the luxurious entertainment room, he called Tsuehuan and walked to the captive room. Tsuehuan is a short-haired beauty, and also Tsuehua's sister. The 2 girls look a bit similar. Their strength is the first level of the body refining realm, and their attributes are also good. They are a weakened version of Tsuehua. The captive room is also decorated magnificently. It is a pleasure to be locked up here. There are a total of 17 captives here. Li Mufan checked their attributes one by one. Only 2 captives have good attributes, and the rest are all rotten fish and shrimp. System, except for this one called Demu and that one called Bayon, the rest are sold. Ding dong, the host will sell 15 captives and get a total of 13,000 silver. Are you sure? Sure. The captives in front of him flashed white light and disappeared on the spot, leaving only 2 young men with calm faces. 13,000? Not bad, I can get another colonist. Nodding with satisfaction, he said to Chui Huan beside him, these 2 are well fed and well served, recruit them as soon as possible, and then dismantle all the valuable things in this room. Yes. Master. 7 days passed like this. One day, Li Mufan was practicing swordsmanship in the entertainment room. Suddenly, the alarm in the base rang. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind, a group of members of the hunter fleet have been airdropped near the base. They will start attacking the colony immediately. Please be prepared. Hunter fleet. Li Mufan was slightly startled. Unlike the attack of the tribe, the hunter fleet can be regarded as a very strong force in the entire ring world. They have technology that surpasses the industrial age. The hunter rifles in their hands have a long range and a fast firing rate. They are also wearing hunter armor with extremely strong defensive power. They are considered to be a more difficult opponent. Everyone, immediately enter the defensive position. He roared and ran towards the defensive position outside the base. After a while, the remaining 5 colonists in the base were ready. Li Mufan stood on the watchtower far away from the defensive position and observed the overall situation. The defensive position of the base is an open space surrounded by a steel wall. There is only a small passage to enter and exit. On the wall, rows of unmanned automatic machine guns made of fiberglass are shining coldly. Looking around, there are at least 30 of them. On the front wall, 5 colonists armed with Orion rifles were hiding behind sandbags. Only their heads were exposed, making them extremely difficult to attack. The entire defensive position is a bit like a barbican. Faced with such an impregnable defensive position, one can imagine how difficult it is to break into it. Coming. From a distance, he saw more than 20 hunters wearing black armor and holding rifles rushing over quickly. He calculated the timing and shouted, "Fire!" Day. 30 drone guns and the rifles in the hands of the colonists opened fire almost simultaneously. A dense network of firepower poured down, and countless sparks exploded from the first hunter who rushed in. Ding ding ding, the sound of bullets impacting the armor came thickly, and the hunter was instantly shot to the ground. Instant kill. Even if it is equipped with armor with super strong defense, it can only be killed instantly when faced with such powerful firepower. The drone gun will have a 3-second cooldown after firing the first wave. Taking advantage of this gap, the other 2 hunters filed in and started to fight back. Ding ding ding. Their bullets hit a drone gun, and the fiberglass machine gun didn't move at all. 3 seconds passed, and another dense rain of bullets rained down. 2 hunters were shot to the ground on the spot. A purple light flashed across one of the hunters, as if something exploded from him. Li Mufan in the distance narrowed his eyes, and at that moment he seemed to see a card flash past. After a fierce shooting that lasted for half an hour, the hunter fleet was completely wiped out, and only 4 drone guns were lost here. After walking to the battlefield and looking at the corpses lying on the ground, Li Mufan shouted, "Grab the ones who are not dead. Peel off the dead armors for me. Throw them all into the warehouse together with the weapons." Yes. The colonists behind them immediately began to clean up the battlefield. Chui Huan asked, "Master, do you want to give medicine to the prisoners?" Medicines are still relatively precious. According to previous practice, Li Mufan would just bandage the prisoners casually. Whether they died or not depended on God's will. This time he thought about it and said, "This is all money, and I will use herbal medicine to save my life." Yes. After a while, Li Mufan played with the purple card in his hand and asked, "System, what is this? I've never seen it before." The purple card is a technology card. The host can choose 2 ways to deal with the card. The first way is to use the card to randomly obtain a technology, which can be used in the outside world. The second way is to recycle it by the system. The card is worth 5,000 silver. Technology that can be brought to the outside world? Let me go. What if I get nuclear technology? The system said, the higher the era of technology, the lower the chance of winning. The chance of winning with nuclear energy technology is 1 in 10,000. Okay, I'll be honest with you. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to try his luck. Ding dong, host, are you sure you want to use the technology card? Sure. Ding dong, the host has acquired technology, cultivating the soil. Ding dong, please designate a colonist to accept this technology. The colonist must already exist in the outside world. Plowing the soil? Darling, it's prosperous this time. Li Mufan laughed loudly and said, give it to Tsuehua. Ding dong, colonist Tsuehua has accepted this technology. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Li Mufan's vision went dark and then brightened again, and his consciousness returned to his original body. On the 8th day, Tsuehua successfully surrendered the 2 prisoners left behind in the previous batch and injected them with genetic enhancers as usual. In the next period of time, their genes will slowly be strengthened until all body functions they are all 40% stronger than normal humans. In addition, 8 highly effective hunters were captured during the attack and all survived. Li Mufan checked their attributes and was surprised to find that these 8 people had no other abilities, but their strength actually reached the first level of the body refining realm. A woman named Black Dragon has reached the second level of the body refining realm. Such prisoners could be sold for 2,000 silver each, but after hesitating for a long time, Li Mufan decided to surrender them. Money could be earned, and one never knew when he would encounter them. After all, the Hunter Fleet's attack was a random and small probability event. In addition to prisoners, he also seized a large number of weapons, equipment, and armor vests. According to preliminary estimates, he earned at least 50,000 silver from this battle. How much was the drone gun he lost here worth? The Hunter Fleet is rich, unlike the tribe, which is very poor. It seems that fighting is the fastest way to get rich. He didn't bring anything back this time. Firstly, the food could last for a while. Secondly, if a large amount of supplies suddenly appeared in the camp, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. After withdrawing his thoughts and looking at the sleeping girl next to him, he quietly got up and got out of bed. It wasn't that he was going to do anything, but that he needed to pee urgently. People have 3 urgent needs. The forest was quiet at night. In the camp, the soldiers were all asleep. The evening breeze blew, bringing a slight chill. Standing at the door, Li Mufan shrank his neck, tightened his thin cloth clothes, and walked towards the corner of the camp. How winter is coming soon. I have to bring some cotton clothes and quilts back next time. He thought to himself, standing under a tree, and unbuttoned his pants neatly. Li Mufan, who had just solved the bladder problem and was about to go back to the house, suddenly saw a scene that made his hair stand on end. In the jungle not far from the camp, there was a team of skeleton soldiers in armor. The key is that these skeleton soldiers have no feet. The swords in their hands are rusty, the bloodstained armor is tattered, and the big flags on their shoulders are stained black with blood. Like a group of ghosts, they are silently floating to the east of the camp. The ghost soldiers are passing through. Li Mufan was so scared that he trembled all over and hurriedly covered his mouth tightly with his hands. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, forced himself to calm down, and took a rough look. He found that there were at least 400 or 500 ghost soldiers. He walked towards the house carefully, quietly opened the door, and after entering the warm house, he exhaled lightly. Fuck, I scared the baby to death. But he did not get into Fan Qingyue's warm embrace, but gently put on the armor, picked up the female general's long sword, his broadsword was given to Zhang Tai, and slowly walked out of the door again. He walked gently to the next room, but the scene he saw after opening the door made him a little embarrassed. Damn! Achang, Suehua. Don't you lock the door when you do things? The two were in high spirits, and suddenly heard a voice. Suehua was so scared that she almost jumped up. Seeing that it was Li Mufan, she breathed a sigh of relief. Achang smiled and said, Master, it's the middle of the night, what are you doing? The two of them have begun to show human nature, and no longer have the indifferent expression on their faces. Li Mufan had no remorse for disturbing others' good deeds. He pointed outside the house and whispered, There is something going on outside. Take your weapons and go with me. After an incense stick, the three hid behind a big tree not far from the camp. Looking at the ghost soldiers who slowly disappeared in the night, Suehua whispered, Master, these ghosts don't seem to care about our camp. That being said, I'm still worried if I don't figure it out. Let's go, let's follow them. Achang and Suehua naturally had no objections. The three of them followed the ghost soldiers carefully in the jungle. It took 2 hours to walk, and the night became even darker. Following the ghost soldiers, they came to the foot of the mountain in the east of the camp. Seeing the ghost soldiers disappear one by one on a hidden path, Li Mufan frowned and stopped. I don't know where this mountain path in front leads to, but there is a thick layer of fog on this path. There is no fog at the foot of the mountain, but this path is thick with fog. This is a problem no matter how you look at it. Li Mufan is not a fool, of course he can't just rush in like this. He plans to wait until tomorrow morning to bring all the troops back to kill, but when he was about to retreat, suddenly, his eyes blurred, and when he opened his eyes, he was already in the thick fog. This shock was not trivial. Li Mufan's hair stood on end instantly, and he was terrified. Master! Ah Chang's voice came to his ears. Li Mufan hurriedly reached out and grabbed Ah Chang's arm, and grabbed Suewa's arm on the other side with his other hand, and said anxiously, "Quick, hold each other's hands, it's all foggy here, we can't get separated." Master, what should we do now? Don't panic. Hold hands and retreat, let's go back. But even so, there was thick fog all around, and the way back was invisible at all. Relying on memory, the three of them walked back quickly, but they didn't know how long they walked, but they couldn't get out of the fog. Li Mufan's heart slowly sank, but when he was at a loss, he suddenly heard Ah Chang say, "It's this stone tablet again." Master, we seem to be back to the same place. Stone tablet? Why didn't I see it? Suehua said, "Master, are we going around in circles? I have seen this stone tablet in front 8 times. These two people are much better than Li Mufan in terms of eyesight and memory." Hearing them say this, Li Mufan's heart moved. "Take me over to have a look." Standing under the 3-meter-high stone tablet, Li Mufan's face was full of disbelief. This square stone tablet has words on all 4 sides, and it is not the common words of Tianheng continent. Death. A deep red word death was printed on the boulder. This, Li Mufan was horrified. If it were someone else, they might not understand this square character, but he could recognize it at a glance. This is Chinese characters. It is an ancient traditional Chinese character. He was shocked. A huge wave of ups and downs surged in his heart. Why, where is this? Why are there Chinese characters? A Chang. Are these 8 stone tablets we passed all written with this word? A Chang said hesitantly, "Master, the fog is too thick, I can't see clearly, but it seems that the words on other stone tablets are not in this shape. Quick, keep going, let's go and see the fonts on other stone tablets." After walking for a while, Suewa's crisp voice came to my ears, "Master, look, there is a stone tablet in front of the right. Injury. On this huge rock is a bright red Chinese character, injury. Death? Injury? Are you asking us to either die or be injured?" Li Mufan's hair stood on end. "Go on. Find other stone tablets." The 3 of them walked for a while in the rolling fog and found a stone tablet again. Die. Another word death. Are we back where we were? Li Mufan was a little unsure, but Ah Chang beside him said, "Master, according to my direction sensing, we just turned back." He was stunned for a moment, then remembered that the sense of direction of the 2 people in front of him was also 40% stronger than that of ordinary people. He became furious and roared, "You bastard! Why didn't you tell me earlier, lead the way, and go another way?" This time, with Ah Chang and Suewa leading the way, there was no need to go back. Li Mufan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Standing under a stone tablet, looking at the red Kai character carved on it, he finally understood where he was trapped. Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, Kai. This is the ancient Bagua stone formation. Li Mufan was sure that they had encountered the legendary Bagua formation. After hesitating for a while, Li Mufan said, "Do you still remember the general location of each stone tablet?" After Ah Chang and Suewa looked at each other, Suewa said, "Master, I probably remember it, but I can't guarantee it's accurate." "That's enough, listen carefully, you take me to the first boulder engraved with the word death. Yes. The 2 responded, holding Li Mufan's hands on the left and right, and walked quickly into the fog. Crack! There was a strange sound under their feet, and the 3 of them were slightly stunned. Li Mufan looked down and saw a yellowed bone of an unknown creature that was crushed by him. "Master, look! There is a weapon over there." Looking closely, through the mist around him, Li Mufan saw a weapon shaped like a Fong Tian painted halberd. The painted halberd was about 10 feet long, and the blade flashed with cold light. It must be a high-grade weapon. He bent down and tried to pick up the painted halberd, but it didn't move at all. "Ah Chang, try it." Ah Chang grabbed it with one hand, and the painted halberd just trembled slightly. "Master, this weapon is at least nearly 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Li Mufan was shocked. Can a weapon weigh 1,000 pounds? Weak strength limited his imagination. What a good thing! He sighed, and then said, "Ah Chang, you carry it first, Suewa, you lead the way." Ah! After a while, the 3 of them came to the boulder that was originally engraved with the word death. Li Mufan asked, at Suehua, how long did it take us to walk from the stone tablet just now to here? Suehua hesitated for a moment and said, Master, excluding the time of lifting the painted halberd in the middle, we walked for about 15 minutes. Okay, now go back and return along the original route. It will take 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Remember the number in your mind. Yes. So, Li Mufan directed the two to walk east and west in the mist for a while. When he stopped under a stone tablet, he was sure of one thing in his heart. As expected, these 8 stone tablets are arranged in a circle. Now, we must follow the circular trajectory and walk from the back of the stone tablet to the Sheng stone tablet. Are you two sure? Suehua nodded and said, Master, don't worry. The 3 of them followed closely and walked for about half an hour. After passing the 4 stone tablets of Kai, Shang, Xing, and Du, they stopped under the Shang stone tablet. During this time, the sharp-eyed Achang found another spear. The spear looks of high quality, but unlike the painted halberd, it is not heavy, only about 100 pounds. Don't waste it, Suehua, you carry it. After a long time, the 3 finally stood in front of the Jing stone tablet. Li Mufan exhaled lightly and said, Go straight, keep going forward. Go out. I don't know how far I walked. Suddenly, Li Mufan felt a trance in his consciousness and appeared on a mountain path. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The faint moonlight sprinkled on the 3 people. The evening breeze was blowing gently, like the gentle palm of a lover, making people happy physically and mentally. In his previous life, he liked to read some miscellaneous books. He had read some knowledge about the Bagua formation in a yellowed street stall. He didn't expect that it would come in handy at this moment. Finally, they left the fog and survived the disaster. Achang stuck the painted halberd on his shoulder heavily on the ground, panting and sitting on a big stone. The ground paved with blue and white stones could not block the sharp painted halberd at all. Li Mufan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at the thick fog, feeling very lucky in his heart. If he hadn't happened to know Chinese characters, if he hadn't happened to have read books on this subject, the 3 of them would never have made it out today. However, he was also confused at the same time. The Bagua array was ever-changing, but it seemed dangerous here, but with a little understanding, the danger could be averted. In addition, why do ancient Chinese characters appear in this distant Tianheng continent? He couldn't figure it out, so he looked at the deep mountain path and asked, What time is it now? Suehua looked at the sky and said, Master, it's probably 2 o'clock in the night on Earth time. I'm tired, let's take a rest. After taking a piece of dried meat from Achang and drinking some water, he looked at the quiet mountain trail in front of him and then at the fog behind him. After being silent for a long time, he said, Let's go up and have a look. It was unusually quiet along the way, and even the sound of insects disappeared. Suehua keenly smelled a faint smell of blood in the air, and Achang, who had always been sharp-eyed, saw some buried in the jungle on both sides of the path. Broken weapons. The situation was reported to Li Mufan, but he did not go pick up the rags this time. What if something strange happened again after leaving the trail? It's not worth it for a few broken weapons. There is a strange fog behind him, and there is no way out, and the mystery in his heart also needs answers. The journey was calm, and not even a ghost of a Yin soldier was seen. The 3 of them soon reached the end, a cave obscured by dense vines. In front of the cave, only half of an ancient Chinese character was left on a broken stone tablet. The font was broken and blurred. Li Mufan was not sure what character it was. Achang asked hesitantly, Master, do we want to go in? Go in. There is no way out. Leave the weapons you picked up outside the cave to avoid being unable to use them if you are in danger. Yes. Reaching out to push aside the layers of green vines, Li Mufan seemed to feel that he was pushing back thousands of years of history. For some reason, there was a hint of enthusiasm in his heart. There is also that subtle touch of kindness. Walking in the cave paved with bluestones, there is a faint red light swaying in front of you, bringing a little bit of light to the dark cave. On the stone walls on both sides of the cave, there are ancient human murals, silently telling dust-laden stories. Li Mufan walked quietly with the 2 of them, and through some red light, he slowly looked at the scenes depicted in these murals. This seems to be the history of the development of a human tribe. From wearing animal skins, drinking hair and blood, to learning to make tools, the tribe slowly grew, formed a country, and fought with various beasts and races. Picture after picture, fascinating. Unknowingly, Li Mufan seemed to have returned to that ancient era, where humans fought against the sky, the earth, and all races. They never gave in and fought hard for survival. A ball of hot blood welled up in his chest, and an unyielding faith burst out from his chest. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly came back to his senses. The scene he saw was something he would never forget. In front of us was a large open space in the mountain belly. The walls on both sides were inlaid with many glowing white stones, which made the whole cave as bright as day. In the center of the cave, countless ghost soldiers lined up neatly. They waved the broken weapons in their hands and waved the blood-stained military flags. Like soldiers returning victorious from the battle, they shouted silently to the front. Li Mufan didn't have time to be surprised, and hurriedly looked to the other end of the mountain belly. This sight made his heart jump. There was a huge throne inlaid with various gems. On the throne sat a skull with a crown on its head. The top of the crown was inlaid with a huge milky white cylinder. On the chest of the skull, a short sword flashing with cold light was pierced, and on the side of the throne, a pile of black skeletons were scattered. Suehua hid behind Xiang, looking at the countless skeleton ghost soldiers in front of her with some fear, and whispered, "Master, women, no matter how strong they are, will be afraid of these things." Li Mufan's scalp was also numb. He was about to say something, but Suehua took a few steps back out of fear and accidentally stepped on a piece of dry bone under her feet. Crack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the cave. The three of them were stunned at the same time. They looked at Suewa's feet and then at the group of ghost soldiers in front of them. Li Mufan felt his hair stand on end, and a chill flowed from head to toe. Staring, the stare of thousands of ghost soldiers. Those pairs of empty eyes seemed to have transcended time and space, transcended life and death, and stared deeply at the three panicked mortals. Suewa's trembling voice came from his ears, Young master, let's run away quickly, escape?" This idea flashed through Li Mufan's mind, and he immediately denied it. Even if he escaped from the cave, he still had to face the strange fog. Taking a deep breath and clasping his fists, he said in a deep voice, "Li Mufan, a descendant of the human race, pays respect to His Majesty. Greetings to all the ancestors." Seeing that the ghost soldiers did not move and were still staring at him, he boldly walked forward. "The three of us accidentally entered this place and disturbed the slumber of all the ancestors. Please forgive us." As he spoke, he walked towards the throne. After strangely passing through the body of a ghost soldier, combined with the previous murals, he had a vague understanding in his heart. This group of ghost soldiers had no entity, but was condensed by a wisp of heroic spirit left by the ancient human warriors, and it posed no threat to them. Looking at the skeleton on the throne, he sighed softly and slowly knelt down. "My dear human ancestors, we have inadvertently disturbed your sleep. Please forgive me for my sin. Your Majesty has made great contributions. He protected hundreds of millions of people during his lifetime and blessed the world after his death. We, the younger generations, will never forget this." He changed the subject and said, "Today, hundreds of races are rising in the world, while our race is declining. This is truly a critical moment for survival. Although I am not talented, I am willing to do my best to eliminate the barbarians. When the weapons and armor are sufficient and the food and grass are abundant, I will lead the three armies to sweep the world, wash away the shame of our race, and restore the glory of our ancestors." After speaking, he stood up and walked towards the throne step by step without hesitation. Suddenly, a warm breeze blew gently, and the skeleton spirit turned into dots of starlight. The skeleton sitting on the throne was blown away by the warm wind and slowly dissipated. Clang! The crown and the dagger fell to the ground. Seeing this, he shook his head slightly and said to the two people behind him, "Put them away first, let's see what else is in this cave." After a while, loud laughter came from a stone room. "Ha ha! Alchemy furnace? And Qingyun alchemy scripture. It's really developed this time." Li Mufan almost smiled crookedly as he looked at a yellowed ancient book and a pill furnace as tall as one person in his hand. "Master, there is also a copy here." Li Mufan hurriedly followed the sound. "Qingyun Xiandaoju? What is this?" He opened it and looked at it with some doubts. He saw that they were all ancient texts. He couldn't understand them for a while, so he stuffed them into his arms and went back to study them slowly. "Xiang, Suehua. There should be something good here, start a carpet search immediately." The two of them responded excitedly, "Yes." An hour later, Li Mufan stared blankly at the pile of pills piled on the open space of the cave, dumbfounded. Tiger wolf pill. Pei Yuan pill. Oh my god, there are 5,000 pills, right? There are so many of these pills that only advanced races can take. This pile of elixirs was found in a stone room. In addition to the elixirs, there were many shelves, but unfortunately there was nothing on them. "Xiang, pack them all up and take them away, don't leave even one behind." The road down the mountain was very smooth. It seemed that Li Mufan and the others had received some kind of recognition. When they first entered the fog, they felt their eyes darken, then light up, and they appeared strangely at the foot of the mountain. I looked back at the fog behind me, and then looked up at the sky. There was already fish belly floating in the east. Recalling everything I had just experienced, it was like a big dream. In the early morning, the rising sun illuminated the earth. After a short sleep, Li Mufan gathered everyone early. Pointing to a pile of gourds in the open space, he said loudly, "Everyone, when I and the two generals Li Chang, Achang's first name, and Suiwa were exploring the camp last night, we discovered a cave on the mountain to the east. Inside was the camp once abandoned by the sages of the human race also discovered a large number of elixirs stored in the cave." Elixir? Most of the soldiers came from the lower class. They grew up eating whole grains and had no idea what elixirs were. I know that many of you don't understand what a pill is, and I can't explain it. You just need to know that it is a good thing. Everyone laughed when they heard this. What kind of people lead what kind of soldiers? Li Mufan himself is like a wild goose plucking his hair. You can imagine the soldiers under his command. After discussing with several generals, I decided that in the future, in addition to 3 meals a day, you must also take this elixir. How to take it will be detailed in the future. Everyone performed a military salute and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The captains of each team will stay, and the rest will disband. After dismissing the soldiers, Li Mufan climbed up a hillside with a few corps members, pointed to the camp at the foot of the mountain and said, "Everyone, what do you think about the layout of the camp?" They were all rough guys. After looking at each other, Lu Long said, "Young master, please make the decision." Li Mufan rolled his eyes at several people. At this moment, he desperately hoped to have a civil servant who could make suggestions. "Suiwa, the campground is in the south where shrubs are flourishing and it's close to a water source. Your team can designate a planting area there and plant different crops in different categories." Suiwa immediately responded, "Yes, master. The southeastern corner of the camp has open terrain and is deep in the rear, which is suitable for troop training. Achang, your construction team will start building the barracks immediately." "Yes." Li Mufan said again, "A show, your people can go to the jungle to subdue the wild beasts first. The north of the camp will be allocated to you as a pasture." "Yes, master." A show still couldn't change his words. "Zhang Tai, you can choose a place near the mountain in the east of the camp as a quarry. Of course, it is still open air at present." Zhang Tai immediately responded loudly. After the simple planning, Li Mufan said, "Everyone, the camp is temporarily planned like this. If there is nothing to report, everyone will start working." Several people responded at the same time. Seeing that they all went down the mountain, Lu Long whispered, "Your Majesty, the matter of the cave." Li Mufan shook his head gently and said, "This matter is true. Notify them and don't make it public. Don't mention it again in the future." Lu Long was stunned. After looking at Fan Qingyue, he nodded and walked down the mountain quickly. 8 days later, the effect of the elixir gradually emerged. Because the tiger wolf pill can only be taken when one reaches the body refining realm, otherwise the body cannot withstand the medicinal power, only Lu Long and the other 4 people took it. Tiger wolf pill can only be taken once in a lifetime, 1 wolf every 7 days, 1 tiger every 30 days. In just 7 days, the 4 people actually increased the strength of a wolf. This extra strength out of thin air will not break through the realm, but it is extremely valuable in battle. In addition to the tiger wolf pill, everyone took the Pei Yuan pill, which is a pill that strengthens the foundation and strengthens the blood. Although it is not as quick as the tiger wolf pill, it is better in that it is long-lasting and can be taken repeatedly. After taking it, the soldiers are more energetic and refreshed. I believe that it will not be long before they will break through the body refining realm one after another. An army composed of warriors in the body refining realm? It's scary to think about it. Because everyone's strength has increased, the efficiency of work has been greatly improved. Under the leadership of Xiang, the master of architecture, the construction team built a 3-story barracks in just 6 days. It was made entirely of stone bricks and cement poured by Xiang, making it extremely solid. At present, the construction team is stepping up the construction of the Central Administrative Center and Li Mufan's residence. At this rate of progress, it is believed that it will be completed within a month. On this day, Li Mufan was drawing the blueprint of the future city in the room, but Fan Qingyue ran in with an excited look on his face. "Your Majesty, General Chiang is here to report that the barracks have been completed, and everyone is waiting for you to inspect it." With a happy face, Li Mufan said in surprise, "It's completed so quickly?" Come on, come with me to see it. A moment later, in the southeast corner of the camp. Looking at the barracks rising from the ground, he nodded with satisfaction. This barracks built of hard blue and white stone imitated the pattern of the PLA in the previous life. It has 3 floors, each floor can accommodate 100 people, and toilets, conference rooms and other facilities are all available. Qingyue, notify everyone that we will move into the barracks today. Fan Qingyue's face lit up. Yes. Your Majesty. Everyone started moving and cleaning early in the morning. At noon, the soldiers moved into the new barracks with excitement. After having lunch with everyone in a hurry, Li Mufan wanted to continue drawing the blueprint, but Fan Qingyue walked up quickly and reported, Master, the spies we sent out just now reported that they have explored the forces within a radius of 300 miles outside the mountain. Well, tell me. Master, the nearest to the camp is a goblin tribe with a population of about 1,500. A little further away is a human village with a population of about 1,000. The demon tribe and the dog-headed tribe are farther away, with a population of more than 2,000. In addition, there are several bandits hidden in the nearby mountains. Often go down the mountain to rob everywhere. Li Mufan said with some curiosity, Oh? I didn't expect there are so many forces in this area. Have you investigated the combat power situation? Fan Qingyue said, the combat power of the village is all adult men, and there is no organized armed force. The 4 villages often have armed conflicts because of water problems. The bandits are not clear at present. After thinking for a while, Li Mufan said, You go and notify Lu Long, let him take the combat team with me out of the mountain. Ah, Master? Are you going to rob again? We are still wanted. What do you care about me? Go quickly. Half a day later, Li Mufan and his party of 50 people, wearing casual clothes and riding tall horses, arrived at the human village. When the villagers saw the battle, they thought it was bandits coming down the mountain to rob. The village immediately sounded gongs and drums and organized a defense. Looking at the thousands of farmers who were short of clothes and clothing in front of him, Li Mufan clasped his fists on his horse. Don't panic, fellow villagers, we are not bandits, we just want to do some business with you. An old man in the crowd shouted loudly, Your Majesty, we have no money, no food, and no good business in our village. Please come back. Li Mufan frowned and nodded to Lu Long beside him. Bring it up. Lu Long said hello and saw a soldier holding a wooden box and placing it in the open space between the 2 sides. When he opened it, he saw that it was full of silver coins. In Tianheng continent, silver coins are the same currency as gold coins. 10 silver coins have the same purchasing power as 1 gold coin. This box full of silver coins contains at least 1,000 silver coins, which is enough for the whole village to buy 1 month's worth of food. The simple villagers were blinded by the shining silver coins in front of them. The old man said tremblingly, My lords, what are you? Emotions. The villagers have identified the group of people in front of them as horse thieves. Li Mufan said calmly, Old man, we just want to buy some pigs and sheep from the village. I won't take advantage of you. 1 pig is 6 silver coins, and 1 sheep is 4 silver coins. How about it? I want as much as you can. All the villagers looked at each other in shock when they heard this. The price was higher than the market price. If they had these silver coins, they would not have to worry about spending the winter this year. Your Majesty is generous, but we don't have so many pigs and sheep in our village, it doesn't matter, just sell it to me. I wonder if I know where anyone can sell pigs, sheep, or livestock. The old man hesitated for a moment. There is a goblin tribe 20 miles away from the village. There should be many there. If the king wants to buy it, he can only go to Yunlan City, which is farther away. Yunlan City. Li Mufan was waiting for a reply when he suddenly heard loud laughter coming from a distance. Ha ha! No need to go, we are here. Looking around, I saw a group of short, dark green goblins surrounded by a carriage, heading here. The leading goblin looked at Li Mufan and the others, and saw that the human race, who looked like horse thieves, all had strong backs and strong backs. His momentum weakened a bit at first, but when he thought of the people in the carriage, he immediately straightened his back. Listen to the humans in front. On the order of the princess, we are now recruiting strong men from your village to escort the princess back home. Princess! Everyone in the field was surprised, and the old man said with a trembling voice, Waleaba, are you saying that the person in the carriage is Her Royal Highness the Princess? The goblin tribe known as Wulaba raised his head proudly. Isn't this nonsense? Old man Jiang, why don't you quickly ask your people to copy the guy on the road? Can you afford the punishment for delaying the princess's return to the country? This is the territory of the elves, and the princess he is talking about is naturally the princess of the elves. Looking sideways at Li Mufan and others, he shouted again, "And what business are you doing? I will confiscate the silver coins first and escort the princess back to the country immediately." "Boy, what are you looking at? Don't you know that the princess's car is here? You are watching Grandpa dig out your eyes." The goblin race has always been synonymous with being ugly and weak. They are lazy and often do sneaky things, so they have very bad relations with other races, but no one can defeat them. Now, this Wu Laoba, relying on the name of the elf princess, is already in a state of arrogance, and I feel like I have turned over and become the master. "Dare you take my money?" Li Mufan was not a good-tempered person. When he heard this, a vein on his forehead jumped, and he said with a smile, "Juzai, you think she is a princess? Let her get out of the car and show me." People who knew him well could already tell by looking at his expression that the little king was on the verge of breaking out. "How dare you? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you want to rebel?" This goblin actually roared, and it was really like a dog roaring in joy. But before Li Mufan could get angry, a cold light shot out from a distance. Dang! There was a crisp sound. A long arrow was shot down by Fan Qingyue. On the carriage, a tall and handsome elfman holding a long bow was looking at Li Mufan indifferently. Killer at the slightest disagreement. Crash! There was a sound of drawing swords behind them, and all the members of the combat team drew their stainless steel swords. As long as they gave the order, they would rush over immediately. The situation in the field was extremely tense for a while. The elfman looked at Li Mufan coldly and said, "How about it, humble human race, the princess is in the car, what else do you have to say? I don't care what you did before. As long as you are in my clan's territory, you must obey my orders. Now, you immediately lead your people to follow the convoy. If we can successfully escort the princess back to the palace, your benefits will be indispensable." The elves, as a Xian-level race, have been accumulating prestige for a long time. In their view, the yellow-level race is just a group of slaves. Seeing Li Mufan lowering his head and saying nothing, the elfman became a little wary. "What? Do you dare to disobey orders? I advise you to be honest." The despicable humans of the Yunqin Empire dared to attack the convoy that day. When the princess returns this time, they will definitely mobilize a large army to wipe out Yunqin. If you join our clan early, you may be able to seal the throne in the future. Give you a territory, otherwise, I will destroy you now. Have you finished? The elfman was slightly stunned when he heard this. Where does all this nonsense come from? Li Mufan roared, "Go crazy. Chop them up for me. Kill." The soldiers behind him roared, and Lu Long, Achang, and Tsuo rushed up like a whirlwind. You, the human race is rebelling. Wu Laoba couldn't believe that this group of human race dared to take action. Don't they know the majesty of the elves? But before he could react, he screamed and was knocked to the ground by Lu Long's sword. The combat power of the goblins is at most equivalent to that of ordinary human civilians. How can they be the opponent of the guards? People and horses were thrown to the ground in the field. 50 members of the combat team harvested lives like cutting melons and vegetables, and their men were almost unmatched. Bold human race, do you want to challenge the majesty of my elves? The elfman shouted angrily and shot 3 arrows at Li Mufan. There were only 3 crisp ding-ding-ding sounds, and all 3 arrows were blocked by Fan Qingyue. The female general who took the tiger wolf pill and Peiyuan pill had greatly increased her strength. As they were both in the first level of the body refining realm, even the elves who were good at archery could not take advantage of them. In just a blink of an eye, the goblin tribe had suffered a great loss. Seeing that hundreds of goblins could not stop Li Mufan's 50 guards, the elfman shouted, "Quick! Protect the princess and retreat!" The carriage slowly turned around, and Li Mufan sneered at this. "Xingyue, send a signal flare." Swish! A firework exploded in the air, and the gorgeous fireworks slowly formed a Ming character, which lasted for a long time. The signal flare was an item from the feudal era. It was made by Li Mufan when he entered the ring world for the second time to deal with emergencies. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. The word Ming is naturally a combination of the sun and the moon. Everyone, kill the enemy immediately and chase the carriage of the elf princess. He roared, and he and Fan Qingyue rode their horses and rushed into the battlefield with swords. In the camp, Zheng Tai, who was cutting blue and white stone with his bare chest, suddenly saw a brilliant firework in the sky. He was surprised to see that it was the word Ming. He threw the sledgehammer and roared loudly, "Your Majesty is in trouble, grab your weapons. Get on your horse. Kill. On the battlefield in front of the human village, a one-sided battle was taking place at this moment. The three generals were like tigers in a flock of sheep. No one could stop them, and they killed the goblins and cried for their parents. The soldiers of the guard camp were also extremely fierce. After taking the Peiyuan pill, they had already reached the strength close to the body refining realm, and they had ordinary weapons in their hands. How could the goblins stop them? The villagers on the other side had already been stunned. What is violence? This is violence. They started fighting as soon as they disagreed, and in the blink of an eye they suppressed the goblins, who were several times more numerous. Are they still human? When did the horse thieves of the human race become so fierce? In half an incense stick of time, the 300 goblins were completely defeated and fled. Achang Tsuehua. Take half of you to chase the carriage and make sure to capture the elf princess alive. Yes. Master. Lu Long. Chase the goblins quickly and seal off the scene. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Yes. Lu Long shouted and began to disperse his troops, chasing those who chased and sealing those who blocked. The dispatch was orderly, quite like a general. Seeing this, Li Mufan nodded slightly. After a while, the battle ended. He looked at the 30 or so goblins kneeling below, and then at the bewildered villagers in the distance. He thought for a moment and said, "Chen Yang, you take the rest of the people first, take the captives into the village and keep them under guard, and send someone else to meet Zheng Tai's large force." "Yes, young master." Chen Yang was the deputy captain of the combat team, a capable young man, whose strength was close to the physical training realm, only slightly weaker than Zheng Tai. In addition, the villagers should also be monitored, and they should not be allowed to walk around at will. "Young master, don't worry." Nodding, Li Mufan shouted softly, "Lu Long, Xingyue, come with me to see who this elf princess is." Half an hour later, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the village, and Zhang Tai and Asho led a large group of people to kill. Seeing that the battle was over, after discussing with Chen Yang, Asho led half of the people to meet Li Mufan. In a dense forest dozens of miles away from the village, a carriage was surrounded by dozens of human soldiers. The wheels had been shot down by bows and arrows, and 7 or 8 goblin corpses were lying on the ground. On the carriage, the elf man held a long sword and looked at Li Mufan with resentment and fear. "Human! What do you want to do? Do you know the consequences of attacking the princess?" "Consequence?" Li Mufan laughed. "We are country folk, we don't care so much. You keep calling me princess, why didn't I see it? How dare you? Can you see the princess whenever you want?" Although he was roaring, it was obvious that he had restrained his fierceness. "Lingfei, stop talking." A calm female voice came from the carriage, and a young woman in a green robe slowly walked out. This woman had skin as white as snow and a beautiful face. At first glance, she was a beauty of the human race, but her long and pointed ears were different from those of the human race. Her face looked a little pale, as if she was seriously injured. She said lightly, "This human warrior, I am the princess of the elves you want to see. I wonder why you are chasing me." Although her tone was polite, there was a sense of contempt. Li Mufan looked at the elf princess unscrupulously and said with a smile, "I have heard that the elves are handsome and pretty. Today I see that they are indeed extraordinary. I am not talented. I would like to invite the princess to stay in the mountain village for a few days. What do you think?" The princess said, "You are joking. My tribe has always been kind to you humans. You pretended to be the Yaksha tribe to attack my caravan last time, and now you want to detain me. I wonder what you want to do." "Yaksha tribe? Isn't it a branch of the sea tribe? What's the matter with pretending to be a Yaksha to attack?" Li Mufan was slightly stunned, and his mind turned quickly, thinking of a possibility. He sneered and said, "Treating our human race as slaves, exploiting them at will, and asking them to pay tribute, is it also kind and righteous? Stop talking nonsense, Lu Long, arrest them. You!" Before the princess and the elf man could speak, the soldiers rushed up, tied them up, and threw them on horseback. Human village on the way, Li Mufan and his party met Asho who came to support them. They joined forces and returned to the village. In the open space in the village, Li Mufan began to give orders. "Lu Long, your combat team and Zhang Tai's stone-cutting team will immediately wipe out the goblin tribe. Remember, take more prisoners." "Yes." Zhang Tai was immediately excited when he heard that there was a battle. "Cutting stones is not as interesting as cutting goblins? The rest of you, follow me to escort the princess's carriage back to the mountain." After that, just as he was about to leave, Lu Long whispered in his ear, "Master, the elf princess is extraordinary. There are many people here. If the news leaks out, I'm afraid it will be. Li Mufan frowned and said, what do you mean? Why not move all the villagers here back to the camp? On the one hand, it can prevent the news from leaking out, and on the other hand, it can also increase the labor force of the base. Li Mufan looked at the thousands of villagers panting in the open space and hesitated. After a moment, he nodded and said, that's the only way. You lead the troops first, and I'll take care of things here. Yes. After Lu Long led his troops away, Li Mufan called the old man in the village and said with a smile, old man, you know everything. If the elves retaliate, we will run away, and you will be in trouble. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, what does the king mean? We have a camp in the distant mountains. Why don't you take the villagers with me to the mountain? The old man looked embarrassed and said, Your Majesty, you don't know. My ancestors have lived in the village for generations. If they are asked to move, I'm afraid no one will be unwilling? With a sneer, Li Mufan said, old man, don't argue with me. You have to move today, whether you want to or not. If you dare to say no again, I will kill you all. Threat, naked threat. Under the strong coercion of Li Mufan, the villagers had no choice but to drag their families back to the camp by the personal guard camp. The style is as domineering as that of a bandit. At present, all the soldiers of the Royal Guard Battalion have moved into the barracks. The empty wooden houses are not enough for thousands of villagers to live in. As soon as Li Mufan returned to the camp, he immediately ordered people to build another 200 wooden houses to relieve the housing pressure. Evening. The camp is much more lively at this moment. The villagers gather in groups of 3 or 2 to talk about what happened today and the delicious dinner they just had. There is no food source in the camp now. Li Mufan has to take out the soldiers' rations to feed these hungry villagers. This is food made by the chefs in the ring world. The taste and nutrition are superior. For these villagers who are hungry and full, this is simply a supreme enjoyment. They originally thought they would be enslaved, but they found that if they eat such food every meal, what is slavery? I would be willing to die. Suddenly, a burst of rapid gongs and drums sounded in the camp. After gathering the villagers, Li Mufan stood on a high place and said loudly, fellow villagers, you will all be my people in the village from now on. Now I have a few rules to say. Please listen carefully. If you break the rules in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that the originally noisy villagers suddenly became much quieter, Li Mufan said, the first rule is that no one can leave the camp without my permission. The base is still confidential, so we naturally won't let people come in and out at will. The second rule is that someone will arrange for you to work starting tomorrow. I will pay you a silver coin every month, but if anyone is lazy, you won't get a penny. The third rule, he said more than a dozen rules in a grand manner to restrain the villagers. It's a pity that there are no talents in internal affairs now, and no one in the camp can revise the law. Late at night, Lu Long escorted a large number of goblin captives back to the camp. In the meeting room in the barracks, Lu Long was making a report. I attacked the village at night while the goblins were sleeping, and ordered people to guard 7 passages, and captured them all. A total of 1,300 goblins were captured, and people have been sent to guard them. In addition, I also learned that the matter of the elf princess has not spread, and other nearby villages are currently unaware of it. Well done. Li Mufan was overjoyed. If the elves attacked in large numbers, they would not be able to resist with their current strength, but if they didn't know, it would be easy to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he said to the corps members present, everyone, tomorrow morning you will each lead your people, treat civilians and captives differently, and speed up the construction progress of the camp. Yes. Your Majesty. Several people called Li Mufan young master to the outside world, but when no one was around, they all called him Your Majesty. Fan Xingyue said, Your Majesty, with so many new people, the camp is running out of food. If we only provide for our soldiers and civilians, how long can we last? 5 days, at most. We can only support 5 days. Li Mufan nodded. Lu Long, take Ah Shou to patrol the mountains and hunt tomorrow to solve the urgent problem first. Suehua, start planting immediately after you lead the people. Yes, Your Majesty. The next morning, the construction of the camp was in full swing. With a large number of civilians and captives joining, the speed was much faster. The villagers are simple and have strong adaptability. They will listen to whoever gives them food. I believe it won't be long before they will regard this place as their real home. As for the elf princess, Li Mufan detained the 2 of them separately in 2 grocery rooms in the barracks and sent people to guard them, leaving them out to air out and suppress their arrogance. 2 days later, Li Mufan entered the cave, his eyes went dark, and he entered the ring world system. As soon as he entered, the prompt sound kept ringing. Ding dong, the host has completed the first mission and received 2 follower cards. Ding dong, because the host has exceeded the mission, the base population exceeds the mission standard by 5 times, and you will receive 5 random extra rewards. Ding dong, you get a random reward, shipbuilding technology. Ding dong, you get a random reward, hydroponics technology. Ding dong, you get a random reward, follower card X2. Ding dong, you get a random reward, item card X2. Ding dong, you get a random reward, silver 20,000. Ding dong, please assign colonists to receive technology. Li Mufan was startled by a series of prompt sounds, and was overjoyed when he reacted. Shipbuilding technology is very practical. The camp is close to the Yuntsang River. With shipbuilding technology, we can go down the river and do anything convenient. Not to mention hydroponics, it is a powerful tool for quickly ripening plants. Needless to say, the follower card, plus the 2 cards obtained by completing the task, there are a total of 4 follower cards this time. The camp is now in need of people, which is very practical. As for the item card, like the technology card, after using it, you will randomly get the right to take a certain item out of the space. This depends on luck, because there are so many items, you may draw a bunch of broken copper and iron, which is useless to take out. Give the shipbuilding technology to Wachang, and keep the hydroponics technology first. I have to think about it. After picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Li Mufan said again, System, I want to use the item card. Ding dong, the host chooses to use the item card and randomly obtains the item, the spacecraft energy core. Puff! The tea in his mouth sprayed out directly. Energy core. Damn, this luck is too good, isn't it? The spaceship energy core is a very expensive item in the ring world. As the name suggests, it is a device that provides a steady supply of power to the spaceship. It is a stable and continuous power output device that exceeds the technological level of the industrial age. At present, the base cannot be built independently. The 10 energy cores of the power plant are obtained by defeating the attack of the mechanical race. Ding dong, the host uses the item card to randomly obtain an item, a simple automatic machine gun tower. Okay, today's luck is good. Ding dong, the host has become a lord and can detect the loyalty of everyone in the territory. Ding dong, the second mission is released. The host needs to increase the population of the territory to 3,000 people within 90 days. If the mission is completed, you can get follower cards X2, item cards X2, technology cards X2, and silver 20,000. If the mission is not completed, it will be erased. Elimination again? Can I refuse? Ding dong, the host does not have enough authority and cannot refuse the mission. Li Mufan smiled bitterly. You are so cruel. By the way, how many people does my territory have now? The host's territory currently has a population of 1,103 people. Only more than 1,000? He was slightly stunned and said, didn't I capture so many prisoners? Including the villagers, there should be at least 2,500 people, right? The system answered, only those with a loyalty of more than 60 can be counted as the territory's population. Day 4 of the Ring World Space. The expeditionary force has arrived at the designated map. Wearing a suit of armor, holding an Orion automatic rifle, and a machete hanging on his waist, Li Mufan hid in a dense forest, looking at the tribe of hundreds of people in front of him, and gestured to Tsuehuan. Boom! The mortar in front of Tsuehuan made a muffled sound, and a shell drew a beautiful arc and landed accurately in the tribal camp, instantly igniting a wooden house. Boom boom boom! Kaishen and Aji controlled the mortar to fire again, and there was a sea of fire in front of them. In order to drive everyone out, Li Mufan used incendiary bombs. The natives in the tribe screamed and fled in all directions. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, fire! Da-da-day! For advanced rifles spit out a string of flames, and someone in front immediately fell down. Because they had been told in advance to capture them alive, the colonists only shot their legs and not their heads. Unless they were very unlucky, they would not die immediately. After shooting down more than a dozen people, the tribe began to fight back. Powerful bows and arrows shot rapidly. In addition, a commando team of 70 to 80 people rushed over with various cold weapons. The people in the tribe are not vegetarians. Several of the elites have reached the body refining realm. Unfortunately, the bows and arrows are powerful, but they can't penetrate the advanced Tianzhou standard suits on the colonists, not to mention Li Mufan's armor that is armed to the teeth. The bullets shot out of the dense forest swept across like 4 fire dragons, and the natives of the tribe fell down in groups, and couldn't get close at all. The battle lasted only 15 minutes, and more than half of the tribe was killed or wounded. They completely collapsed and fled in all directions, unable to organize an effective counterattack. The technology was too advanced, and the combat capabilities of individual soldiers were not at the same level. After chasing the colonists for a while, Li Mufan shouted, "Quick, treat the wounded and save everyone." His main purpose of this expedition was to capture people, so how could he let all the captives die? Half an hour later, a light rain fell in the sky, and the fire burning on the wooden house slowly went out. After detaining more than 30 captives together, he began to check the spoils. The tribe has always been poor, and this look is indeed the case. Except for a large amount of dried meat biscuits and a small amount of some herbs piled in the warehouse, there is nothing else. Yes, nothing. Li Mufan looked at the piles of meat pie in the warehouse in silence and asked, "System, how much silver does it cost to take a pemmican out of the space?" Pemmican is an item from the Stone Age. The host can take it out of the space at the original price. A pemmican is worth 1 silver. Chui Huan, bring all our animals here and pack up everything and take it away. Also, find out if there are any silver mines nearby and dig them up before leaving. On the 8th day, the expedition team returned to the base. Li Mufan decisively sold all the captives with bad attributes, and also sold all the spoils from the last battle with the hunter fleet. The silver in the base rose to 100,000 at once, greatly alleviating the fiscal deficit. Looking at the silver piled up in the warehouse, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Li Mufan's eyes went dark, then bright again, and his consciousness returned to his body. This is not in the camp, but in a cave blocked by fog. As his secret base, he strictly ordered no one to approach at will, of course, except for the colonists. This time he brought back a lot of things, tens of thousands of dried meat biscuits, thousands of cotton-padded quilts for winter, and a lot of food. In addition, he brought 3 colonists, but they were not the old backbones in the base, but 3 newly recruited hunters. 2 men and 1 woman, all reached the level of the body refining realm, one of whom was named by Yang, who was in the 2nd level of the body refining realm. But this is not the point is that Li Mufan brought out a knocking beast. Yes, this beast is called a knocking beast in the ring world, but in Tianhong continent, people call it a unicorn. This kind of spiritual beast is very rare. They are distributed in the remote Jedi of Tianhong continent. They have a long lifespan, strong strength, and are extremely difficult to tame. This snow-white unicorn is called Takshu. Although it is not yet an adult, its strength has reached the terrifying 6th level of the body refining realm. Li Mufan spent 20,000 silvers to bring it out of the space. It can be used as a mount, a bodyguard, and it is also cool, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the ring world, he relied on A Beast's superb taming ability to tame 10 unicorns and worshipped them as treasures. Now it finally came in handy. Riding a unicorn for a few steps in the cave, feeling the soft touch coming from under him, he laughed with satisfaction. Great, with this unicorn, it's easy to get a girl? Send one to Mingyu another day. Halfway through, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he smiled and shook his head. At this moment, in addition to the 3 new colonists, Aqiang and Suihua were also in the cave. The 5 of you have to work hard and move all the things you brought this time out. Because of the fog blocking the way, no one can enter except Li Mufan and the colonists who have a close relationship with him. In the camp, Lulong and others looked at the piles of supplies in front of them and said excitedly, "Master, with so much food and cotton-padded clothes and quilts, we don't have to worry about this winter." Li Mufan said, "Divide the food into 3 parts. The soldiers will eat nutritious meals, and the villagers will eat ordinary food." "Master, what about the goblins?" Li Mufan thought for a while and said, "The prisoners are limited to dried meat biscuits. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. In addition, the prisoners who perform well can eat more, and those who perform poorly will starve." "Yes." After hesitating for a while, Lulong whispered, "Your Majesty, what about the 2 prisoners?" "Well, these 2, Her Highness is not feeling well, give her something good to eat. As for the other one," Li Mufan mysteriously took out a small cloth bag from his arms and whispered softly in Lulong's ear. Lulong slowly widened his eyes, and finally looked at Li Mufan, who looked indifferent, and laughed. "With this thing, we are not afraid that he will not obey." After Lulong left, Fan Qingyue beside him asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about with Lao Lu, so mysterious?" Li Mufan laughed, but did not answer, and said, "Qingyue, you ask people to distribute all the cotton-padded clothes and quilts, 1 set for each person. What about the prisoners?" "As for the prisoners, it depends on their own performance, yes, Master." Fan Qingyue responded, turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Li Mufan. He pointed to the 2 men and 1 woman behind him and said, "Xingyue, these 3 are by Yang, Wang Li, and Wang Hong. Like Qiang and the others, I secretly trained them. They are mainly responsible for intelligence work. You should get to know them. You may deal with each other frequently in the future." Fan Xingyue nodded and greeted the 3 colonists behind Li Mufan. "Bai Yang, you are responsible for finding out the information about the elves. Wang Li, go to the grassland and inquire about the movements of the Tauren and other tribes. Wang Hong, you are in charge of human intelligence." When the 3 heard this, they knelt down on one knee and responded at the same time, "Yes, Master." After arranging tasks for several people, Li Mufan returned to the room, took a Peiyuan pill, and continued to draw the blueprint in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a raging heat rising from his dantian, and a warm current flowed down his limbs and throughout his body. Click! Something seems to be broken inside the body. Is this my breakthrough? Feeling the changes in his body, Li Mufan felt the energy and blood surge throughout his body and he was full of strength. Through hard work and the nourishment of Peiyuan Dan, the transformation was finally completed at this moment. First level of body refining realm. Achieved. He put down the pen in his hand, walked out of the room, and took a deep breath. After reaching the body refining realm, he is no longer the weak little king, but a general who can charge into battle. Li Haotian, Wang Fushan, just wait for me. He took out the fragment of Qingyun Shendaoju that he had obtained in the cave that day from his arms, and he couldn't wait to go back to his room and start practicing. There is a threshold for this skill. You cannot practice it until you reach the body refining realm. Li Mufan is not a selfish person. After getting it that day, he showed it to Lu Long and others, but unfortunately they couldn't practice it for some unknown reason. I get a headache every time I practice. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and starting to practice according to the breathing method described in the exercise, he was already prepared for a headache. But after practicing for an hour, he was surprised to find that he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, his spiritual platform was clear and his whole body felt relaxed. What's going on? He was confused, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked in his mind, "System, can colonists practice exercises?" Because the skills of the colonists have been fixed, they cannot practice external skills. If you want to improve the strength of the colonists, you need to obtain system rewards or purchase various exclusive skills. Okay, how much will it cost? Please give me a figure. The system's emotionless voice came. Depending on each exclusive skill, it requires 100W to 500W silver. After hearing this, Li Mufan exited the system without hesitation. After browsing Qingyun Shendaoju again, he discovered another problem. This technique is not only for the physical training realm, but also for the spiritual realm. Isn't it said that inferior races like the human race cannot break through to the psychic realm? But looking at the description above, it seems that as long as you have talent and opportunities, wouldn't it be difficult to break through? He couldn't figure it out for a while, but his intuition told him that there must be a huge secret hidden in it. Shaking his head, he knew that now was not the time to care about these things. Since he could practice this technique, he just had to practice hard. At present, the cultivation techniques spread on the mainland are practiced by beating the muscles and bones, supplemented by various types of meals or elixirs. Qingyun Shendaoju draws the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and nourishes the body. If it is assisted by other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, then the cultivation will be faster. It must be mentioned that Li Mufan still has some talent. According to the records of the technique, it takes an average person 3 days to feel qi, but Li Mufan can feel the pulse of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in half a day. At present, because quilts and other supplies are already in place, Li Mufan has no reason to leave Fan Xingyue to warm the bed, and they always sleep together, so it is inevitable that nothing will go wrong. After much hesitation, he decided to sleep in a separate room and Fan Xingyue slept in the next room, so as to save himself from being distracted. Of course, in his heart, the female general was already his destined princess, and he would just wait until the time was right to hold a grand wedding. After practicing all night, not only did he not feel tired, he also patrolled the entire camp refreshed. Seeing that all the work had been carried out in an orderly manner, he returned to his room again and began to practice. Sun Moon City, Royal Palace. In the back garden, Li Haotian was sitting in a small pavilion, with a faint look of expectation on his face. After a while, Wang Fuchen and his daughter came slowly. Seeing this, he immediately went up to greet them. "Sister Wang, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." Wang Mingyu bowed and saluted. "I have met your majesty." Meng was feeling unwell a few days ago. Your Majesty is worried. Her face was slightly pale, her voice was soft but out of breath, and she looked indeed ill. Quick, Sister Wang, sit down quickly. Li Haotian looked distressed and helped Wang Mengyu sit down in the pavilion. Thank you, Your Majesty. After sitting down, Li Haotian asked, Sister Wang, what did the imperial doctor say? Just get whatever medicinal materials you need. Wang Mengyu chuckled and shook his head, saying, Mengyu just caught the wind and cold occasionally, it's not a problem. I just heard the news that the barbarian Niu clan, together with all the tribes in the grassland, boasting 1 million-strong army, is about to move south. I wonder how Your Majesty will respond. Li Haotian sighed and said, the grassland is far away from the royal city. When we received the news, we were afraid that they had already set off. Shiha Kingdom was the first to bear the brunt. With their current national strength, they absolutely cannot resist it. In my opinion, the Empire the Rescue Order is coming soon. Wang Mengyu frowned and said, the northwest of the kingdom is also bordered by the grassland. There is no guarantee that we will not encounter attacks. Your Majesty needs to take precautions early. I have ordered Moronging to station 100,000 troops at the border. At the same time, I have mobilized Zhaoan from Dongshan City and ordered him to lead an army of 50,000 people to rush to support at night. I expect there will be no problem. Nodding, Wang Mengyu said, Your Majesty has thought carefully, the border is majestic, and there are 150,000 troops here, the barbarian Niu tribe should have some scruples. At this time, the Prime Minister Wang, who had been ignored all the time, said, even if the foreign tribes go south this time, our vassal countries alone can resist it for a while, but in the end the strength will be very different, and their vitality will be seriously damaged. I think we should send envoys to Yundu City immediately and let His Majesty the Emperor send out troops to fight the aliens on the grassland. Wang Mengyu agreed, what my father said is absolutely true. After 100 years of reform, the Empire has become stronger and has a deeper foundation than we imagined. If the Empire can send troops, it will definitely be able to defeat the foreign races. Okay, just listen to what you two said. I will immediately send envoys to Yundu City to find out the Empire's actions. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mengyu said, Your Majesty, according to Mengyu, if the Empire sends troops to win, it can take advantage of the situation to send troops out of the grassland. If the Empire fails, the Shiha Kingdom will not survive. The aliens in the grassland only know how to plunder. When they retreat, Your Majesty can send troops to chase and kill him. By the way, I took over the city that he rejected for free. Li Haotian laughed. Mei Wang is smart, so let's do it. Wang Mengyu smiled faintly. The three of them discussed some details again, and suddenly, Wang Mengyu remembered something. Your Majesty, have any of the people you sent to the Chaos Corner come back to report back? The Prime Minister has taken charge of this matter. Li Haotian turned to ask, I wonder if the Prime Minister has received any news? Wang Fuchen smiled bitterly when he heard this and shook his head. My veteran has sent dozens of elite spies, and all of them have reported back. No whereabouts of the thieves have been found. Li Haotian was stunned and said, the rebels have bright armor and are easy to identify. Could it be that they didn't go to the Chaos Corner? After a moment of silence, Wang Mengyu shook his head and said, he raises private soldiers among the people and hides weapons. He must have ambitions. If he wants to make a name for himself, Chaos Corner is undoubtedly the best place. That person is cunning. Mengyu guesses that they may have broken into pieces. They are recharging their energy in the winter and will definitely take action after the spring. Good. Li Haotian said loudly, Prime Minister. Continue to send people to explore the Chaos Corner and be sure to find the rebels. Yunqin Empire, Imperial Palace, Court Meeting. In the majestic palace, civilian officials are on the left and military generals are on the right, paying homage to the current emperor of the empire, Qin Yangjun. After the ceremony, a middle-aged man in armor came out and said, Your Majesty, the soldiers of the border army have come to report that the 200,000 Mania tribe's forward troops have moved south, and the troops are pointed directly at Shiha Kingdom. Please make a decision. Qin Yangjun, who was sitting high on the throne, looked at the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty and said, Now that the grassland tribes are aggressively invading the south, do you have any good ideas? A civil servant reported, Your Majesty, the conflict between the two armies has resulted in a loss of life. I think we should immediately send an envoy to Guangming City and ask the elf chief to intervene to calm the war. The middle-aged general sneered, Guangming City is far away, and it will take at least 2 months to go back and forth. By then, I am afraid that Shiga Kingdom will have been destroyed. A civil official immediately counterattacked, then send envoys to the grassland first, give them some property, and let the barbarians withdraw their troops. You want to send money again? How much money has the empire sent to those barbarians over the past 1,000 years, and they still go south? One of the generals retorted. Sending money is always cheaper than fighting a war. If a big war like this is fought, the empire will pay 100 times 1,000 times. The civil and military parties each had their own opinions and quarreled in the court. This can be regarded as a tradition after the Yunqin Empire's reform. The ministers can speak freely in the court, and quarreling is nothing. In previous years, there were still fights in the court. Qin Yangjun looked absently at the noisy ministers below, and occasionally looked outside the hall with his tiger eyes, as if waiting for some news. After a while, news came indeed. Report, a secret agent is here to report. 20 days ago, for some unknown reason, the Elf tribe and the Yasha tribe fought on the eastern coast. Each side had hundreds of thousands of troops, and they are currently fighting fiercely. Everyone in the court was stunned. 2 Shen-level races are fighting. Before anyone could react, another messenger ran in rolling and crawling. Report! The Blood Wolf clan from the south invaded in large numbers and destroyed 6 border towns. General Lin was defeated and has now retreated into Jinna City with his remaining army. Qin Yangjun said expressionlessly, "What are the casualties?" The messenger hesitated for a moment, looked at the emperor's cold face, did not dare to hide it, and said tremblingly, "The entire army of 100,000 people was wiped out, and 400,000 civilians were wiped out with blood." What? An old official with a white beard fainted on the spot when he heard the bad news. The whole court was silent. Repay. A messenger came running from a distance. Report from the front. The vanguard troops of the barbarian bull tribe broke through the border of Shiha Kingdom yesterday, and 500,000 tribesmen who had no time to escape were massacred. Bad news, terrible news. In just a few days, nearly 1 million human beings were bloodbath. Qin Yangjun stood up slowly and glanced coldly at the civil servants and generals in the palace. After a moment, he was heard to say in a deep voice, "Our Yunqin Empire has not had a war in 100 years. It's time for us to use our muscles. According to my decree, the second prince leads an army of 500,000 people to go north, and together with the Shiha Kingdom, the Sun Moon Kingdom, and the Shaping Kingdom, stop the barbarian Neo clan from going south. Order General Fan to come out. Raise an army of 2,003,000 generals, and go south to wipe out the Blood Wolf clan. Wherever they go, no chickens or dogs will be left behind." All the ministers looked at each other and responded in unison, "I obey the order." The camp was very lively in the early morning. The civilians had already gotten up and started the day's work under the arrangements of the leaders. Wang Ping was promoted to secretary by a female general because he had studied for several years. He is currently mainly responsible for the management of the warehouse and the entry and exit of various items. This is an important position. He is in charge of such a large warehouse, and all kinds of money, items, etc. have to pass through his hands. Many people in the camp are jealous of this job. "General Zhang, you are here. Do you still receive rations for 300 people today?" Zhang Tai laughed and said, "Xiao Wang, this is not the number today. Yesterday the young master allocated 100 prisoners to me again. You can give me 50 more pemmican cakes." Wang Ping frowned and said hesitantly, "General, do you have an order from Master or General Fan?" "Warrant?" Zhang Tai scratched his head and said, "That's not true. When did you need a warrant to pick up things?" "General, I received a notice yesterday. If you need to change the items from today on, you need to obtain a warrant from the young master or General Fan." You see, Zhang Tai was a little unhappy. "Give it to me first, and I'll have someone give you a warrant later." General Zhang, please don't embarrass me. If General Fan blames me, I can't afford it." Zhang Tai looked at the frail scholar in front of him with a stern face. Suddenly he laughed. "Okay, this general is a reasonable man. Let's go find Xiao Fan and ask for the warrant." After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at Zhang Tai's tall and thick figure, Wang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I heard that this group of soldiers followed the big leader in bloody battles and had a lifelong friendship. Dealing with them was not an easy task. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 20 days since he went up the mountain. This period of time can be described as a mixture of joy and sorrow, first worrying and then happy. From being out of breath at the beginning to now having basically adapted to the life in the camp, his state of mind has changed a lot. In the past, he might not be able to have enough to eat even though he worked hard. He was considered a scholar and had ambitions in his heart, but in such a harsh environment, there was no such thing as ambition. But after going up the mountain, he found that this was not an ordinary bandit's den, but a vibrant bandit's den. Although it was hard work every day, the food was provided, and a few days ago, everyone was given a set of winter clothes, which was a life-saving thing in the cold winter. He understood that everyone might still have complaints, but they had already recognized this young commander-in-chief. And he was even more so. Thanks to the trust of the commander-in-chief and the leaders, he got this important job, and he had a strong sense of belonging. Wang Ping was thinking about something, but he saw the chieftain and several generals walking over not far away, talking and laughing. He took a deep breath and smiled gently. Li Mufan took Ah Qiang, Suihua and Asho to stroll in the camp, smiling and greeting the villagers passing by. Yes, the loyalty of the civilians has reached more than 60. Suihua smiled and said, Master, they are eating the food made by Kai Lian, so of course their loyalty is high. Kai Lian is a colonist in the space base, mainly responsible for food. The food she makes at level 18 is delicious. Li Mufan also laughed and said, it doesn't matter whether it's delicious or not. They should be thankful that they can eat enough every day. By the way, Ah Qiang, how is the thing you asked me to do? Master, the drone guns and energy cores are installed. As long as they are powered on, they can be used. Okay. Let's go and have a look. A moment later, the base administrative center. After more than 10 days of day and night work, and after dozens of prisoners died of exhaustion, the administrative center was finally successfully built. The building has 5 floors and is located in the center of the camp. Its style is similar to that of the office building in the previous life, solemn and imposing. On the forehead of the stone statue on the top of the building, there is a fist-sized gem. This gem was buckled from the crown obtained in the cave that day. After thinking for a long time, Li Mufan decided to build a statue of his ancestors on the roof and offer the gem to show respect for his ancestors. In addition, a fiberglass drone gun is hidden in a corner of the roof. This high-tech product in the ring world will automatically fire as soon as an enemy appears. It is a powerful weapon for territory defense. Ah Qiang, how is the construction of the cable going? Ah Qiang smiled bitterly when he heard this. Master, there is no copper in the territory. How much copper do you need? If it is laid out from the cave, at least 2,000 kilograms will be needed. Li Mufan frowned and said, I will take care of this matter. Next, you organize the construction of the city wall and the shipyard. In addition, public facilities such as toilets and drainage systems also need to be built. Is it difficult? Ah Qiang hesitated for a moment and said, there is no problem with technology and materials, but if the 3 parties start working at the same time, there will be a shortage of manpower and the progress will be slow. The camp currently needs manpower in all aspects. Even if the soldiers of the Royal Guard camp are all brute force and can fight 10 of them, they cannot meet the construction needs. Let's arrange it this way first. I'll find a way to deal with the population issue later. Changing the subject, he asked Suihua behind him, how is the planting area now? When can there be output? Master, I have used the soil cultivation technology to increase the fertility of the land in the planting area by 8 times. In addition, the crop seeds brought out from the space have strong cold resistance and are expected to mature in another month. Suihua has learned the soil technology and can make a strong fertilizer to greatly increase the output. Well done, the price of food in the space is a bit high. It is not a long-term solution. This time it is considered to have solved a problem. Suihua smiled, it's all thanks to the master. Now she has a cheerful personality, just like an ordinary girl. Asho, how is the situation over there? The beautiful boy Asho said with a bitter face, Master, Asho is useless. The beasts in the mountains have all been killed by General Lu. Now we have only tamed some wild goats. Li Mufan remembered the plate of wolf meat he had eaten the day before and shook his head speechlessly. You can go to the Yuntsang River to have a look. There are abundant water and grass there. There may be a herd of animals, but you must be careful. Yes. Master. After that, he chatted with the 3 people for a few more words, arranged some things, and then returned to the room to start practicing the exercises. His current cultivation is at the peak of the first level of the body refining realm. After taking the tiger wolf pill, his strength is no less than Fan Qingyue, who is in the second level of the body refining realm. In addition to the effect of the Peiyuan pill, the most important thing for such a fast progress is the magical exercises. This Qingyun Xiandao is indeed an ancient secret method. The speed of cultivation that nourishes the body with spiritual energy is much faster than that of tempering strength. It has a solid foundation and is full of qi and blood. Compared with warriors of the same realm, it is 3 points stronger. In the cave, Li Mufan sat on a blue stone. After a moment, his eyes went dark and he entered the ring world. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has built an administrative center and become a lord. One reward item card is given and the strength of all colonists is increased by 10%. As soon as he entered the space, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong, the colonist's Uewa strength has reached a bottleneck before, and now it has been upgraded to the third level of the body refining realm. Li Mufan was overjoyed when he heard this. He has always been worried that the colonists will not be able to improve their strength in the short term. It seems that there are other ways besides buying the exercises at a high price. When he came to the entertainment room and saw Tsuewan watching TV, he was too lazy to scold her. He sat on the sofa and asked, Tsuewan, how are the people I asked you to recruit last time? Oh, master, you are here. To reply to the master, 8 members of the hunter fleet have been recruited. Li Mufan had entered the space twice before. After assigning the tasks, he has been practicing in the room. During this period, he encountered an attack by a small fleet of hunters. In addition to making a profit, he also captured several prisoners. He found that the hunters had no other skills, but their combat power was good. An idea immediately sprouted in his mind. 8 people? Not bad, give them all gene enhancers. Yes, master. After sending Cui Huan away, he did not waste time and immediately returned to the room to start practicing. In addition to training the physical body, Xingyun Shendaoju also recorded some secret techniques. He was only a spiritual body in the ring world space, and it was useless to practice orthodox techniques, so he turned to practice secret techniques. Currently, he is practicing a light body technique, which can make him as light as a swallow after practicing it, and it is not a problem to fly over the eaves and walls. It may come in handy in the future. 3 days later, the alarm suddenly sounded in the base. Warning, a group of mechanical enemies have airdropped near the base, and they will start to attack immediately, please be prepared. Li Mufan was shocked. Mechanical. He strode out of the bedroom and immediately began to arrange defense matters. As the base killers on par with the hunter fleet, the mechanical tribe is a little difficult to deal with because of their thick skin and flesh. A moment later, the battle started. The first to attack was a group of mechanical mantises. These robots holding electric sniper rifles not only have a long range, but also have good close combat capabilities. Their range exceeds that of automatic machine guns. They shoot bullets bang bang outside the city wall with high accuracy, and the durability of drone guns decreases rapidly. Li Mufan frowned and shouted, quick! Don't stand there stupidly, use mortars to bombard him. Yes. Several newly recruited hunters took action immediately and operated mortars to start bombarding. Bang bang bang, rows of shells were bombarded like they were free, and a series of explosions occurred on the open space outside the city wall. 7 or 8 mechanical mantises were blown to pieces, and one of them flashed a green light. Item card. Li Mufan was delighted. Behind the mechanical mantises was the main force of the attack, the mechanical centipede. These slow-moving behemoths have extremely high armor and are also equipped with high-injury weapons such as rapid-fire machine guns and grenade launchers. If they are not handled properly, they may cause casualties. Seeing that the centipede has entered the range, Li Mufan shouted, fire! Da-da-day! Countless bullets swept across, but the 2 centipedes were extremely strong and took a round of concentrated fire. They fired dense bullets before dying. Ding ding ding, a drone gun turret was directly shot up. The bullet rain also scraped the colonist Triumph, hitting his right arm and instantly losing his combat effectiveness. Li Mufan was shocked. It was the first time that someone was injured after entering the ring world and encountering so many attacks. Triumph, you retreat first, go and bandage and treat yourself. Yes. Master. The concentrated fire shot and smashed the 2 mechanical centipedes, but more centipedes crawled into the position, and immediately there was a hail of bullets. This battle was the most brutal one since entering the ring world. The fierce gunfight lasted for nearly an hour. In the end, the base paid the price of 10 machine gun towers being destroyed and 7 colonists being injured before defeating the mechanical race. The loss was not small. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. At this moment, Li Mufan was holding a golden card in his hand. According to the system's explanation, this card is one of the rarest items in the ring world, the summoning card. After using the summoning card, the host can randomly obtain a well-known historical figure, and the system recycling price is 50,000 silver per card. Wow, 50,000 silver, a huge sum of money. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to use this rare card. Ding dong, the host has obtained a historical figure, Lin Chong. Lin Chong, second level of the body refining realm, Commander 81, Politics 33, Strategy 32. Features, Coach. Lin Chong, who was once the coach of the 800,000 Imperial Guards in Tokyo, is good at training soldiers. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers he trained increased by 10%. Coach Lin. Li Mufan was stunned, happy and regretful. What's happy is that he is lucky. Coach Lin's attributes are still very good. The Commander 81 is equivalent to Lu Long, and he is a talent who can stand on his own. What's a pity is that he didn't draw a civil servant. He is in urgent need of a civil servant to share his worries. Ding dong, the system has implanted memories for Lin Chong, and he will join the host in the near future. Nodding, he exited the system. Now he needs to deal with the aftermath of the war. Cultivation does not take time, and 10 days passed in a flash. Consciousness returned to the body. At this moment, there were 8 people in the cave besides him. He spent a huge sum of 80,000 yuan to bring out these 8 colonists from the hunter fleet. Looking at the 4 men and 4 women, he said in a deep voice, "Now set up the hunter special forces. Black Moon, you will be the captain." The woman called Black Moon is a young woman with a cold face. Her strength has reached the second level of the body refining realm, and the rest of the team members also have the strength of the first level of the body refining realm. The colonists of the hunter fleet have undergone rigorous training. In addition to their strong strength, they also have rich experience in special operations. In his plan, this is the most elite force in the territory, and it is a sharp sword that pierces the heart of the enemy at a critical moment. 3 days later, the barracks and the meeting room. Seeing that everyone was there, Li Mufan didn't waste any words and went straight to the meeting. Everyone, this routine meeting has 2 topics. The first is the construction of the city wall. Aqian, tell me about the city wall. Aqian looked at the generals present and said, the city wall has been started. It uses a mixed structure of blue and white stone and cement. There is no doubt that it is strong. The problem now is how high and thick the city wall needs to be, and the material of the city gate. On this point, you should have more say than me. Everyone present fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, Lu Long said, Young master, my opinion is to build it according to the standards of the royal city. The city is 6 meters high and 2 meters wide, which is enough to deal with most siege weapons. Li Mufan nodded. Do you all agree? Everyone answered in unison, we have no different opinions. With a faint smile, Li Mufan suddenly asked, Lu Long, what are the conventional siege weapons on the continent at present? Master, except for the human race, the yellow-level races have no large-scale siege weapons. They are basically based on ladders. If it is the human race, there are battering rams, catapults and other equipment. As for the black-level races, I don't know. If the elves come to attack, how do you think they will attack the city? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Obviously, they had not thought about this question. After a moment, it was Lu Long who answered. I heard that the elves are good at bows and arrows, and there are mysterious magicians. I think they should first shoot with bows and arrows to suppress the soldiers defending the city before attacking the city. Li Mufan asked calmly, well, how do the elven bows and arrows compare to our bows and arrows? Everyone immediately fell silent after hearing this. At this time, Lin Chong, who was at the end of the conference room, said, Master, generals, I have traveled in the territory of the Bright Elf tribe. As far as I know, the adult men of the elf tribe are very good at archery and can almost pierce a tree with 100 steps. Even if no matter how far it is, the accuracy is still very high. After a pause, he saw that everyone was looking at him, and he didn't feel any stage fright. The quality of the bows and arrows in the camp is very high, but the quality of the bows and arrows in the hands of the elves is also not low. With the current strength, it is difficult to suppress the same number of elven troops. After he finished speaking, Li Mufan nodded and said, the Xian class race is well deserved. Coach Lin, based on your experience, you think how high the city wall needs to be built to offset the advantage of the elf race's bows and arrows? After Lin Chong thought for a moment, he said respectfully, General, I think it needs to be at least twice as high. Double. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Doubling the height would be 12 battles, nearly 40 meters. What a majestic city wall this must be. Do you have any opinions on Coach Lin's proposal? Chang said, Master, the construction difficulty in time of such a high city wall will be greatly extended. The original 1 month may take 3 months. In addition, with the current equipment, if we rely on manpower to resist, it may cause certain casualties. Li Mufan looked at everyone and made a decision. Just build it according to what Coach Lin said. You can take your time and leave all the dangerous work to the prisoners. As for the personnel, I will find a way. The discussion about the city wall ends here. The second topic is about the shipyard. I plan to form a Yongkangjiang naval force. Please share your ideas. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. The Kingdom of the Sun and Moon is a landlocked country, so asking them where the navy is needed is in vain. Seeing the generals shrugging their heads one by one, Li Mufan's veins twitched on his forehead and he shouted, I usually see you bragging so well, but now why are you silent? Li Mufan originally had the prototype of a plan in his mind, but when he saw them like this, he became angry and knew that what he said was the same as what he didn't say. Forget it. Let's discuss this matter later, adjourn the meeting. He was about to leave when suddenly the door of the conference room was knocked open and a figure stumbled in. When Li Mufan saw the person coming, he was slightly startled and said, Wang Li, didn't you go to Yunqin to inquire about it? Why did it get like this? Wang Li didn't care about everyone's surprised looks and knelt down with a thud. Master, the barbarian bull tribe and the blood wolf tribe attacked from the north and south and destroyed 16 cities in a row. 1 million of our human race were slaughtered. What? The news hit everyone like a bolt from the blue. Fan Qingyue was even more unsteady and almost fainted on the spot. Lin Chong sighed, and there were 2 traces of tears on Lu Long and Zhang Tai's strong faces. Li Mufan stood there as stunned as a demon. Millions of people, so many tribesmen, were just wiped out. Wang Li's voice was also trembling, and he said loudly, Master. Generals, the grassland is moving southward. The Sun and Moon Kingdom has blocked the border. On the way back, I met nearly 30,000 refugees, heading towards the Jinlan Plain. Came to escape. In the northern part of the Jinlan Plain, there are many small and large cottages hidden in the mountains outside the Lost Mountains. They make a living by raiding passing caravans and nearby villages. Therefore, it is a place where the elves and barbarian tribes meet. There are many caravans and it is located on a plain with many scattered villages. Therefore, being a bandit is a promising career. Haifengshai Black Wind Village was founded by homeless people from the Earth Demon Clan. Because the Earth Demon Clan is naturally strong and thick-skinned, it has become the largest force in this area over time. At this moment, in the hall of Black Wind Village, 18 commanders from nearby large and small villages gathered. Boss Demon, the 30,000 refugees from the human race are almost here. You are the biggest. How should we divide them? The person who spoke was a village leader of the Goblin clan. The leader of the Iron Wolf clan laughed and said, the human race is a hot commodity. The elves like the human slaves the most, especially the little girls with tender skin and tender flesh. TSK, old wolf, everyone knows your lust, so you are lucky this time, but the women you have ruined are afraid that adults will not want you, huh? You don't want me to keep it and enjoy it slowly. Old dog, don't laugh at me either. Last time you conquered a human village, you went through a lot of trouble. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. The leader of the Goblin clan, who was sitting in the main seat, also laughed and said, speaking of this, I heard that a human village was moved away a month ago, and the Goblin tribe next door was also destroyed. I wonder if it was you. Who did it? I have gained so many benefits and don't know how to share them with my brothers. The leaders were all stunned and looked at the Goblin commander. Seeing this, the Goblin commander shrank his neck and said with some fear, brothers, I know this. I heard that a new group of human horse thieves came and had some conflicts with our village, and they slaughtered the village directly, and also washed the human villages. Oh? There's more to this. The leader of the Earth Demon said, when did the human race become so tough? One day I want to see it. But as soon as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from the door. An Earth Demon minion was thrown into the hall. No need to wait any longer, I'm here. The aliens were all shocked and looked towards the door. But a group of brightly armored human soldiers rushed in surrounded by a young man. You didn't even notify me of such a big meeting. This is because you don't take our human clan village seriously. The demon leader shouted, who are you and what do you do? Am I not the horse thief you are talking about? The leader of Iron Wolf shouted, so it's you. You are quite courageous. You have destroyed a goblin village and you dare to be arrogant with us? Li Mufan glanced at him lightly. Ha, the leaders are going to make money from my human refugees. How can I not take a share of the pie? A sneer appeared on the ugly face of the demon leader, and he said, there are at least 1,000 warriors here. How many of you have to come and share the spoils with us? My little brother has more than 200 soldiers. Ha 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 ha. The kobold laughed and said, "Human race, you are only a mere 200 people, so you dare to sit on the ground and raise the price with us? With your little arms and legs, even if there are 20,000 people, I won't take it seriously. 200 people? Ah, go home and feed yourself." The aliens laughed and sarcastic words kept coming. The leader of the Earth Demon waved his hand and said, "Okay, everyone, this human is a fellow traveler after all. Come on, bring a chair over." Immediately, a minion brought a small wooden chair. It formed a sharp contrast with the leader's fur chair. The aliens laughed again when they saw this. The leader of the Earth Demon said jokingly, "How do you want to divide it?" Li Mufan laughed and said, "I want it all." Ha! The eyes of the aliens were wide open, and after a moment, they seemed to have heard the funniest joke and laughed loudly. "Ha, isn't it said that the human race has a good brain? Why can't I see it?" The leader of the Earth Demon almost died of laughter, and said, "All of them? Human race, did you take the wrong medicine? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go back. Think about it and come back." Li Mufan always had a calm face. He just smiled and said, "Everyone, since that's the case, then it depends on your ability. I don't know when you will start, so I can be prepared." The demon chief restrained his smile and said coldly, "It's okay to tell you. We are leaving tomorrow. You'd better not come, otherwise we will kill you too." "Demon boss, this kid is handsome, why not take him now, maybe you can sell him for a good price." The demon chief smiled and said, "No hurry, I said I'm in a good mood, let you go away." Li Mufan looked at the aliens in the field coldly, and actually turned around and left. Behind him, there was another harsh laugh. On the way back to the camp, Fan Qingyue, who was dressed as a man, asked in confusion, "Master, why didn't you take action first and catch them all? Instead, you got humiliated." Looking at the angry female general, Li Mufan smiled and said, "Killing them is useless. If the boss dies, there is a second boss." "What does master mean?" "The alien strongholds are built in a hidden way. It took a long time to find a Black Wind stronghold. It would take too much effort to find and destroy them one by one." A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "As long as we know that they will send troops tomorrow." The next day, facing the rising morning glow, countless black spots appeared densely on the Jinlan plain. If you look closely, you can find that they are human refugees fleeing famine. Looking around, there are at least 30,000 to 40,000 people. In the crowd, a girl was carrying a boy of about 10 years old, walking slowly. Both of them were pale and thin, and there was a bloodstain on the boy's pants, which seemed to be injured. "Sister, are we there yet? I'm so hungry." The girl smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, hold on a little longer, we'll be able to settle down soon." The little boy's voice sounded very weak, "I miss my daddy and mommy." The girl's eyes turned red when she heard this, and she comforted him softly, "Xiaoyu, daddy and mommy are waiting for us in front, you must not sleep." "Just in front, are there really parents waiting for them? Or maybe, they are brutal robbers." Suddenly, the team in front became chaotic, and the girl heard a hoarse shout. "The aliens are coming! Run away!" She was shocked. Didn't they say that there was no war in the territory of the elves? Why is it like this here? The petite girl avoided the flow of people while trying to look up, but the scene she saw scared her and she screamed. In the sky, a row of arrows drew an arc and shot over. "This is the arc of death." She closed her eyes gently. Perhaps the next moment, she will be able to see her parents, and these days of lingering will finally end. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound in front of her. Ding! She instinctively opened her eyes. A back figure wearing armor and riding a snow-white horse, blocked her. "Little girl, are you okay?" The knight on the horse stretched out his hand and smiled at her faintly. The voice sounded so beautiful. She wanted to speak, wanted to say something to thank her, but when she spoke, she found that her voice was trembling. I don't know when, she was already in tears. Li Mufan sighed softly when he saw this. He picked up the brother and sister and gently handed the brother to Fan Qingyue beside him. The girl struggled uneasily in Li Mufan's arms when she saw this. "Don't worry." He patted her shoulder gently. "Qingyue, send people to comfort the refugees. Lulong, line up and prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes, master." On the vast plain, more than 200 fully armed warriors lined up in a row, protecting the human refugees firmly behind them. In the distance, tens of thousands of foreign bandits failed to hit the target and also lined up. "Boss Demon, it's that kid from yesterday." The leader of the Earth Demon sneered, "Don't overestimate your abilities." "Are all the people here?" The dog-headed man beside him looked back and said, "They are all here, more than 10,000 brothers." Good. The leader of the Earth Demon roared loudly, "Go! Close the net! Kill!" With a shout of killing, the bandits immediately rushed up. In their eyes, the less than 300 human horse thieves in front of them were not vulnerable at all. Seeing that they had entered the range, Lu Long roared loudly, "Shoot!" Swish! A row of arrows broke through the air. A scream was heard, and the bandit coalition immediately fell to the ground. "Archers, shoot, charge! Charge!" Immediately, the sound of bows came from the bandit camp, but it was scattered, which was not the same as the uniformity of the guard camp. Ding ding ding, after a series of crisp sounds, the bandits were surprised to find that the human soldiers who should have fallen down were not moving at all. The leader of the Earth Demon widened his eyes and found that their bows and arrows could not penetrate the armor of the opposite side. Ordinary. Oh my god. They are all ordinary armor. The guard camp has been taking Peiyuan Dan for several days, and half of them have broken through the body refining realm one after another. The tiger and wolf pills later greatly increased their strength. Rain of arrows, shoot. In just a few breaths, the second row of arrows fell again. Ah! The screams came one after another. How could the foreign bandits wearing only leather armor resist the power of ordinary iron bows? After 2 rounds of arrow rain, hundreds of corpses were left on the ground. There's something wrong with this group of human beings. Quick! Charge over! A bandit leader was roaring. Bow and arrows, shoot! Swish! A bow sounded, and a row of arrows flashing with cold light shot out. The range of horizontal shooting is not as good as that of projectile shooting, but the power is much greater, and the soldiers are full of brute force. After the bow and arrow shot through the first bandit, it did not lose momentum. After shooting through 3 people in a row, the 4th person was firmly nailed to the ground. Ah! What kind of bow and arrow is this? The bandit leaders who were watching the battle from a distance were shocked. They never thought that the human race could shoot such sharp bows and arrows. Are they still human? Shoot again! Free fire! Lu Long roared loudly, and immediately, the sound of bows sounded one after another, and the frequency of free fire was even higher than that of volley fire. On the frontal battlefield, the charging bandits seemed to have hit an iron wall. They fell in pieces at a distance of 100 steps. One bow and arrow could shoot through 2 or 3 people. The scene was extremely tragic. The girl who was held in Li Mufan's arms on the unicorn whitened her eyes. During her escape, she had seen humans and aliens fighting in the wild. Usually both sides suffered losses or the aliens won. But with such a one-sided massacre like today, she never dreamed of it. Not only her, but other refugees also looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Is this still a human soldier? Could it be that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly warriors were not there to save them? The distance of 100 steps was like a death trap. In a short time, at least 2,000 corpses fell. If it were the human army, it would have been defeated by now. But the aliens were different. The tragic scenes aroused the ferocity in their bones. They roared with red eyes and rushed into the guard camp without the help of the leader. 100 steps. 80 steps. 50 steps. Bows and arrows were still shooting wildly, but the distance between the two sides was only 50 steps. Li Mufan could clearly see the ferocious expression on the alien's face. Charge! Humans are not good at melee combat. Charge up and kill them all. I don't know who is roaring, but the alien bandits are even more crazy when they hear this. Seeing that the distance is getting closer, Li Mufan put down the girl in his arms and nodded to Fan Qingyue beside him. Fan Qingyue shouted loudly, "Jiangren, Wang Ping. Let the refugees retreat quickly." 2 men in ordinary clothes, an old man and a young man, immediately took the girl and her brother away, and at the same time loudly ordered the civilians in the camp. Li Mufan pointed the long knife in his hand and roared, "Start the war! Tiger!" The soldiers of the guards battalion roared, and more than 200 horses carrying the fully armed soldiers rushed forward like a storm. In the blink of an eye, flesh and blood flew everywhere. With such fighting power of the guards battalion, how could some bandits be able to compete with it? As soon as the two sides met, the bandits were immediately chopped into pieces, hundreds of them. Aqiang and Suihua took the lead. These 2 colonists at the 3rd level of the body refining realm were like tigers among sheep. Aqiang's Guangdong knife swept across everything, slashing like a god of death. It was like hell to be around him. Suihua is also invincible. She has just been promoted and holds an unknown spear, obtained in the fog. She is dressed in a military uniform and is not out of place. The spear is like a stone, fire and lightning, and the horse's hooves trample it, causing countless casualties. On the other side, Lu Long and Zhang Tai were also unwilling to be outdone. They slashed and killed with long swords in their hands, and their limbs flew everywhere, creating a bloody storm. Impossible, this is impossible. The Earth Demon leader looked at these murderous humans on the battlefield in disbelief, and his whole body started to tremble slightly. Didn't you say that humans are not good at close combat? Why are these people so powerful? The leader of Iron Wolf said with red eyes, Boss Demon, this group of humans is well equipped and powerful. If this continues, our brothers will not be able to hold on. How about we swarm up and kill them all in one go? Okay. It's as you wish. The old demon boss roared and said, Brothers, follow me and kill these scum. Kill. The other half of the bandits behind them rushed forward amidst shouts of killing. The battle became more intense. The bandit coalition has a large number of people, and the guard battalion is powerful. The battlefield is filled with blood mist and screams. Lu Long, Zhang Tai, Suihua, and Aqiang are the four sharp knives, and there is no enemy anywhere they go. But looking at the entire battlefield, the most powerful is indeed not the four of them, but Li Mufan. Wearing a helmet with a red tassel on his head, a fine steel sun and moon armor, a purple gold sword in his hand, and a unicorn on his crotch, he is extremely attractive. The unicorn is not an ordinary mount, it is a rare spiritual beast that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Although this Takshu is still underage, its strength has reached the terrifying 6th level of the body refining realm, and it has been injected with genetic enhancers. The 4th level of the body refining realm is a level. There is a big difference in power between the 3rd level and the 4th level. Suihua Aqiang of the 3rd level is still invincible. What is the concept of the 6th level? I saw Takshu carrying Li Mufan across the battlefield. If he was hit by it, he would be killed or injured. If he dared to block it head-on, he would be torn apart. Li Mufan slashed horizontally and vertically with his long sword, and the purple lightning thunder sword he had been practicing so hard was already able to send and receive it freely, one sword at a time. One man and one beast actually killed the bandits' formation. Li Mufan roared and killed them again. Invincible, truly invincible. From a distance, it looks like a white horse running across the battlefield, glaring in all directions. Human race. You are too arrogant. Eat my old wolf's knife. The leader of Iron Wolf shouted loudly, and relying on his strength at the 2nd level of the body refining realm, he urged his horse to stop Li Mufan. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Li Mufan roared and rushed forward, only to hear a crisp sound of dang, and a head flew up. The Iron Wolf leader stared blankly at the human boy who was speeding away, feeling that his body was slowly falling. I want them all. Li Mufan's indifferent words yesterday flashed through his mind. His eyes went dark, and his head was in a different place. One knife. Relying on the sharpness of the weapon, Li Mufan completed his first leapfrog kill in his life. Ah! The wolf leader is dead. There were screams echoing over the battlefield, but they were quickly drowned out by the sounds of fighting. Swish, 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 a row of arrows and crossbows fired from behind the scene and accurately shot into the bandit's chest. The hunter special forces that had been ambushing the flank finally took action. Different from the red cloaks of the guard camp, the hunters wore pure black stainless steel armor, and held in their hands the repeating crossbow that Li Mufan carefully crafted for them. It could shoot 3 rounds at a time, and its grade was higher than the iron-tide bow. Although there are only 8 hunters, they are very good at fighting, and their bows and crossbows are always fired without fail. They stay away from the front scene and harvest lives. The leader of the Earth Demon was about to go crazy. He was at the 2nd level of the body refining realm and was tightly entangled by Zhang Tai. Although he was a small level higher than the opponent, his equipment was too far behind and he did not dare to take the fine steel sword. Sara has no brute force and cannot use it. His heart was bleeding as he watched the bandit coalition being crazily massacred by the humans. More than 10 years of hard work will be ruined in this battle. The battle lasted for less than half an hour. In the field, the bandit coalition forces who had been killed were frightened and were in a state of defeat. Li Mufan chopped down an Earth Demon bandit with one strike, and found that no one dared to step forward. At this moment, he was covered in blood. After looking at the situation, he yelled, "The bandits are gone, end the battle quickly." When several generals heard the roar, they roared and killed indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, dozens more aliens were killed. Upon hearing this, the hunter troops on the flank put away their crossbows, drew a pair of swords from their waists, and entered the battlefield. These 8 people are at least the 1st level of the body refining realm. They have been injected with gene enhancers and taken tiger wolf pills, and their combat power is outrageous. The 8 people were like 8 black whirlwinds, harvesting lives crazily. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back. The bandit coalition finally couldn't bear such brutal massacre and collapsed. Once a defeat is established, it is difficult to reverse it, and no matter how much the leader shouts, it will be useless. They are not human beings, these humans are not human beings. Run away. When the generals saw this, they didn't need to say hello at all, and rode off to chase him. Surrender and avoid death. Li Mufan roared loudly, sounding like a bell. Surrender and avoid death. The soldiers of the guard camp shouted in unison, like a thunderbolt from the blue, deafening. No, don't kill me. I surrender. The bandits who were scared to death dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, no longer resisting. The entire battlefield fell to its knees, and the few who resisted were killed with one blow. Seeing that the overall situation had been decided, Lu Long arrived on horseback. Next to Li Mufan. Master, those guys are running away, do you want to catch up? With a sneer, Li Mufan said, the monks can't run away from the temple, so let them live a few more days first. Lu Long, order Fan Qingyue and Suihua to treat the wounded immediately. Aqiang and Zhang Tai escort the prisoners. You and a group of people will lead the refugees back to the camp. Yes. Master. Lu Long responded and made arrangements. In the evening, most people from all walks of life have returned to the camp. After Lu Long's preliminary count, there are about 30,000 refugees stationed in the camp this time, and more than 3,000 prisoners. The sudden increase of 40,000 people put a huge burden on the camp, with housing, food, winter supplies, etc. being very much needed. Li Mufan looked at these refugees who were barely clothed and hungry. One had a head and 2 were as big as one. At present, he has ordered Aqiang to put down all the work at hand and focus on building temporary wooden houses. Whether they are villagers or captives, as long as they have the strength, they must go to the construction site. It is already late autumn. If the construction of temporary wooden houses cannot be completed in the shortest time, I am afraid that people will freeze to death in large numbers. In a corner of the camp, Fan Qingyue and the women in the village set up a shed as a temporary food distribution point. Fortunately, Li Mufan brought out a warehouse of dried meat biscuits, otherwise these refugees would have starved to death before freezing to death. Time is very tight. Everyone worked overnight and finally built 500 large wooden houses before midnight. More than a dozen refugees squeezed into one room and had to get through the night first. Late at night, after a day of fighting, all the soldiers had gone to bed. The refugees finally had a peaceful sleep after drinking a bowl of meat soup. Barracks, conference room. Although it was late at night, 4 fluorescent lights illuminated the 4 corners of the room. This fluorescent lamp was brought out from the space by Li Mufan. The shellac burning in it can last for a quarter, and the brightness is much better than that of candles. After everyone sat down, Li Mufan looked at these dusty generals and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work, I won't talk about the situation. Everyone knows the current situation. Lu Long, please report on the situation of this battle." Lu Long said seriously, "Young master, generals, in this battle our personal guard battalion wiped out more than 5,000 enemies, captured 3,800 prisoners, and obtained countless weapons and armors. In addition, Chen Yang collected from bandits when he was cleaning the battlefield. A total of more than 10,000 gold coins and more than 50,000 silver coins were found on the corpse." After a pause, he continued, 30 people in the guards battalion were slightly injured. After inspection and bandaging, they are all fine. No soldiers were killed. Although everyone present was mentally prepared, they were all dumbfounded after hearing Lu Long's report. In the battle against the 18th Route Army of Bandits, he wiped out 5,000 enemies and suffered almost 0 battle losses. This number was so terrifying that it was outrageous. What is a big victory? This is a great victory, a complete victory. Li Mufan nodded with satisfaction. Although the alien bandits were ferocious, they did not even have decent weapons and armor. To put it bluntly, they were just a bunch of rabble. Their personal combat effectiveness was at most equal to that of the kingdom's defenders. Faced with an ambush of 18,000 elite men before, the Guards Battalion still fought its way out of the encirclement, not to mention a similar number of bandits. What's more, the current Guards Battalion is completely different from what it was back then. This battle damage may sound unbelievable, but if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. No matter how many goats there are, can they kill the tigers? Li Mufan smiled and said, "Very good, we have grown up. If this record is spread in the future, some people will be scared out of their wits." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Winning such a battle would be something to brag about in the future. Let the injured brother recover from his injuries. In addition, take half of the gold and silver seized and distribute it to all the brothers. Chinue, prepare a merit book tomorrow and write the names of all the meritorious soldiers. When we grow stronger, we will give you separate rewards. Thank you, Master. At present, a specific military merit reward system has not been formulated, so it can only be done temporarily. Without a capable civilian official, many things cannot be carried out. What is the total number of refugees this time? Is there any statistics? Fan Xingyue replied, the general made a rough count when distributing food earlier and found that the total number of people is about 35,000. How many prisoners are there? Lu Long said, 3,800. Is there enough food? Fan Xingyue looked embarrassed. According to the current distribution method, the food in the current warehouse can only be used for 6 days. Li Mufan frowned slightly when he heard this. Food has always been a big problem. He just brought out tens of thousands of pemmican last time, but he didn't expect it to be gone so quickly. Suehua, how long will it take for your crops to mature? Suehua responded, Master, it will take at least 10 days. It will take 10 more days. Are we going to the space to buy again? Li Mufan hesitated in his heart. The silver in space was very precious. If it was all used to buy food, how could the territory develop? Seeing that his young master was frowning, Lu Long asked hesitantly, Master, can we send troops to destroy the bandits nearby to solve the urgent need? Li Mufan thought for a moment after hearing this and shook his head. Foreign villages are very hidden, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, both the journey back and forth and the attack will take time. I'm afraid it will be too late. At this time, a beast, who had been silent all this time, said, Master, I found a large number of fish migrating on the Yungtsang River behind the mountains to the north. If I can cast a net to catch it, it should be enough. Seeing everyone staring at him, a beast's voice became smaller and smaller. After not seeing each other for a while, Li Mufan noticed how this handsome boy looked even more handsome. If he put on women's clothes, he would look like a little beauty. Ahem, beast, I'll leave this matter to you. You will take people to go fishing tomorrow morning. Remember, this is related to the safety of thousands of people in the territory. You can only succeed, not fail. Yes. Master. The issue of food has been settled for now. Let's talk about the future development of the territory. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Everyone is a general leading troops to fight, so how can they have any ideas? After looking at each other, they said in unison, it's all up to the young master. Li Mufan was completely speechless. Xingyue, how many young people are there among the refugees? Fan Xingyue sighed softly, most of the people who fled are young people. Li Mufan nodded. Escape is also a laborious task. Basically only the young and strong are left who can escape all the way here. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, the base is currently in dilapidated state and needs construction in all aspects. It is not appropriate to have another war in the short term. Lu Long, your combat team does not need to participate in the construction. The entire camp will be sealed off from tomorrow. No one is allowed to enter or exit without my permission. Anyone who violates the order will be subject to military law. In addition, you and Coach Lin will select 2,000 strong men from the refugees to form a new army. You will be the commander of the new army, and Lin Chon will be the deputy general. We will intensify training and strive to form an army as soon as possible. Yes. Master, the two of them responded excitedly. An expression of eagerness to try. Suehua, add 3,000 people to your planting team to increase the planting area 5 times. Suehua immediately responded, yes. Young master. Li Mufan looked at Zheng Tai and said, Zheng Tai. The stone cutting team will give you another 5,000 people, and we must ensure the base's stone supply. Zhang Tai cupped his hands, don't worry, young master. A beast, the breeding factory will allocate 1,000 of your people to fish for me and catch all the fish nearby. Yes, master. Qian. The rest of the people are yours. Put aside other projects and focus on building private housing for me. Yes. After Li Mufan finished assigning tasks, he looked at everyone, and finally added, everyone, try not to break up families when selecting people. All dangerous and physical work that requires a lot of physical strength should be done by the prisoners. Let me make it clear to the common people that as long as they work hard, they will receive 1 silver coin every month. I, Li Mufan, will do what I say. After hearing this, everyone stood up and cupped their hands at the same time and said, General, I will obey. This ended the late-night discussion, which set the outline for the development of the territory in the future. Playing slowly and steadily, Su2 makes progress. 2 days later, early in the morning, Li Mufan took 8 hunter members on a routine tour of the camp. Fan Qingyue had so many things to do that she couldn't get away from him. Li Mufan originally wanted the little girl he rescued that day to be responsible for her daily life and food, but seeing that her brother was always on her mind, after thinking about it, she decided to do it herself. He greeted the civilians kindly along the way. Although the territory was still in a mess, everyone seemed to be in good spirits and felt satisfied. After wandering around, he came to the secret cave, nodded to a few hunters, closed his eyes, and entered the ring world. As soon as I regained consciousness, a system prompt sounded in my mind, ding dong, it has been detected that the population of the host territory with a loyalty exceeding 60 is 10,321. The task has been completed ahead of schedule. Do you choose to receive the reward at this time? Li Mufan was slightly stunned and asked, what do you mean by this? System, can you explain it to me? The host can choose to complete the task immediately, then the reward will be issued according to your current task completion status. At the same time, you can also choose to receive the reward when the task completion deadline arrives. He chose to postpone the receipt without hesitation. There are more than 30,000 people in the territory, and only 1/3 of them have a loyalty of more than 60. Isn't it stupid to complete it now? Anyway, there is still a long time before the deadline, so won't you get more by then? System, didn't I have an item card left last time? Give it to me. Ding dong, the host chooses to use the item card, and you get the prop, the machining table. Nice. Li Mufan laughed, it seems that he is lucky today. This machining table is the basis for manufacturing various items. There is also an energy core in the territory to provide stable power output, which can be used immediately. Walk out of the door and call Suihuan over. Don't be idle, go and mine all the copper mines nearby. I'll be very useful to you. Yes. Master. After sending the colonists to work, Li Mufan returned to the house and continued to practice. Strength is the root of everything. 5 days later in the ring world time, the alarm sounded in the base, and another attack came. Alarm, a group of pirates airdropped near your colony, they will attack after a slight adjustment. Pirates? With the defense of the colony, unless it was a large-scale attack by the Tianzhou group, he would not even take hunters and mechanical tribes seriously. Pirates are nothing. He wanted to ignore it, but suddenly thought of something. Hunters are good at fighting, so what about pirates? The shipyard in the territory has begun to be built. Aren't these pirates the best sailors who fell from the sky? He ran out and shouted, Cui Huan! Catch them alive! 15 minutes later, the battle was over. None of the 30 or so pirates who attacked escaped, and they were all wiped out. Sui Huan and others captured 20 in one go, and the cell was almost full. Li Mufan looked at the attributes of this group of pirates, and the attributes were not bad. After checking the system, he found out that the pirates were indeed good at water battles. Sui Huan, provide them with good food and drink, and recruit them as soon as possible. 10 days passed in a flash. This time, Li Mufan spent a lot of money, using more than half of the silver in the base to buy follower cards, and directly brought out 10 pirates. The leader was called Jack, and his strength reached the first level of the body refining realm. The other 9 were at a bottleneck. I believe that with the help of Peiyuan Dan, they will soon be able to break through. In addition to the pirates, Li Mufan also brought out Demu, who was captured during his first attack. After joining the colony, he has made great progress in all aspects. In addition, he has good handicrafts. Li Mufan thought about it again and brought him out. In the future, the machining table will have to be handed over to him. Jack, you guys go find Ah Chiang right now and report to him. He will tell you what to do. Yes, master. 10 people responded at the same time and left the cave quickly. Because the system would implant some basic information about the territory for them, they could start working immediately. Damu, you also go find Ah Chiang. The copper mine has been brought. Ask him to lay the cable as soon as possible. If he can't be separated, you can find his wife Tsuehua. Pointing to the blue machining table in the corner of the cave, he continued, this thing will be handed over to you in the future. Find a way to make a batch of parts first, and I will tell you the rest later. Yes, master. After explaining everything, Li Mufan put his hands behind his back and slowly left the cave. Autumn has gone and winter has come. Snowflakes are floating in the sky. It has been more than a month since the anti-bandit war that day. Now the Yunnan plain has been covered with heavy snow. Looking around, it is all white. A big city stands on this snowy land. Yunnan City, the largest city in Yunnan Plain, has a population of 1 million. This city is adjacent to the Yongtsog River in the east and the Sun and Moon Kingdom in the west. It was originally built by the elves. Later, someone from the Red Fox clan made great contributions to the elves and became the lord of this city. Over time, the Red Fox clan gradually became the real owner of this city. Although it still belongs to the elves in name, it is actually basically autonomous. Hundreds of races live together in Yunnan City, and almost all races in Yunzhou can be found here. City Lord's Mansion. A middle-aged man from the Red Fox clan stood at the window and looked at the vast snow scene. The Red Fox clan is different from the Minotaur or the dog-headed man. They look like humans in both body shape and appearance, but a pair of red ears and a furry tail prove their identity as the Red Fox clan. The middle-aged man has a handsome appearance, looking out the window with bright eyes, and I don't know what he is thinking. A moment later, a member of the Red Fox tribe pushed the door open, bowed slightly and said, "City Lord, the spy is back." The two sides of the war in the north that day were the human race and the bandits such as the Earth Demon tribe. Human race? The Red Fox City Lord frowned and asked, "The human race is now fighting with the Blood Wolf and Barbarian Bull tribes. Why would they come to us to cause trouble? I heard that this group of human race does not belong to any force, but a group of horse thieves." Horse thieves? The city lord was stunned and said with a smile, "With the fighting power of the human race, if they don't hide in the city, they will also learn to rob people. Have you found out how many horse thieves there are?" The tribe member looked at the city lord hesitantly and said uncertainly, "According to the spy's report, it seems that there are only 300 or 400 people." Nonsense! You mean 300 or 400 humans killed tens of thousands of bandits? Explore again. The tribe member bowed and was about to leave, but heard the city lord say again, "I asked you to explore the truth of Dongshan City. Do you have any news?" The tribe member frowned slightly and said, "The garrison in Dongshan City is only more than 5,000 people, but sir, the human race pays tribute to the elves every year. Without their permission, we cannot act on our own. The elves are busy with their own affairs and will not take care of things here." But, without waiting for the tribe member to answer, the city lord waved his hand and signaled him to leave. A moment later, in a room with only one person, the Red Fox City Lord looked in the direction of Dongshan City, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. Li Mufan's camp. A flag was flying over the administrative center, with a big Ming written on it. Half a month ago, Li Mufan took the two characters of the Sun and Moon from his homeland and officially named his territory Mingcheng. The newly trained 2,000 new soldiers were renamed Mingjun. In addition to the two characters of the Sun and Moon, Ming has another meaning. Li Mufan came from Earth, and the Ming dynasty of China drove out the Tartars and restored China, creating a prosperous era. Now he also has a hidden ambition to lead the army to sweep across the world and the 8 wastelands to restore the former glory of the human race. Of course, he has not told anyone about this meaning, only he knows it. Although there is light snow in the sky at this moment, the construction site is still in full swing. 20 days ago, Suewa's crops finally matured, and with the large amount of fresh fish caught by Ishu, the civilians had food and drink, and their bodies, which were close to the critical point, finally recovered, and their faces became ruddy. Ishu built many new fish ponds near the Lansong River, laying the foundation for the future food reserves of the base. On the construction site, adults were shouting and moving pieces of blue and white stone, and children were playing snowballs in thick winter clothes, which was very lively. Suewa planted not only grain crops such as potatoes, corn, and rice, but also large areas of cotton, herbs and other necessities of life. After cotton, Li Mufan immediately organized people to make a large number of cotton clothes and quilts, which warmed not only the body temperature in this cold winter, but also the refugees' cold hearts. After a month of crazy construction in the city, 50 houses have been completed. Unlike most of the buildings in Tianhong continent, Chang built an apartment-style residence according to Li Mufan's requirements, a 3-story building, 4 units, and 5 households in each unit, which arranged the area more reasonably. At present, according to the standard of a family of 3, these 50 houses can only accommodate 9,000 people. After discussing with everyone, Li Mufan decided to establish a simple reward and punishment system. Those who perform well in the construction can move in early. Once this system came out, the enthusiasm of the civilians was completely ignited. Who doesn't want to live in a new house? The progress of construction has been accelerated again. I believe that it won't take long to solve the housing problem of 30,000 people. The training of the new army is also being carried out slowly. Li Mufan doesn't know much about training soldiers, but he understands that if an army wants to be combat effective, discipline is the top priority. Soldiers, obeying orders is their duty. He repeatedly emphasized the importance of discipline during several inspections of the barracks, and even demonstrated various commands learned from military training in his previous life, requiring Lu Long and Lin Chong to set an example: first learn to stand, then learn to walk. 1 month, the new army did not learn anything else in this month, but learned the discipline regulations. Although everyone was confused, the military camp provided food, with fish and meat per ton, enough rice, and military pay. For these recruits who had never even eaten minced meat on weekdays, no matter what they trained, they were willing to fight on the battlefield. As for Peiyuan Dan, Li Mufan did not distribute it to them immediately. First, the quantity was not enough, and second, their loyalty was generally around 80. He planned to wait until the average loyalty of the new army reached 90, and then distribute Peiyuan Dan according to the specific situation. Lin Chong was worthy of being the instructor of the 800,000 imperial army. He quickly understood the essence of Li Mufan's training method. Because Lu Long was busy with affairs, Lin Chong presided over the daily training of the new army's large forces. On Suewa's side, the area of the planting area has doubled. Even heavy snow cannot withstand 8 times the fertility. Sowing as usual is nothing more than a slower growth rate, which is better than nothing. Zheng Tai's stone cutting team was the most efficient. As the saying goes, a general is like his soldiers. The members of the stone cutting team all had bad tempers. They worked shirtless in the middle of winter, which made Li Mufan shiver. The most delightful thing is Ah Shou's breeding farm. After the initial silence, Ah Shou finally showed his talent as a son of nature and tamed a group of red fire horses, a total of 300 horses, like a dream. Red fire horses are a kind of magic beast, but compared with ordinary magic beasts, they are more humane and can be tamed, but after all, they are magic beasts, and taming is extremely difficult. When this group grows up, their strength is infinitely close to the physical training realm, which is much stronger than ordinary horses, and is most suitable as a mount. An adult red fire horse generally costs more than 1,000 gold coins, which is much more expensive than ordinary weapons and armor, which shows how precious it is. Li Mufan waved his hand, and all the old brothers got 1 horse each, and they were so happy that they would wake up with laughter in their dreams. In addition to the red fire horses, Ah Shou also tamed a large number of migrating wild yaks, which can not only produce wool, but also milk, and can be used to transport goods and even cultivate land. At present, there is a shortage of labor everywhere in the city, and yaks are immediately put to use. In addition, the farm also raises a lot of hens and quails. When the farm reaches a certain scale, everyone can eat eggs and milk every morning. It's comfortable to think about it. During this month of hard construction, the residents in the city are fine. They have enough food and drink 3 times a day, and work from sunrise to sunset. But the prisoner's life is miserable. All the dirty, tiring and dangerous work are done by the prisoners. There were nearly 5,000 prisoners in the base originally, and 300 were reduced in a month. At this rate, all the prisoners will die in less than 2 years. Li Mufan didn't feel sorry for them. These bandits were all covered in blood. They would be caught again after they died. Judging from his posture, he has the potential to be a tyrant. Administrative Center, Meeting Hall. Li Mufan stared at the huge map on the wall for half an hour, and I don't know what he was thinking. What? Do you still want to occupy Yunlan City? The voice was crisp and pleasant, and it was indescribably beautiful. The speaker was the elf princess, Emile. As a captive, Li Mufan would not let her eat and drink for free. It happened that he was short of maids, so he simply let the princess do it. Looking back at the elf beauty, Li Mufan smiled and said, "Princess, how do you think my Mingcheng should develop next?" Emile turned his head away and did not answer. Li Mufan was not angry either, and smiled and said, "Go and pour me a cup of tea. Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to drug you?" "Drug? Princess, if you want to drug me, you can poison me to death. I have so many brothers here, and you are worth a lot of money, why bother?" Emile choked when he heard the words, snorted lightly, and walked out of the house with his anklet. Although this princess is weak, her strength has reached the 3rd level of the body refining realm, which is a little stronger than Li Mufan. If she doesn't wear bracelets and anklets, she will be in a rage for a while. At this time, Fan Qingyu had just walked in from outside the door. Seeing Emile, she bowed slightly and saluted, and then walked quickly towards Li Mufan. "Master, Black Dragon has reported that the annual auction of hundreds of races will be held in the City of Chaos in the early spring of next year." Li Mufan nodded, still staring at the map in a daze. Seeing the elf princess coming over with a teacup, Fan Qingyue looked reluctant and whispered, "Master, the princess is..." Before she finished speaking, Li Mufan waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I have my own plans." "Yes, master." After a gentle response and a nod to Emil, Fan Qingyue left quickly. "No, your tea." Taking the warm teacup, Li Mufan looked at the aggrieved Emil and said with a smile, "Princess, don't be angry. Who let you fall into my hands? It was not me, Li Mufan, who would not let you go back. But there is currently a fierce battle between the nobles and the Yasha clan. If I let you go, you should know the consequences." "Humph, you humans started the war and blamed it on the Yaksha tribe. You are despicable and shameless." Li Mufan laughed. "Do you think such a war is just because of you? You elves have enjoyed peace and wealth for thousands of years, but the Yasha tribe has worked hard to govern, rising from a yellow-level race to a black-level race in one fell swoop. How would such an enterprising race let go of the fat people around them? Meat? Emil understands this truth. Even if it were not because of himself, the Yasha clan would definitely find a reason to start a war." Seeing that she didn't speak, Li Mufan gently patted Emil on the shoulder and said with a strange expression, "You should be lucky to be in my hands. If you happen to be caught by other races or bandits, the consequences will be disastrous." Emil was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted, and his pretty face suddenly turned red. "What do you want to say? Pervert? Become perverted." Li Mufan was not ashamed of being scolded, but felt proud of it. He laughed loudly and said, "You'd better be honest. Maybe one day I'll be in a better mood and let you go. If not, I will execute you on the spot today." You're a pervert. You're a lustful pervert. I won't let you go." Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is the season of spring. On the Yuntsang River, a large ship was going down the river. This ship is different from the common ships in Yunzhou. The whole body is made of iron armor, without sails or oars. An iron pipe stands in the center of the hull, blowing out black smoke. From a distance, this ship looks huge and majestic, like a giant steel beast. On the bow deck, Li Mufan put his hands behind his back and looked at the scenery along the river, smiling lightly. He was in a good mood at the moment. The shipyard was finally completed 2 months ago, and it happened that Li Mufan used an item card to draw a fuel generator. The current power provided by an energy core in the city was enough, so he simply asked Aqiang to transform the generator into an engine for an armored ship. The shipbuilding technology he had drawn previously allowed Aqiang to build any ship in the ring world, including a mere armored ship. After 2 months, the armored ship was finally launched. After a day of trial sailing, Li Mufan set off south with a large amount of supplies and hunter troops, aiming for the City of Chaos. How could he miss the annual grand event in Yunzhou? This time he went south because the generals all had their own affairs, so he simply didn't take any of them with him. It should be enough to have the hunter troops and the navy led by Jack to protect him. It is worth mentioning that after 3 months of training, with the help of a large number of elixirs, Li Mufan actually broke through to the 4th level of the body refining realm. Qingyun Xiandao is definitely worthy of being a classic, and this speed of cultivation is terrifying. Unknowingly, he was already the most powerful person in Ningcheng. In addition, he entered space many times in 3 months, encountered several attacks, and captured a large number of prisoners. Today's hunter force has grown to 22 people. After taking genetic enhancers and taking a large number of elixirs, their strength has all reached the 2nd level of the body refining realm, and the number of navy troops has also grown to 25. They are all elites brought out of the ring world, and they are different from ordinary armies. The armored battleship sailed smoothly on the river. Beside it, Black Moon passed by and said, "Master, there is a gorge not far ahead." Jack asked if you would go around it. A line of gorge, recalling everything that happened that day, Li Mufan sighed in his heart, sighed softly, and said, "There is a branch leading to Macho Lake and Jinlan grassland ahead, let's go from there." "Yes, master. The water in Yixiangxia is turbulent, even the ironclad ship may sink, so we can only take a long detour." He was about to turn around and enter the cabin, and suddenly saw a team of people on the shore in front. Squinting his eyes and looking carefully, he saw that the team had about 100 people, and a striking sun and moon flag was fluttering in the wind. "Is it them?" Li Mufan stretched out his hand to measure the distance, and then looked at the several mortars installed on the ship. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and shook his head and entered the cabin. In the distance, the human cavalry. In a carriage, Wang Mingyu seemed to sense something, opened the curtain and looked towards the Yuntsang River. Blue sky and clear water, egrets and green mountains, only a faint black smoke slowly dissipated. "Sister Wang, what's wrong?" Li Haotian was a little surprised. Wang Mengyu frowned slightly, and after a moment, she suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's okay, Your Majesty, the water of Macho Lake is clear and bright, like a pearl inlaid on the earth, dazzling and brilliant. What a good place, Heiyue, you say, such a good place has no one to occupy it, isn't it a waste of natural resources? The woman with slightly dark skin and short hair heard the words and said, I have come here several times to explore intelligence, and found that people from Yunlan City not far away frequently appear here. Oh? Is it the group of red foxes? Li Mufan touched his chin and looked towards the direction of Yunlan City, with a gleam in his eyes. However, after a moment, he looked and found something wrong. Then, what is that? Heilong was startled and looked hurriedly. He was shocked when he saw a huge gorilla in the distance jumping up and down quickly on the water, and it seemed that it was heading straight here. Quick, let Jack speed up. Bring your people up. Yes. The black dragon shouted softly, and rushed away like a whirlwind. In just a few breaths, the speed of the iron ship increased, and at the same time, all 22 hunters were in place. Black Dragon, use the mortar to bombard him. Others shoot with crossbows. The mortar was drawn by Li Mufan when he used the shitty item card. One card was directly given to 3 machines, and the shells were made by Demu on the machining table. 2 full boxes were made and brought out for him. Bang bang bang. 3 muffled sounds, 3 shells shot out, but the giant ape was so fast that all of them missed. Shwa! A row of crossbow arrows shot at the giant ape with the sound of breaking wind, and the sound of puff 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 entering the flesh came continuously. Even if it had thick skin and flesh, it could not stop the crossbow arrows of the middle grade of the ordinary level. Roar! The giant ape felt pain, pounded his chest wildly, and roared loudly, looking extremely angry. But just as he was beating his chest, the mortar fired again. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded, and billowing green smoke came out of the giant ape. Looking closely, the 2 places on his body that were hit by the explosion were torn apart and bloody. The giant ape seemed to be stunned by the explosion, staring blankly at the ironclad ship in front of it, and never thought that this piece of iron could blow it up like this. A moment later, it let out a shocking roar. Roaring and rushing towards the iron ship. Seeing this, Li Mufan also roared loudly, Grenade! Throw it to me! The hunters took out old-fashioned handle grenades from their waists and threw them towards the giant ape. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions were heard, dozens of grenades exploded, and accompanied by heart-rending screams, the giant ape's huge body collapsed in the billowing smoke. When the smoke dissipated, everyone on the boat took a closer look and saw that the giant ape had been blown to pieces with blood and flesh, and its whole body was charred and black with green smoke. Its big terrifying eyes were staring at Li Mufan and others. He was already dead. Die again. The huge corpse began to sink slowly. Li Mufan's heart moved and he said, Get it up quickly, this is a huge sum of money. I don't know what grade this monster is, but it's definitely not ordinary. I'll catch it and sell it. The armored ship naturally had salvage equipment. He was directing Jack and others to salvage when he suddenly felt a strong wind blowing around him, blurring his vision. When he saw it clearly, he jumped in fright. I saw 2 young men in white appearing strangely on the bow of the boat. Li Mufan got excited and shouted, Quick! Give me, brother, wait a minute. One of the young men in white stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Brother, wait a minute. We have been chasing this water monkey all the way here. We have no ill intentions. Li Mufan was stunned when he heard this and looked at the 2 of them. The young man who spoke was dressed in white and had a handsome appearance. He was looking at him with a faint smile. The boy next to him is shorter than him, wearing a white hat, slender, handsome, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a cold expression. Hey, dear, this is a girl disguised as a man. She looks so good-looking, right? With his sharp eyesight, Li Mufan could immediately tell that the boy was dressed as a woman. Even though he was wearing men's clothes, he could not hide his elegant and refined temperament. You too, are you? The young man in white chuckled, clasped his fists, and said, We are traveling scholars. We saw this water monkey hurting someone on the road. After fighting with it for a while, we accidentally let it run away. We chased it all the way here. Brother Duo Meng, come to help and kill this evil beast. Young scholar? Li Mufan rolled his eyes. Can scholar you fight with a water ape and appear on the deck like a gust of wind? Since the other party didn't want to reveal his identity, he wouldn't ask stupidly. He also cupped his hands and said, Brother, I have great righteousness. I dare to ask you too, what is the rank of this giant ape? The young man said, It should be the Yuntsong water monkey beast at the 9th level of the body refining realm. It has a ferocious and lewd nature and has harmed many living beings. Refining, the ninth level of body refining realm? Li Mufan stared at Shui Yuan's corpse hanging at the stern of the boat with wide eyes, then looked at the young man in white with a faint smile on his face, and swallowed lightly. He suddenly said with a serious face, "You two, since the monster has been killed, I won't leave you alone. As soon as I get ashore, I will find a place to burn the corpse as a sacrifice to the creatures it killed." The two of them were stunned when they heard this. The girl in men's clothing glanced at him indifferently, and the young man in white laughed loudly and said, "Brother, you are compassionate, but it is a pity that the body of this monster is burned like this. Although it died. Brother, but he was injured by me before. How about we separate? Okay, feel good. How to divide it?" The young man in white said with a smile, "The magic crystal of this magic beast is useful to the two of us. Why don't you share it with us and keep the rest?" This, although there is not much difference in price between corpses and magic crystals have wider uses and are easier to sell. Seeing the hesitation on Li Mufan's face, the young man in white smiled slightly. He threw a bag and said, "This is a bag of magic stones. This should be able to dispel brother's doubts, right?" Magic stone. Li Mufan was surprised. This was a rare thing used by magicians on the road to replenish their magic power. One piece could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. There were at least 50 gold coins in this heavy bag. Okay. If that's the case, then let's follow what Xiangtai said. The young man smiled heartily, and sought his figure erratic. A cold light flashed on the ape's corpse, and a small hole immediately appeared on his forehead. The young man in white took away the magic crystal in the blink of an eye. Li Mufan didn't even see how he acted. The strength is incredible. It is said that there are many realms beyond the body refining realm. Li Mufan guessed that this person must be at the Dzogchen realm of body refining or even the psychic realm, right? After doing all this, the young man looked around and said with a smile, "Brother, there are a lot of novel things on your boat. I wonder where you are going. I heard there is an auction in the City of Chaos, and I wanted to take a look." "Oh? My brother and I also plan to go to the City of Chaos. How about we go together?" Li Mufan frowned slightly. These two people had unknown origins and were powerful. He didn't want to get involved with them, but since the other party had already said so, it would definitely be wrong to refuse them rashly. He laughed and said, "This is the best. With your strength, you two will not be afraid of monster attacks along the way." Half a day later. On the deck, Li Mufan was talking and laughing with the young man in white, while the girl dressed in men's clothing was standing quietly on the bow of another place, wondering what she was thinking. From the exchange, we learned that the young man in white clothes was named Lu Chen, and the girl dressed in men's clothing was his sister, named Lu Qinghan. They were not from the Yunzhou human race, but came from Zhongzhou. Listening to his description, Zhongzhou is the center of the entire Tianhong continent, rich in resources, outstanding people, and an extremely vast area. However, Yunzhou is actually an island in the southern part of the continent, separated from Zhongzhou by a vast ocean. Unless you are taking a flying boat, otherwise it is difficult to cross the ocean where monsters are rampant. The young man was very talkative, and Li Mufan was not a light-hearted person either. The two of them talked about the history of the human race, the current war in Yunzhou, and how to govern the country. However, after spending only half a day together, they already called themselves brothers, and they seemed to hate each other for a long time. "Brother Li, have you ever heard of the 10 ancient clans?" Li Mufan was stunned and shook his head. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I once read a passage in an ancient book. It said that in the ancient times, 10 races rose up to challenge the authority of the gods. They once overthrew the rule of the temple and created an extremely brilliant civilization. However, I don't know why they are declining one after another, and a few races have disappeared, while most of the remaining ones are in a state of decline, unable to regain their former glory." "Oh? The temple is supreme, and can it be overthrown?" Li Mufan knew that as the most advanced race in the Tianhong continent, the gods had a long lifespan and were extremely powerful, steadily ruling over countless creatures of all races. The young man looked at the blue sky and said leisurely, "Indeed, the heroes of the past have died like this. Now the mainland only knows the temples and does not know the glory of the 10 ancient clans. Brother Lu, is our human race one of the 10 ancient races?" Lu Chen sighed softly when he heard this but did not answer. When Li Mufan saw this, he didn't ask any further questions. The two were silent for a long time, but they heard Lu Chen say, "Brother Li, you are a lord, what are your ambitions?" Li Mufan was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Lu Qinghan looked over with a pair of bright eyes, and Lu Chen looked at him in surprise. He smiled and asked, "Brother Lu, how is this lake?" Lu Chen was slightly stunned and said, "It is very beautiful." Li Mufan pointed to the green mountain in the distance and asked, "How is this mountain?" "Quite majestic." Nodding, he looked at the blue sky and laughed loudly, "Great mountains and rivers, great mountains and rivers." Lu Chen frowned, but immediately reacted. He also laughed loudly, "Yes, it is indeed a great mountain and river." "What a great mountain and river!" Lu Qinghan heard the conversation between the two, and a faint light flashed in his cold eyes. One day later, there were several explosions on the Yuntsang River. Looking at the strange fish with its belly turned upside down, Lu Chen said in amazement, "Brother Li, your mortar is extraordinary. Others are afraid of monsters, but you specialize in water monsters. The two have a good relationship." Li Mufan smiled and said, "With Brother Lu and the fairy supporting me, I dare to let go. Otherwise, I can only flee." In this way, they went south along the Yuntsang River. When they encountered monsters, they solved them easily. After 10 days, a big city appeared in front of everyone. The city of chaos finally arrived. Since the ironclad ship was a bit eye-catching, Li Mufan decided to stop the ship in a relatively hidden place and go ashore. Looking at the cargo piled on the deck, Li Mufan was about to ask everyone to work together to unload the cargo, but Lu Chen on the side handed him a talisman paper and said, "Brother Li, we have had a good chat these days, and you and I are friends. This is a one-time storage talisman made by my human weapon trainer. I'm giving it to you. My sister and I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Li Mufan was not polite. He took the storage talisman, bowed his hands, and said, "Brother Lu, since you have something to do, we'll meet again in the city." Speaking, "How do I use this thing?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. After telling him how to use the storage talisman, he said goodbye and disappeared in a few ups and downs. Lu Qinghan also nodded slightly to him, as a greeting, and turned into a white stream of light and disappeared from sight. Lu Chen's speed was very fast, but at least there were still a few ups and downs. Lu Qinghan actually turned into a white light and flew away. This cultivation level was beyond his understanding. Isn't this girl an old monster in the spiritual realm? Looking at the direction they disappeared, after a moment of silence, Li Mufan put the goods into the storage talisman and shouted, "Hunter team, follow me ashore, the navy is on standby." "Yes, Master." The City of Chaos. This city covers a vast area. Due to its special geographical location, its prosperity is not inferior to that of the Sun and Moon King City. The current lord of this city is a tiger tribe member named Li Feiyun. The tiger tribe originally belongs to the Shin level race, and it is rumored that this person's strength has reached the great perfection of the body refining realm. He is one of the people standing at the top of Yunzhou. Even the Earth-level Skyfox clan will not offend him casually. This is also the main reason why the City of Chaos is so prosperous but has never been swallowed up. But he was intoxicated with cultivation and didn't care about things, so this place has not been properly governed all the time. Many forces outside the city are independent and have been attacking each other for a long time. Legend has it that there is an ancient demon beneath the City of Chaos, and the gods killed it and sealed it here. However, this legend is too old to be verified. Although there have been constant wars in this area for thousands of years, there has never been any sign of demonic activity. Outside the city, walking on the official road, Li Mufan was looking at the scenery while thinking about his own thoughts. Suddenly, a stern shout interrupted his train of thought. "Stop! What are you guys doing? Don't you know the rules?" Li Mufan was slightly stunned, looked at the behemoth holding a big knife in front of him, and asked, "What rules? What rules? Look at what others do." He looked around and found that there were many pig-faced people from the behemoth who were collecting tolls, and everyone seemed to be afraid, so they paid the money and left honestly. It looked like they were all paying tolls. He asked speechlessly, "How much?" 10 gold coins, one said less and you can't enter the city. 10 gold coins? Why do I see that they only paid 1 gold coin? The behemoth sneered, "Other races pay 1 gold coin, but you humans are extremely evil, so you have to pay 10 times more." Li Mufan suddenly realized what he said. He remembered that half a month ago, the Yunqing Empire attacked the Iron Wolf clan and killed people in blood. The Behemoth clan and the Iron Wolf clan have always had a good relationship. They sent troops to support them, but they were intercepted and killed halfway. It is said that the 50,000-strong army was annihilated. No wonder the resentment is so great. Li Mufan smiled lightly and said, "Don't mention 10 gold coins. I won't pay a penny. What do you think?" Provocation, naked provocation. The behemoth was stunned. As the largest force outside the City of Chaos, they had always collected tolls from the human race in previous years. The image of the human race as weak and bullied has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. This time, the Yunqin Empire burst out with powerful strength, and the mentality of various forces was somewhat unbalanced. The toll charged by the human race was 10 times that of the toll that was agreed by the various forces in the chaotic land to hit the momentum of the human race. Although the previous waves of human race had some complaints, they still paid, but this time, they kicked the iron wall. Human race, you don't seem to understand the situation. I advise you to think about it before you speak. Li Mufan did not answer, with a calm expression on his face. The scene was full of gunpowder for a while. What's going on? Who dares not to pay the toll? An angry roar came from not far away. A tall, armored behemoth leader strode over with a big knife, stared at Li Mufan and roared, "Human race, what do you want to do? I tell you, this is a chaotic place, not Yunqin. The toll of 10 gold coins cannot be less. If you dare to say no again, I will cut you in two." Li Mufan was already impatient and shouted, "Where does all this nonsense come from? Kill!" After saying that, the knife flashed and directly chopped the behemoth who roared at him to the ground. He chopped another behemoth with a backhand, and ended the life of another behemoth. Everyone on the official road was stunned by this scene. Fierce, this human race is too fierce, and he chopped people when he disagreed with something. Kill people, someone killed the commander's son. Human race made, a behemoth shouted hoarsely, but before he finished shouting, a crossbow arrow flashing with cold light shot through his throat. The rest of the behemoths present finally reacted, roaring and charging forward. On Li Mufan's side, the hunters reacted even faster, and the sound of swoosh swoosh of crossbows rang out one after another, and immediately, more than a dozen behemoths were dead on the spot. Without his command, the hunters skillfully installed the arrows, and in just a few breaths, another round of crossbow arrows was fired. Screams were heard, and another batch of behemoths who rushed from all directions fell down. However, the distance between the two sides was very close, and the behemoths quickly approached. Unfortunately, their nightmare has just begun. The hunter troops put away their crossbows, took out 2 daggers, and engaged in close combat. They had no other skills, but they were very good at fighting, with flexible movements and strong strength. The battle only lasted a moment, and the behemoths fell victim to the sword one by one. Revenant. Among the crowd watching the battle from a distance, the Lord of Kanglan City and several followers looked at the humans on the field in surprise. One of the Red Fox tribe members said, "City Lord, there seems to be something wrong with this group of humans." "Oh? Tell me." "City Lord, look, the crossbows of this group of humans are so powerful that they can fire 3 rounds in a row. I have never seen this before. In addition, they are fierce with their swords. Each sword goes straight to the vital point. At first glance, they have been trained strictly. With special combat training and weapons and armors of ordinary quality, these 20 or so people are probably capable of defeating half a battalion." The city lord nodded when he heard this and said, "It is true. The human race is good at strange and obscene skills and has taken advantage of weapons. If it were the 500 elite people in my city, we might not be able to defeat them. Do you know what force they belong to?" The attendant frowned and shook his head. "I have never seen their armors before, but they all have the word engraved on them. If you check carefully, it shouldn't be difficult. Well, please go down and find out the origin of this human race. If possible, try to make contact with them." After being stunned for a moment, the attendant immediately nodded and responded, "Yes, City Lord, I understand." Just as the two people were chatting, the battle in the field was over. The bodies of the behemoths fell to the ground, and the hunter team members were cleaning the battlefield with indifferent expressions. Li Mufan had not made a move since he started to chop down the two people. At the end of the battle, he saw that the crowd of onlookers was about to disperse, and he suddenly shouted, "Hey! You guys want to leave without saying hello? Don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone was stunned when they heard this and looked at Li Mufan with some surprise. A middle-aged dwarf asked with some fear, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Li Mufan said with a smile, "Although I have wiped out the scum of the behemoth clan, your tolls must not be less. In addition to the cost of watching the theater just now, let's do it this way. 3 gold coins per person. I will let you pass. Dare to say a word no, robbery, Shigwag was robbery." There were at least several thousand people in the field, and each person had 3 gold coins, which was a huge sum of money. It has to be said that Li Mufan has no bottom line for money. In a battle just now, the hunter troops eliminated nearly 100 behemoths without any injuries themselves, showing off their thunderbolt skills. At this moment, they were holding crossbows and scanning the crowd indifferently. Everyone in the field looked at each other, feeling Alexander. Seeing their hesitation, Li Mufan flashed his figure, put the knife on the neck of the middle-aged dwarf who was speaking, and said angrily, "Give me money. I'll chop you up if I don't." The middle-aged dwarf was so frightened that his legs trembled. He tremblingly took out a bag of gold coins from his arms and said in a trembling voice, my lord, I only have so much, I'll give it all to you." Li Mufan was furious. "Bastard, I said 3 gold coins or 3 gold coins, I don't want one more. Are you looking down on me? Ha!" The middle-aged dwarf was startled and quickly took out 3 gold coins from his bag. "Your Majesty, look." Li Mufan grabbed the gold coin, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Okay, you can go." The middle-aged dwarf was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted. He held the gold coins and ran towards the city as if he had been granted amnesty. "We, Mingshan, have always operated with integrity, and no one is deceived. Please pay your money and leave without any embarrassment." Everyone was speechless. It was the first time they saw someone robbing someone so confidently. People who came to the event usually had a few bucks. Seeing Li Mufan's fierceness and the hunter troops pointing repeating crossbows at the crowd, no one wanted to be the first, so they all planned to pay the money and leave. Come on, line up, hand in one by one." Yu was carrying a sack to collect money, and Li Mufan was still maintaining order. The level of robbery was unprecedented. "City Lord, do we want to hand over?" The City Lord frowned and looked at the people queuing up to pay in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he snorted coldly. "It's not appropriate to fight with them for the time being. Go and hand over the money and explore his background." "Yes, City Lord." Half a day later, a large force of Behemoth tribe arrived, but Li Mufan had already retired and entered the city carrying several sacks full of gold coins. Walking on the bustling streets of Chaos City, he was in a good mood. However, in just half a day, he robbed more than 10,000 gold coins. In addition to the nearly 30,000 found in the battlefield and the 50,000 brought out, he now has close to 100,000 gold coins, which gives him a lot of confidence. "I found a shop and bought a map of Chaos City, and left with a swagger under the somewhat fearful eyes of the boss. The city of Chaos is well informed, and it seems that his reputation for robbing people is spread, but this is also a good thing. In this place where the weak eat the strong, if people are afraid of you, you will avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." After looking at the map, Li Mufan found the direction and led the hunter troops towards a tall building somewhere. Yun Pavilion, 2nd floor elegant room. Li Mufan sipped the fragrant tea and waited quietly. Yunlu Pavilion is affiliated to the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce, and the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is the largest and most powerful chamber of commerce in Yunzhou. There are many masters in the Chamber of Commerce, and it is rumored that the president has the spiritual realm. The Chamber of Commerce is as rich as any country and has stood in Yunzhou for thousands of years. Anyone who dares to pay attention to them has turned into a corpse. After a while, an old man from the snake tribe walked up quickly. When he saw Li Mufan, he nodded slightly and said, "I am Elder Green Snake, guest minister of the Chamber of Commerce. I heard that my friend has a high-level monster corpse for sale. I wonder if I can give it to you. View?" Li Mufan nodded in return, looked at the old man, and saw that his appearance was no different from that of a human race. If there were not faint green snake scales at the corners of his eyes, it would be impossible to determine his race. He smiled and said, "Elder, the water-ape beast's corpse is so huge that I'm afraid it won't be able to be used in this room." The old man nodded and made a gesture. "My friend, please come this way." A moment later, in an open space somewhere in Yunlu Pavilion, the old man was carefully observing the body of the water-ape beast. "My little friend, I wonder if you still have the magic crystal of this beast in your hands?" Li Mufan shook his head when he heard this. "What a pity. This beast is indeed at the 9th level of the body refining realm. According to common sense, the Yunxong water-ape beast can reach the 5th level of the body refining realm when it reaches adulthood. I don't know what chance or coincidence this beast has reached this level. It's really surprising. Surprisingly, if there is a magic crystal, this beast can be sold for a sky-high price." Now, Li Mufan gave a speechless smile, and only then did Li Mufan realize that he had been tricked by that kid Luchin after all. "Elder, how much can this ape be sold for now?" The old man looked at Li Mufan hesitantly, and after a moment of silence, he stretched out 2 fingers. 2,000,000 gold coins. Li Mufan immediately smiled. The old man was stunned when he heard this, and laughed, saying, "Young man, you are joking. Even if it is the 9th level of the body refining realm, How can this broken body be worth 2,200,000? Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay 200,000 gold coins to buy it. Li Mufan certainly knew that it was definitely not 2 million, but when he heard 200,000 gold coins, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this broken body could be sold for so much money. If there was a magic crystal, how much could it be sold for? Looking at the old man's expression, it didn't seem like he was trying to trick him. He had already accepted the price in his heart. But his face showed a hesitant expression. Elder, the senior who hunted the monster that day, said after taking the magic crystal that the beast was a different species and its corpse was very valuable. He gave it to me because we were destined to be together. To be honest, I respect that senior very much and have always wanted to keep the corpse of the monster as a souvenir. If I wasn't a little tight on money, who would take a corpse as a souvenir? The old man rolled his eyes and ignored the second half of Li Mufan's sentence. However, the beast was in the 9th level of the body refining realm, and it was almost impossible for anyone in Yunzhou to match it. I'm afraid there is a master behind this boy. After hesitating for a moment, the old man said, since that senior is so righteous, I can't be stingy. 250,000 is the highest price I can decide. Li Mufan knew when to advance and retreat, and nodded and said, Elder, you are straightforward. Just 250,000. After the big deal was done, Li Mufan pointed to a pile of monster corpses piled up like a hill on the open space and said, Elder, these corpses will be sold to you. The magic crystals are here. You can have someone check them. The old man clapped his hands after hearing this, and immediately a servant came to check the monster corpses. This pile of monster corpses was killed by Li Mufan on the way south on the Yuntsang River. There were a lot of them, and he put them all in the storage talisman sent by Lu Chen. My friend, are you still selling that pile of weapons? The old man looked at another pile of armor and weapons, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. He had a keen eye and could see the value of this pile of weapons at a glance. They were all ordinary grade middle grade weapons, and the number was huge. In this chaotic world, such excellent equipment could probably be sold at a high price. Li Mufan smiled and said, I won't sell them. I plan to take them to the auction. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and said, My friend, although this auction is organized by the Skyfox clan, my Chamber of Commerce also has an industry in it. If you trust me, you can hand over the weapons and armor to my Chamber of Commerce for auction. How about it? Li Mufan asked hesitantly, Okay, I wonder how much profit your Chamber of Commerce will take? The old man smiled and said, The Chamber of Commerce has a rule that half of the profit will be taken from all auction items. Li Mufan thought for a moment and said, Okay, in that case, these equipment will be handed over to your Chamber of Commerce. Smooth. The old man laughed and was in a good mood. If the price of this batch of armor and weapons was high, his commission would be more considerable. The two chatted for a while, and the servant reported that the inspection had been completed. The batch of monster corpses and magic crystals were worth 38,000 gold coins according to the market price. The old man waved his hand and calculated 40,000, and everyone was happy. Elder, I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce has items such as storage rings? I want to buy one. The old man said with some embarrassment, Yes, but space-related items are expensive, at least 500,000 gold coins are required. I wonder if you, Li Mufan's face fell immediately. He definitely didn't have 500,000 gold coins. The old man was a shrewd man. When he saw this expression, he immediately knew that Li Mufan had no money, but he suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, My friend, this branch pavilion received a storage bag 3 years ago. After being identified by the refiner of this Chamber of Commerce, some of the magic arrays in the bag were damaged and can no longer be used. This type of storage bag has been used by your human race since ancient times. You have a connection with that senior. If you ask him to help, maybe he can repair it. Oh? There is this matter? I wonder if the elder can borrow it for me to see. No problem. After a while, Li Mufan looked at the palm-sized yellowed cloth bag in his hand. Although he looked curious, he was actually in a state of turmoil in his heart. He practiced the Qingyun Xian Daoju and infused his body with spiritual energy every day. There was already spiritual power flowing in his body. He just slightly probed the spiritual energy in his body towards the cloth bag and immediately discovered the secret. What array is broken? It clearly requires spiritual power to open it. Only those who practice the Taoist true method can have spiritual power, and the Taoist method is a special method that only the human race can practice. It has been lost in the Tianhum continent for tens of millions of years. How can they open it? But Li Mufan. He frowned and asked, "Elder, is this tattered cloth bag really the legendary storage bag? Why can't I see it?" The old man laughed and said, "The master of the Chamber of Commerce has identified it. The goods are genuine and the price is fair." Li Mufan touched his chin and asked hesitantly, "Since you said so, it should not be wrong. How much is it? Please name a price, Elder." The old man was slightly surprised when he heard it. Could this kid really have a backer? This time he hesitated. This storage bag was only a small amount of money. "Let's give it to you. The president is always hospitable. If you meet that senior again in the future, please invite him to our Chamber of Commerce." This, Li Mufan looked embarrassed. It seemed that he had been struggling for a while. He sighed and said, "In this case, I can only try my best, but that senior comes and goes without a trace. If I can't invite him, please don't be surprised." After a performance, the old man believed it by about 70%. The existence that could kill the water ape beast must be at least the great perfection of the body refining realm, or even the spiritual realm. If there is such a person behind Li Mufan, it would be extraordinary. His tone of voice became polite. "Of course, the senior is a free and easy person, and it cannot be forced." After the two chatted for about a cup of tea, the old man took the purple gold card and handed it to Li Mufan. As a result, the card was written with the words Yunlu Chamber of Commerce. Li Mufan recognized this card. It was a certificate similar to the Earth's passbook and silver bill. Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is a 1,000-year-old brand, so its reputation can be guaranteed. The old man smiled and said, "My friend, this card is the purple gold VIP card of my Chamber of Commerce. There are 250,000 gold coins in it. You can go to any Yunlu pavilion to withdraw money, but please rest assured." "Okay, I'll trouble you with the auction, Elder. I have something else to do later. I'll take my leave here." The old man personally sent Li Mufan out of the Chamber of Commerce. His attitude was clearly that of a longtime friend, which surprised the maids, waiters and customers in the store. This is the elder of the Chamber of Commerce. How noble is his status? When did he call a human robber a brother? Soon, the rumor that the elder of the green snake of the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce and the human robber boy had a close relationship spread throughout the city of chaos. After leaving the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce and greeting Heiyu and others who were waiting outside, Li Mufan went straight to a nearby inn. An hour later, the inn room. Li Mufan sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the storage bag in his hand, carefully controlling the weak spiritual energy in his body to contact the restrictions in the bag. Maybe it was because of the age, or maybe it was for some other reason, but he was surprised to find that he broke through the restriction without much effort. The space inside the storage bag is huge. He roughly estimated that it must be at least the size of a warehouse. This is incredible. You must know that ordinary storage tools are only 1 or 2 square meters at most, and there are thousands of square meters at least. Big money. He laughed and saw some things piled up in a corner of the bag. He stretched out his hand and immediately more than 10 items were scattered on the bed. Looking carefully, there are an ancient book, 7 bottles, 8 white beads, a token made of unknown material, and a pile of stones shining with various colors. Spiritual stone. Li Mufan immediately recognized the pile of shining stones. He practiced Taoism, how could he not recognize the spiritual stones? These are high-grade spiritual stones. My god, spiritual stones are very rare in Tianhan continent and can be used to replenish spiritual power in the magic consumed by magicians. Therefore, this stone is also called a magic stone. Compared to the bag of magic stones Lu Chen gave him, the dozen or so stones here are of much higher grade. It seems that we don't have to worry about future training resources for the time being. He needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his cultivation, and these high-grade spiritual stones can be used just right, which will greatly speed up his cultivation. He reached out and put the spirit stone into the storage bag, and then studied the 7 bottles. After a moment, the joy on his face was beyond words. Although he only recognized one of the elixirs contained in these 7 bottles, it was enough. Ding Yen pill. Among them is a bottle filled with 20 fixing pills. Because it is extremely difficult to refine and has miraculous effects on fixing your appearance, the price is ridiculously high, and there is no market for it. Who doesn't want to be young forever? Who doesn't want to stay young forever? Especially women, this is a pill that makes them crazy. As for the other bottles of elixirs, although he didn't recognize them, since there was the Ding Yen elixir, the others looked good. He would know their uses when he went back and looked through the elixir scriptures. Putting away the elixir happily, Li Mufan picked up the token and 8 white beads and studied them for a moment. He didn't see anything interesting, so he put them away. Opening the ancient book, He found that it was actually a body refining technique written in more than one ancient text, called Tianlei Physique Refining Technique. After just browsing a few pages, he was deeply attracted by the contents. This technique emphasizes putting oneself to death and resurrecting, attracting the thunder from the sky, and spreading the power of thunder to every muscle and bone of the body through special techniques to achieve the effect of body training. Although the practice of this technique is dangerous and each weight is heavier than the last, it is difficult to practice, but once it is mastered, it will increase your lifespan, be invulnerable to weapons, water and fire, and can be struck by thunder, making it extremely powerful. There are also some notes on cultivation experience written by a monk named Gu Langchen in the ancient book. Li Mufan read it with great interest, and it was already night before he knew it. Ding dong, the ring world system is activated, host please be prepared. After being stunned for a moment, he remembered that today was another day to enter space. He took a breath, his vision went dark, and he entered the ring world. Ding dong, the time limit for the second mission has come. A total of 36,198 people with a loyalty of more than 60 in the host territory have been detected, which is 12 times more than the number specified in the mission. Ding dong, the host has obtained 24 follower cards. Ding dong, the host has obtained 24 item cards. Ding dong, the host has obtained 2 summoning cards. Ding dong, the host has received 700,000 silver. Ding dong, the host has exceeded the task by more than 10 times and received a random hidden reward. Ding dong, random hidden rewards are distributed, and the strength of all colonists in the host territory is increased by 1 level. As soon as he entered the space, a series of notification sounds bombarded his mind, and the 12 times the reward made his scalp numb. Treasure 24 cards? 700,000 silver? Are you going to be so exaggerated? Li Mufan laughed gracelessly. With this huge reward, his Mingqing strength will immediately rise to a higher level. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm down his excitement, he sat on the sofa in the entertainment room and said in his mind, "System, use the item card first." Ding dong, the host uses the item card to get the prop marble bricks *100, get iron tire bow *5, get herbs *20, get a simple prosthesis *1. After smoking more than a dozen pieces of garbage in a row, Li Mufan suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Ding dong, the host has obtained an item, plasma lightsaber *1 lightsaber. Plasma lightsaber. He looked up to the sky and smiled. This lightsaber is one of the most powerful melee weapons in the ring world. Its body is light and can be retracted freely. It is also equipped with a high-temperature device. Once hit, it will produce a burning effect, very powerful. Similar to the lightsaber used by the Jedi in Star Wars, it is a product that transcends the industrial age. Ding dong, the host gets EMP grenade *100. Ding dong, the host has obtained 2 unmanned automatic machine guns. All 24 item cards were drawn. Except for the lightsaber and the automatic machine gun, the rest were items of little use. However, Li Mufan didn't think there were too many. Anyway, he had a storage bag, so he just packed them all. He ran to take a shower and change clothes. He planned to use the summoning card. If there was an incense table here, he would definitely burn incense and pray, hoping that he could draw a civil official. Ding dong, the host uses the summoning card to obtain a historical figure, Flower Monk Lu Zhishan. Lu Zhishan, Strength, 2nd level of Body Refining Realm Commander 78 Politics 16 Strategy 35 Skill, Madness. Lu Zhi was unable to control his emotions after being deeply stimulated, and his strength increased by 20% while in a mad state. Why is he the leader of Water Margin again? Li Mufan was speechless. Although he often did banditry, he really didn't want to be a bandit all the time. Forget it, Ruta's attributes are still good. It's no problem to lead the infantry into battle. There was only 1 summoning card left, and Li Mufan became nervous. Ding dong, the host uses the summoning card to obtain a historical figure, Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, Strength, Ordinary, those who have not entered the body refining realm will become ordinary, Commander, 61 Politics, 92 Strategy, 80 Skill, Tolerance. Jiang Wan is kind to others and always smiles when getting along with others, making people feel like a spring breeze. Jiang Wan's subordinates' work efficiency increased by 5%. Ding dong, Jiang Wan and Lu Zhishan will join your territory at some point, please be prepared. Jiang Wan. Finally, I finally have a decent civil servant to assist me. Although it is not Zhuge Liang, it is a genius like Wang Mang who has experienced the world. Li Mufan was very satisfied with the big shot of Jiang Wan. Now that the base has 700,000 more silver, and he has 24 follower cards to squander, it's time to let go. He shouted loudly, "Cui Huan! Where have you gone again? Suehuan, tell them to put aside their other work and make all the standard armors. They must be made according to the drawings I gave. Yes. Master. Li Mufan had wanted to change the uniforms of the personal guard battalion before, but he didn't have enough silver to bring so many equipment. Now that he has a huge sum of 700,000, some ideas can be put into action. He plans to form a most elite Jinui on the basis of the old personal guard battalion to maintain his authoritative rule, enforce national laws internally, and fight wars externally. Unlike the special operations of the hunter unit, this unit is nominally his personal army, but in fact it has more responsibilities. It is a powerful force that is superior to ordinary troops and one of the cornerstones of his rule. Since it is Jinui, the weapons and equipment must naturally imitate the costumes of the Ming dynasty. He has already designed the Fayufu, Xiachundo, and Mangpeo, and he can start construction as long as the silver is in place. Because of the advanced workbench in the ring world and the strong manual skills of the colonists, the equipment made is much better than that in the outside world. Cui Huan, tell them to make 300 pieces of equipment in the first batch. Don't rush, and make sure to ensure the quality. Yes. Master, don't worry, we will complete the task. He gently patted Cui Huan's shoulder. After spending some time together, he found that although this little girl likes to be lazy and watch TV, she can always do the things she is told to do well, and she manages all aspects of the base well. She is a talent. If she is brought to the outside world, she should be a capable assistant. Of course, now is not the time. At present, there are a total of 20 colonists in the ring world, all of whom were recruited after the capture of prisoners in these attacks. Li Mufan is picky about recruiting people, and those with bad attributes are generally sold, so the people left are not bad. Mingcheng needs to develop, and the base of the ring world also needs to develop. This time when entering the space, Li Mufan did not start practicing immediately, but carefully planned the development direction of the base. 8 days later, after handing a base development plan to Cui Huan who was watching TV, Li Mufan gave her instructions for a long time and returned to his room to practice. After seeing the strength of Lu Chen and his sister, he felt a sense of urgency. It was difficult for a force to achieve anything without a master. 2 days later, Li Mufan's eyes went dark and his consciousness returned to his body. It was late at night. Li Mufan couldn't sleep for a while, so he opened the door and walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. The inn he stayed in was a famous one in the city of Chaos, with a beautiful environment and high grade. On the night of early spring, everything revived. Walking on the garden path, there was an occasional breeze, and it was warm and cold. In front, a purple-shirted girl was squatting by the flower bed, seemingly looking for something. Is it her? Li Mufan was slightly stunned. Although he only saw the side face, he recognized the girl's identity. It was the little princess of the Yunqin Empire, Qin Shui. I remember that when these vassal states went to Yundu city to pay homage to the emperor, they saw this princess from afar. After not seeing each other for many years, they didn't expect to meet here. This princess is notoriously willful, and Li Mufan is not the kind of person who would make trouble for no reason. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a black cat passed by the path, making quite a commotion. Who is it? A girl's voice came from the front. Human? Qin Shui turned around and saw that Li Mufan was a human. She suddenly smiled and said, "You came just in time. Come and help me find something." Qin Shuisheng was beautiful, the apple of the eye of the empire. Her smile was like a lily blooming in the dark, and her whole body was bright. For a moment, Li Mufan was amazed. Touching his nose, he took a few steps forward, clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "Meetings, princess. Do you know me?" Qin Shui looked at Li Mufan and saw that he had a handsome face and was not bad. But the more he looked, the more familiar he looked. She asked curiously, "Why do you look so familiar? Have we met before?" Li Mufan smiled and shook his head. He did not answer, but asked, "What are you looking for, Your Highness?" "Well, can you help me see if there is a 7-leaf flower here, that is, a flower with 7 petals of different colors?" 7-leaf flower. Li Mufan was surprised. This is a precious medicinal material, and it can be used to make pills. What is the princess looking for 7-leaf flowers? By the way, this is just the garden of an inn, how could there be one? But then he thought, since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well play with her for a while, maybe he could get some useful information. "Yes, I will obey your order." He knew he had let the cat out of the bag as soon as he said it. In the past, he always called himself minister when talking to the royal relatives of the empire. For a moment, he even forgot that he had passed away. Sure enough, the princess looked at him strangely with her beautiful big eyes, as if she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell for a while. Seeing the princess's expression, Li Mufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Her Royal Highness is a natural idiot. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman were looking for 7 leaf flowers in the flower garden, and Li Mufan chatted with her casually. From the chat, he learned that although the empire was currently under attack from the north and the south, the situation had stabilized as more than 2 million troops were successively deployed to the battlefield. In the north, the imperial army took a defensive stance and united with the vassal states to firmly block the main force of the grassland at the northern front line. It is currently in a stalemate, while the southern army invested heavily and invaded the territory of the Blood Wolf clan with great force. Wherever they went, blood flowed like a river and they occupied a large area of fertile territory. However, the Blood Wolf clan and other alien forces such as the Behemoth clan resisted tenaciously, and the empire also needed time to eat away and digest the newly acquired territory, so the two sides are also in a stalemate. From the lines of Qin Shui, there is a sense of confidence. The empire has been reforming for 100 years, and its national strength is far beyond the reach of ordinary yellow-level races. It seems that it will not be long before the war will start again. In addition, wars also broke out between other yellow-level races. The chaotic world has really arrived. Compared with previous years, the auction of the City of Chaos was hosted by the Skyfox clan, so it was unprecedentedly grand, and there were many rare treasures auctioned. In addition to Princess Qin Shui, the second Prince Qin Ji also came to the Yunqin Empire, along with several important figures from vassal states. After chatting for a while, Qin Shui suddenly asked, "Hey, I've told you so much, but you haven't told me your name yet?" Li Mufan touched his nose and was about to speak when suddenly, Qin Shui suddenly thought of something. "It's you, I remember, you are Li Mufan from the Sun and Moon Kingdom." Li Mufan was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to really remember him. But he wasn't afraid. His identity would be exposed sooner or later. Qin Shui suddenly shouted, "Rebel! Surrender!" He kicked over. It seems that the princess also has a hot temper. The princess seems to be extremely weak, but judging from the strength of her attack, she has actually reached the first level of the body refining realm. It's a pity that Li Mufan's strength is no longer what it used to be. With a slight concession, he dodged the kick, reached out and grabbed the princess directly under his arm. You bastard, let me go." Qin Shui was subdued with one move and struggled hard. The veins on Li Mufan's forehead jumped and he slapped the princess's soft but directly. "You haven't even taken off your breasts yet, and you want to imitate others in killing thieves? Today, I will take good care of you on behalf of your majesty." Li Mufan was attacked for no reason, and he was a little angry. If he hadn't been concerned about Qin Shui's identity, he would have chopped him with a knife. The princess was held under his arm in a shameful position. After the shameful place was hit, even her neck turned red and she struggled desperately. But what kind of power is Li Mufan? Not honest yet. Ba bang bang. Continuously slapping Qin Shui's shy parts was like a father teaching his daughter. "Asshole, let me go." Li Mufan was determined to teach this girl a lesson. If she didn't beat her, she would beg for mercy because she was afraid that she would be crazily targeted in the future. "Qin Shui. You attack me for no reason. You dare to be harsh. If you don't beg for mercy, I will spread your ass." The princess felt weak all over, and the shameful parts were in burning pain. But she had a stubborn temper. She cried and cursed, "You are a traitor who robbed good women and bullied Sister Mengyu. You are a scumbag and a pervert. I can't spare you." Li Mufan was furious when he heard this and slapped the princess soft part. "Since when did I rob women? Also, don't mention that bitch to me. Do you believe I will sell you to a brothel and leave?" This slap was a strong slap, and Qin Shui screamed. Her whole body felt like an electric shock. She no longer had the strength to struggle. Her big tears finally couldn't help rolling down, and she started to cry. Li Mufan was shocked. He didn't expect to make the princess cry. He was not good at dealing with girls' tears. I wanted to let Qin Shui down immediately and run away, but there was a roar from the front. "Rebel! Let go of my little sister." Looking closely, it was the second Prince Qin Ji who led a group of people and hurried over. Li Haoyan and Wang Mingyu were among them. Qin Ji shouted, "Li Mufan! Let the princess go, there is still room, otherwise, you will not be able to survive or die." At this moment, Li Mufan calmed down, glanced at everyone, and said calmly, "Who do I think he is? It turns out to be His Highness. We haven't seen you for several years, and His Highness's demeanor is even more impressive than before. Li Haotian on the side sneered, Li Mufan, I didn't expect that you would dare to show up. Stop talking nonsense and let the princess go first. Brother Wang, I am talking to His Highness, when will it be your turn to interrupt? Li Haotian was choked up when he heard this and snorted coldly. Xin Ji said anxiously, what do you want? Li Mufan thought for a moment and said with a smile, it's easy to say, it's not impossible to let the princess go, but please promise me something, Your Highness. What's the matter? Tell me. I heard from the princess that among the items that the empire participated in this auction, there is one kind of yuan fruit. I don't want more from you. If you only have 3, I will let the princess go. Yuan fruit? Several people looked at each other. Although this fruit is precious, it has little use. Wang Mingyu's calm voice came. The earth origin fruit cannot be taken directly. I wonder what the king wants this fruit for. After not seeing each other for a few months, Li Mufan's ex-wife seems to have lost some weight. Maybe there was still a trace of longing, or a ray of unbroken love. Li Mufan wanted to scold her a few words, but when the words came to his lips, there was no sound after all. He looked at Wang Mengyu calmly, without answering, and turned to Qin Ji. Your Highness, how is it? Compared to Qin Shui, a few earth yuan fruits are no big deal. Qin Ji took out the earth origin fruit from the storage ring and threw it towards Li Mufan. Release your things quickly. Taking it smoothly, Li Mufan laughed, threw the princess directly into Qin Ji's arms, and said with a smile, the second prince is really happy. If nothing happens, I will leave first. After earning a few earth yuan fruits in vain, he was satisfied and planned to withdraw. Little sister, are you okay? Qin Shui's face was full of pear blossoms, she rubbed her but bit her lip and shook her head gently, looking at Li Mufan as if she wanted to eat him. Li Mufan, are you leaving now? Li Haotian's cold voice came, and the group of guards behind them looked unkind. It seemed that they would take down this rebel with just one order. Li Mufan sneered, Brother Wang, you don't want to fight me here, do you? He saw the hunter troops suddenly appear behind him. It turned out that they had been hiding around him. Mingzi armor. It's you! Qin Ji and others were shocked when they saw this. During the day, another group of human warriors wearing black armor with clear letters instantly killed hundreds of behemoths and robbed hundreds of passers-by. How could they not know this? Qin Ji frowned, Li Haotian looked in disbelief, and Wang Mingyu's delicate face was also full of surprise. Unexpectedly, the small human army that was rumored to be so tough turned out to be Li Mufan's subordinates. Seeing that everyone was gloomy and silent, Li Mufan said calmly, What? Brother Wang, doesn't he want to keep me? You can give it a try. The repeating crossbows of the hunter troops shone with cold light, because Li Mufan had obtained hidden rewards, making them more powerful than in the daytime. Li Haotian and others knew clearly that if they took action now, they might not be able to do anything to Li Mufan. Qin Shui gritted her teeth and looked at the bad guy who hit her, her big misty eyes full of unwillingness. I thought to myself, how can this person be so bad? He robbed good families, took possession of women, bullied Sister Mengyu, and robbed caravans. Most importantly, he also hid his own shameful place. He did all kinds of evil. In her heart, Li Mufan has been equated with the biggest villain in the world. Qin Ji frowned, and after a moment of silence, he said, Li Mufan, I have heard about you, but now that the matter has reached this point, it is difficult to change it, but after all, you are a member of our Yunqing clan. Now it's time for the country to hire people, so you might as well surrender to the imperial court, Your Highness. This, Li Haotian was about to say something, but was interrupted by the second prince reaching out. He continued, currently, the empire occupies a large territory of the Blood Wolf clan and lacks people to govern it. If you surrender here, I will inform my father one day. How about giving you a fiefdom that is hereditary? Temptation. There was a tense situation just a moment ago, but now after Li Mufan showed his strength, he was immediately recruited by the empire. In the face of interests, some things are nothing at all. Qin Ji's conditions were very generous. Seeing Li Mufan lowering his head as if thinking, Wang Mengyu looked at him quietly with a pair of bright eyes, a faint light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Li Mufan suddenly laughed. I laughed so hard that I felt like I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Your Highness, do you think I'm an idiot? You robbed me of my money and now you're giving it back to me. What does that count? He put away his smile and said calmly, You seem to have made a mistake about the sword. I, Li Mufan, have already passed away. How can I be considered a member of your Yunqing family? You. Qin Ji snorted coldly, I don't know what is good or bad. Li Haotian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and sneered, Li Mufan, you are just relying on your sharp weapons, don't show off here. Do you dare to participate in the martial arts competition tomorrow? Let's go one-on-one on the stage to see who is more powerful. You are qualified to sit in this seat. Li Mufan was slightly stunned. He didn't know anything about the martial arts tournament. Wang Mingyu was thoughtful. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, Your Majesty, taking advantage of the prosperity of this auction, the city lord Li Feiyan will hold a competition to recruit a bride. In addition to marrying the girl Luoxuan, the winner will also get the Greenwood Spring and other things. A collection of precious prizes. Luo Shuihan? This famous name, Li Mufan, is well known. In addition to her stunning appearance, this city lord's daughter is also a genius in cultivation. She has already reached the 4th level of the body refining realm at the age of 16 or 17. In addition, she has 2 outstanding talents, which can be called Yunzhou, the proud daughter of heaven. But these are not important. What is important is that according to what Wang Mingyu said, the prize actually contains the Aoki spring. This kind of spring water can accelerate the growth of plants, which is very rare. To others, this thing may not be comparable to Luo Shuihan, but Li Mufan is different. With hydroponics technology, cultivated soil, and irrigation from the Aoki spring, the growth rate will probably take off. Participate, you must participate. He made up his mind and laughed loudly. I have heard for a long time that Miss Luo is one of Yunzhou's geniuses with both talent and beauty. Li must go and see it tomorrow. This pervert. Qin Shui rolled her eyes, and Wang Mingyu frowned slightly. Your Highness, Brother Wang, stop talking nonsense. We will see the real thing tomorrow in the ring. I will take my leave now. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the hunter troops. Several people looked at Li Mufan's back, their eyes flickering, wondering what they were thinking. After a moment of silence, Qin Ji asked, Haotian, how strong is this Li Mufan? Li Haotian sneered, this person didn't even have the body refining realm before, yet he dares to boast about Hai Cao. Qin Ji nodded when he heard this and said, this is the best. This person's methods are extraordinary and I'm afraid he will be detrimental to the empire in the future. In this way, you can instruct our people to injure him in the arena tomorrow and capture him alive. I still have some ask him about things. Yes. Your Highness. A fierce light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. Back in the room, Li Mufan took out the Duyuan fruit he had just obtained and played with it gently in his hand. In fact, he was thinking about tomorrow. The main purpose of his coming out this time was to obtain some elixir seeds. He had an alchemy furnace and an alchemy scripture. After inquiring about the system, he learned that colonists could also make elixirs after meeting certain conditions. Unlike other places, his foundation is weak. If Mingchen wants to develop rapidly, pills are one of the indispensable items. After thinking for a moment, his brows gradually relaxed, he looked at the storage bag at his waist, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The second day. The Central Martial Arts Arena of Chaos City. Tianheng Continent advocates strength, and almost every town of a certain size has an arena. Because the daughter of the mayor of Chaos City is going to hold a grand martial arts competition to find a husband today, this arena has been renovated and arranged 2 months ago. From a distance, a huge circular martial arts arena that can accommodate more than 100,000 people stands in the center of the prosperous city. The layout inside is similar to the football field on Earth. There are 5 arenas. The contestants will be divided into 5 groups to fight against each other. The martial arts competition to find a husband was held for 3 consecutive days. In the end, there is only one winner. In addition to being able to marry a beautiful woman, he can also receive generous rewards. Of course, participation is conditional. First of all, each contestant must pay a fee of 500 gold coins. This alone has raised the threshold very high. Not everyone can participate on the stage. In addition, the city lord chooses a good son-in-law, not an old man. All participants must test their bone age when registering. Only young people under the age of 20 are eligible to participate. Otherwise, if the old monsters of various races take action, there will be no need to compete. The martial arts field was crowded in the early morning. Li Mufan was wearing a black armor that was armed to the teeth, revealing only a pair of eyes. He had a big knife hanging around his waist. His style was extremely old-fashioned, forming a sharp contrast with the young talents participating in the competition. In the eyes of the people around him who laughed and despised, he led the hunter team to a registration point. At this moment, there was a long queue here, and many onlookers squeezed aside to comment on the contestants. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Mingzi armor. It's an outlaw." Immediately, the onlookers stayed 3 feet away from the hunter team. Their fierce reputation had spread in the city, and no one wanted to provoke this group of thugs. Yes, thugs. In the eyes of the hundreds of races in Yunzhou, the human race has always been a weak and bullied race that abides by the rules, but this group of people are the ones who will kill people if they disagree with them, which is very different from the impression of the hundreds of races. Some people with good intentions gave them a nickname, outlaws. Of course, this name can only scare the onlookers, but it is nothing to the young talents of various races who participated in this martial arts competition. You still have to queue up. Outlaws? Li Mufan was a little amused when he heard the nickname given to him by others. It was just a robbery. Why is it so exaggerated? Ignoring the comments of the people around him, Li Mufan observed the opponents participating in this meeting. Luoxuan is famous, and the young talents of various races are basically here. In addition, Yunzhou is now in flames, and everyone is holding back. This time, although it is nominally a martial arts competition, it has actually been upgraded to a big stage for the younger generation of Yunzhou to compete. Just as he was observing secretly, someone suddenly shouted loudly not far away, "Niu Wulio is here!" Niu Wulio! The onlookers burst into exclamations when they heard the name. Niu Wulio ranks 7th among the top 10 masters of the younger generation in Yunzhou. In the Divine City in the center of Yunzhou, there are various lists. The Yunzhou Temple updates the list once a year, and Niu Wulio's name has been on the list of the younger generation for 3 years. He is the genius of the barbarian Bull clan and the pride of the Minotaur. Li Mufan frowned slightly. Of course, he had heard of the title of the top 10 masters of the younger generation. When he was the king, Moronging, his subordinate, was one of the top 10 masters. At the age of 17, he had the cultivation level of the 4th level of the body refining realm. He had always been an arrogant existence in the kingdom. These 10 people are extremely talented and have extraordinary methods, and none of them are easy to deal with. It seems that it is not easy for him to obtain the Greenwood Spring this time. The top 10 masters of the younger generation, MOU is here. Someone not far away shouted loudly, and the melon-eating crowd immediately burst into screams. Although Niu Wulio is strong, the Taoran are ugly. It has never been very popular. But MOU was different. Born as a dark elf, he had a handsome appearance, wheat-colored skin and a cool expression, which made women go crazy for him. MOU. Ah, MOU. I want to marry you. MOU. I want to be your slave. There were women screaming in the crowd. Listening to these nymphomaniac words, Li Mufan only wanted to say 3 words in his heart. I'm so envious. One wave after another, the ladies were still immersed in the joy of seeing MOU, but another big shot came. Young Tai has arrived. This is one of the elf twins who is as famous as MOU, the light elf Young Tai. This person's popularity was even higher than that of MOU. Under the star-chasing effect, the crowd rushed to the nearby place like a tide. Even many people lining up to participate in the marriage recruitment went over to have a look at the handsome light elf boy. The team in front of Li Mufan was almost empty. My dear, this is so popular. But this was good, it saved him a lot of time in queuing. A moment later, standing at the registration point, an old man from the Tiger clan rolled his eyes at his nondescript attire and said angrily, "Pay the money and put your hand on this stone." Li Mufan honestly handed over a bag of gold coins, and then pressed his hand. He saw that the originally dark stone turned into light green, with circles of outline emanating from it, and he couldn't help but feel curious. 16 growth rings meet the requirements. Write your name on it. The old man pointed to a wooden barrel on the other side and said, "Draw a number. Each contestant will draw a number plate to divide into groups." Li Mufan drew number 81, with the word 3 written on the back of the token, which represents the 3rd group. After leaving the registration office and looking at the crowd who were still chasing stars, Li Mufan walked towards the martial arts arena. There are 5 arenas inside this building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, and his 3rd group was arranged to compete in the central arena. Although the competition on the first day did not officially start until the afternoon, there were already many people sitting in the martial arts arena at this moment. Li Mufan and his hunter team were looking for a place to sit down when they met an acquaintance. Li Mufan. You are here after all. Qin Ji and others came towards him. Although Li Mufan was dressed like an iron rice dumpling, the word on his armor was very obvious and they recognized him at a glance. Li Haotian looked at the number plate in his hand and sneered. The 3rd group? It seems that they will be able to teach you a lesson soon. Li Mufan ignored him, but looked at Qin Shui and said with a smile, "Your Highness, does it still hurt?" Qin Shui's face turned red as she thought about what happened yesterday. She stamped her feet and said angrily, "Pervert, just wait. We will let you know how powerful we are soon." Li Mufan laughed loudly when he heard this. He was covered in armor, revealing a pair of eyes. When he smiled, his eyes almost disappeared, and the armor shook wildly, looking very funny. Wang Mingyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She smiled and said, "My lord, there are rules for the competition. You can't kill people." "You don't have to do this." Li Mufan's old face turned red. He was indeed afraid of death, so he dressed like this. He had a complicated mentality towards his ex-wife. He glanced at her and said angrily, "I don't want to die before I deal with you." After that, he turned around and left with the hunters. Seeing his bloated appearance when he left, Qin Ji and others were speechless. This grand occasion of the martial arts competition to recruit a bride, isn't he embarrassing the human race? Find a seat near the arena and sit down. Such a good seat was originally crowded, but because of their fierce reputation, some sensible people consciously gave up their seats. "Master, your grenade." Heiyue handed over a string of blue EMP grenades, and Li Mufan hung them on his waist one by one. There was no way. The matter of the storage bag should not be exposed for the time being, so he still hung it. Half a day passed in a flash. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Li Mufan learned that except for Su Xiaomei, the #1 Skyfox clan, and Luo Shuihan, the third-ranked protagonist of this martial arts competition, all the other top 10 masters of Yunzhou were present. Of course, although Hu Xiaotian, the second-ranked Tiger Clan genius, came, he did not participate. If he took action, I am afraid that no one else would have a chance. The city lord is here. With a loud shout, the Chaos City Lord, Li Feiyun of the Tiger Clan, appeared on the central stage. After a brief speech, the martial arts competition officially began amid the cheers of the audience. The competition started at the same time in 5 arenas. The rules were very simple. As long as one party was knocked off the stage or voluntarily admitted defeat, it would be considered a victory. You can bring your own weapons, but you are not allowed to kill people, otherwise you will lose the qualification to participate. There will be a referee on each arena. They are all old men from various tribes invited by Li Feiyun. They are powerful. Many young people sometimes can't control themselves, and then the referee needs to take action. The first round of competitions has already begun on each stage. On the central stage where Li Mufan was, the 2 people in the first round were a human youth and a minotaur. The human race and the barbarian bull tribe were fighting, and the 2 sides didn't say much and started fighting directly. Li Mufan had seen the young man on the human side. He was Qin Ji's subordinate. He was holding a heavy sword and seemed to be a power-oriented person. The minotaur held a big axe. They were not good at other things, but they were very strong. The 2 of them started to chop each other as soon as they fought, and the weapons of both sides made a clanging sound. It was such a wonderful duel at the beginning, and cheers came from the audience immediately. The barbarian bull tribe has always been known for its strength, but what was unexpected was that after fighting for a while, the human youth actually had the upper hand. Laymen watched the excitement, and experts watched the doorway. Li Mufan judged that although the 2 were both in the first level of the body refining realm, the human youth had reached the level of perfection and was stronger in strength. If it weren't for the fact that the minotaur relied on his racial talent and natural strength, he would have been defeated long ago. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the human youth suddenly shouted loudly, knocked the minotaur's axe away with one sword, and then chopped off the minotaur's arm before he could admit defeat with another sword. Blood splattered. The minotaur screamed heartbreakingly. The referee frowned and stood up. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted loudly, "In this match, the human race wins." The whole audience was in an uproar. After this penalty, the nature of the martial arts competition for marriage is a little different. Killing is definitely not allowed, but as long as you are fast enough, crippling people is no problem. The wars between the hundreds of tribes in Yunzhou are raging, revenge is taken, and injustice is avenged. Off the field, the human audience was cheering, but the barbarian bull tribe was gritting their teeth. On the ring, the injured minotaur was carried down, and the wound was bleeding. Li Mufan shook his head. TSK, the beauty was not embraced, but the arm was put first. "It's not worth it, not worth it." Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes were staring straight at the ground. "Strange, how come this blood is like it has been absorbed and disappeared so quickly?" At the same time, something on his chest trembled slightly. He touched his chest and looked up at the noisy martial arts arena, his eyes flickered slightly. In a VIP box high above the martial arts arena, Li Feiyan was watching the scene below with a smile. Although he was a tiger, except for the tiger pattern on his forehead, his appearance was no different from that of a human. He looked like a majestic middle-aged man. Beside him was the famous daughter of heaven, Luo Shuehan. To be called the daughter of heaven, she must be extremely beautiful. This martial arts competition was held for her. With so many young talents below, she should have been happy. However, at this moment, she frowned slightly and said, "Have you really decided to do this?" Li Feiyan was silent for a moment and said, "Even they are here, is there any way out?" Luo Shuehan smiled bitterly and sighed softly. This day has finally come. Looking at Luo Shuehan's expression, he sighed slightly and said, "What are you going to do as the saint of our tribe? Are you really going to marry these low-level races?" Luo Shuehan remained silent for a long time, and then said leisurely, "If that's the case, it shouldn't be bad." Off the field, Xinji nodded to the young man with satisfaction, and Li Haotian looked at Li Mufan provocatively, but of course, he didn't get any response. The competition continued, and the winners and losers were decided on the other stages. Li Mufan had not yet taken his turn because his number was relatively late. On another stage, a young man from the Blood Wolf clan cut off a thigh of an elephant contestant with a knife. The smell of gunpowder in the field became stronger. Suddenly, the whole audience shouted, "Nyo Wulio appeared." This Nyo Wulio is different from other minotaurs. Although he is a barbarian bull, his appearance is more like that of a human. If it weren't for the pair of sharp horns on his head, he would be like a human giant. Many races will reproduce with each other, and the differences between individuals can sometimes be very large. Generally speaking, the closer the appearance is to humans, the more intelligent and talented they are. Of course, they will not say that they look like humans, but will claim that their appearance is similar to that of gods. Nyo Wulio's opponent is a demon from the Earth tribe, who is ugly in appearance, holding a machete, and looking at the tall barbarian bull in front of him with some fear. "Begin!" As soon as the referee finished speaking, the demon immediately roared, "I admit defeat." He knew he was no match for him, so he admitted defeat on the spot. The audience was slightly stunned, and then they cursed. Tianheng continent advocates warriors, and those who admit defeat before opening the door are the most despised. Amid the cheers of the audience, Nyo Wulio glanced coldly in the direction of Qin Ji and walked off the stage. The game continued to advance, and the casino finally opened for business. Whenever there is such a competition, there will be casinos of all sizes active on the scene. But this time it was monopolized by the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce. Someone shouted loudly, "Let's start betting, the matchup list is out, place your bets." On a stand, the people from the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce dismantled a large area of chairs and set up a simple venue. A white cloth was filled with the first round of matchups and odds. The competition had just started, but they had already done so many things. The people from the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce were very efficient. Seeing this, Li Mufan immediately became interested. After practicing Taoism, his eyesight was very good, and he could see his odds from a distance. Human Li Mufan vs Iron Wolf Langdare, odds 3:1. Damn, do you look down on me so much? Li Mufan took out a gold card and said to Heiyue beside him, "Go, buy 10,000 gold coins, I win." "Yes, master." In the casino, Heiyue squeezed through the crowd, threw a gold card on the table with a pop, and shouted, "I bet on Li Mufan. 10,000. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Generally, betting a few hundred gold coins is considered a lot. This person directly bets 10,000, which is a bit fierce. The Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is not afraid of you having a lot of money, but it is afraid that you will not come. Immediately, someone shouted, "Human Li Mufan, bet 10,000. Human?" Everyone laughed when they heard this. This group of gamblers knows the market very well. In the past, betting on the human race basically lost. Besides, this Langdare is a well-known young hero of the Iron Wolf clan. Betting 10,000? You will lose to death. I bet Lang Daden 100 gold coins. I'll bet 200. I'll bet 200 too. I'll bet 500. Many people followed suit immediately, looking at Heiyue as if he was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, since they recognized Heiyue's identity as a thug, they didn't dare to make sarcastic remarks. The Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is still very reputable. As the game progresses, they will pay immediately regardless of winning or losing, without any delay. Soon, it was Li Mufan's turn to play. When the audience saw his appearance, they all laughed. "Look, is this human being here to make fun of me? Ha, look at this iron lump, is he going to be a sandbag?" Hey, what is hanging on his waist? It won't be filled with buns, right? Compared with Lang Dayton, who was dressed in a warrior outfit, Li Mufan's appearance was indeed a bit different. The human audience covered their foreheads, wondering whose kid was not well managed and ran out to embarrass everyone. Qin Shui giggled even more. This pervert is really wearing this on stage. Oh, I am dying of laughter. On the stage, the referee's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Li Mufan and said, "The game begins." But surprisingly, neither of them moved. The wolf carrying a spear laughed boldly and said, "Human race. If you kneel down and admit your mistake to me now, and then pay me 1,000 gold coins, I will spare you. Otherwise, I will strip you of your broken copper and iron and let you roll off the stage naked." Everyone laughed when they heard it. Naked butt, naked butt. Someone actually shouted. The audience on the human side lowered their heads one by one, and they couldn't bear to watch anymore. This man is so shameless. On the stage, Lang Dare saw that Li Mufan didn't move at all, and the smile on his face gradually became bloodthirsty. Go to hell. He moved violently, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, and thrust his spear fiercely at Li Mufan. And at the moment he made his move, the corner of Li Mufan's mouth slightly raised. He retreated slightly and dodged the fatal blow. He swept the long sword in his hand and went straight to Lang Dare's forehead. Lang Dare was indeed a young talent of the Iron Wolf clan. With a crisp sound of dang, he actually raised his gun to block the blow. Seeing this, Li Mufan changed his sword and swung it back. Although he was still blocked by the long spear, he seized the opportunity. Purple lightning thunder blade. In the stands, Li Haotian looked at Li Mufan in surprise. He naturally knew this set of swordsmanship. It was the famous skill of the previous king. He didn't know how many enemies he had killed on the battlefield. But with the death of the previous king, he thought that no one in the entire Sun and Moon Kingdom knew this set of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, Li Mufan used it at this moment. Wang Mingyu looked at the two people fighting fiercely on the ring, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. After seizing power from the palace, this ex-husband had given her too many surprises. A trace of inexplicable taste slowly surged into her heart. If he wasn't the son of that man, maybe, she sighed softly, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. In the audience, everyone opened their mouths wide. They never expected that this funny human boy was actually so good at fighting against Lang Dare, who was at the peak of the first level of the body refining realm. The two had fought for dozens of rounds. Lang Dare had already gone all out, but the more he fought, the more surprised he was. The human swordsmanship was so sharp that he couldn't do anything no matter how hard he tried. The eyes hidden behind the armor were calm, as if he had not used his full strength at all. Dare to underestimate me. Lang Dare was furious, bursting with all his strength, sweeping his spear across, and wanted to have a head-on confrontation. Li Mufan didn't seem to stop, roaring, not retreating or giving in, and slashing with his long sword. One move determines the outcome. With a crack, the spear in Lang Dayton's hand was split in half, and the long sword was shaken to one side, leaving a bloody cut on his chest. The two were shaken and retreated. Li Mufan retreated 7 or 8 steps and barely stabilized his body, while Lang Dayton only retreated 3 steps. Unfortunately, his chest was cut, his eyes bulged, and he fell straight to the ground. The referee looked at Lang Dayton, who had lost consciousness, and then at Li Mufan, who was breathing heavily, and shouted loudly, "In this game, Li Mufan of the human race wins." The whole audience was in an uproar. Damn! The human race actually won. My 500 gold coins. This human race took advantage of the weapon. Cheating. Fuck, this is also okay, then I am invincible with a spiritual level weapon. The alien races in the audience cursed, and the people of the Iron Wolf clan were so angry that their faces turned blue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the last blow was won by Wolf Bold, but Li Mufan relied on the quality of the weapon in his hand to directly cut off the spear. They were definitely not satisfied with such a result. Dealer, who will be the opponent of this kid next time? I bet on him to lose 1,000 gold coins. I bet 1,000 too. The Iron Wolf clan and the gamblers shouted, holding their breath in their hearts. Of course, don't look at them like this, the gamblers are very smart. Although Li Mufan won by chance after a big battle, he must be exhausted. He can't even stand steadily, how can he win? In addition, the second round is full of good players, and this kid is afraid that he will be beaten like a sandbag. There were some cheers on the human side. Among the hundreds of tribes in Yunzhou, the human race has always been well armed. Although this kid is funny, he has also carried forward the tradition of the human race. Of course, no one is optimistic that he can pass the second round. Xin Shue's mood is a bit complicated. On the one hand, as a human, Li Mufan should be happy that he won, but this bad guy bullied her. She still feels pain when she sits down. She is angry just thinking about it. Humph. It's just luck. I will definitely lose next time. Qin Ji and Li Haotian looked at each other and were a little speechless. It's good that he won. If he loses too quickly, I'm afraid he won't be caught. Staggering back to his seat and taking a glass of water, Li Mufan's mouth corners hidden behind the armor slightly raised. He is acting. With the cultivation of the fourth level of the body refining realm, it's easy to deal with a wolf bold in the first level, isn't it? He hopes that his odds will be higher and he can make more money. How can he make money without acting? Listening to the audience's discussion, he affirmed his acting skills. Just kidding, I'm also in acting school. The first round of the competition ended quickly. Except for a few matches, there were no upsets in general. The top 10 young masters all advanced, and several idol-style masters enjoyed a lot of flowers and applause. The enthusiasm of the young ladies almost overwhelmed the martial arts arena. After the contestants took a short break, the second round of the competition began immediately. The second round adopted a lottery system within the group. Li Mufan's opponent turned out to be the giant sword youth, Xinji's subordinate. Xinji led everyone to Li Mufan, and saw that he closed his eyes to rest, and said lightly, Li Mufan, Duanfei is the elite of the empire. I'm not afraid to tell you that he has reached the second level of the body refining realm. You have no chance to win. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to submit to the court and serve the country? Li Mufan opened his eyes after hearing this, looked at Xinji calmly for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Second prince, do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Xinji frowned slightly. What do you want to bet on? Just bet on the outcome between me and him. Li Mufan pointed at the young man with the big sword and said, if I lose, I, Li Mufan, am willing to surrender and go back to the court with you. But if I win, what do you want to do? He calmly pointed at Wang Mingyu beside him. I want her. What? Everyone was shocked. Wang Mingyu's face turned red, and Li Haotian's expression looked like he wanted to eat someone. Pervert. You're dreaming. Xin Shui, who was speaking, had a very bad image of Li Mufan in her mind. If Wang Mingyu fell into the hands of this devil, it would be scary to think about it. Li Mufan looked at everyone's expressions and suddenly laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, did you misunderstand something? I don't want her as a person, but the hairpin on her head. Hairpin? Everyone was slightly stunned. Li Mufan's reputation was not very good. Xinji touched his chin and thought, is this kid a fetishist? Wang Mingyu was a little surprised. This hairpin was a relic of Li Mufan's mother. When they got engaged, Li Mufan personally gave it to her as a token of love for his wife. Wang Mingyu sighed and said, my lord, this hairpin. Before she finished speaking, Li Mufan waved his hand and said, you don't have to say anything. How about it, second prince, do you want to take this game? Although this hairpin is expensive, it can only be sold for 10,000 gold coins at most. For Xinji, money is not a problem. Okay. I accept this bet. Xinji said calmly, I hope you don't break your promise. Li Mufan closed his eyes after hearing this, and began to rest again. Xinji and others returned to their seats. He asked the giant sword youth beside him, Duanfei, how confident are you in dealing with that kid? The giant sword youth hesitated for a moment and said, although the man's swordsmanship is sharp, his strength is insufficient. 8th level, I am 8 times confident that I can take him down. Okay. Xinji patted his shoulder and smiled, if you win, it will be a great achievement. The empire will not treat you unfairly. After speaking, he turned to Wang Mingyu and asked, Miss Mingyu, what is the name of this hairpin? Why did he suddenly set up this bet? Wang Mingyu shook her head slightly after hearing this, and seemed not to want to say more. Li Haotian on the side knew about this matter. After he explained it one by one, several people knew the ins and outs of it. The empire did fail him on that day. Everyone knew it well and fell silent at this moment. The second round begins. A referee shouted loudly, human Duanfei versus human Li Mufan. Because Li Mufan had an upset in the last game, this game was still quite eye-catching. The odds offered by the casino were 4:1, Li Mufan won. Heiyue bet all the money he had just won without hesitation. On the ring, after the two stood still, Duanfei said lightly, you are not my opponent, admit defeat, so as not to suffer physical pain. Seeing Li Mufan looking at him calmly, he didn't waste any words and started fighting directly. Duanfei rushed and killed Li Mufan at a very fast speed. He had hidden his strength before, and now his cultivation of the second level of the body refining realm was undoubtedly displayed. This human! He had hidden his strength before. There were many knowledgeable people in the stands, who immediately saw the clues and exclaimed. And Li Mufan's response was a bit confusing. He calmly took out an iron lump from his waist and threw it gently to Duan Fei. Duan Fei sneered at this. Such a hidden weapon? Throwing 100 of them is useless. Ha ha! This kid's hidden weapon is too bad. The audience in the stands laughed, but the next moment, something unexpected happened. This iron lump that should have been able to be knocked away with a casual slap actually exploded the moment it touched the big sword. Zzz. A flash of electricity passed by, and Duan Fei was shocked and twitched, and fell flat on his face. The audience's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had stuffed an egg in their mouths, and they were stunned. Thunder? Thunder spells? Is this kid a thunder magician? Everyone was stunned, and their brains were short-circuited. This kind of EMP grenade is used to deal with the mechanical race in the ring world. It is not powerful in itself, but it can release strong current to interfere with the operation of the mechanical race. He drew a few boxes, just right for electrocuting people on the ring. Seeing that Duan Fei was still struggling to get up, Li Mufan threw another one directly. Zzz. Another burst of electric current sounded, and Duan Fei's scalp was numb, and he fainted. Li Mufan threw him out without any hesitation and won the game. The referee of the Tiger Tribe looked at the string of iron lumps hanging around Li Mufan's waist and was completely speechless. As a senior elder, he naturally knew that Li Mufan was not a magician, but he didn't know where he got something like a magic talisman. Li Mufan wins. The whole audience was in an uproar. Damn! This piece of iron is a magic charm. Damn, my 1,000 gold coins. Oh my god, he threw 2 magic charms at once. This guy is a local tyrant. Ha! Isn't he the human robber yesterday? It seems that robbery can make you rich. The audience discussed this game enthusiastically, and some people even discussed where to live. In the stands, Xin Ji and Li Haotian looked very ugly. Xin Shui covered her mouth in surprise, and Wang Mengyu looked at this ex-husband in surprise. The impression Li Mufan gave people was that although he had no strength, he had many tricks and always had unexpected performances. Back to his seat, Li Mufan winked at the hunter next to him, and she immediately walked towards Qin Ji and others. Princess, my young master asked me to get something. Wang Mengyu was a little absent-minded. After a moment of silence, she took out the hairpin from her hair. Her long hair was loose, hanging down like a waterfall, beautiful and moving. Hair tied up means she is already a wife, and long hair draped over her shoulders, the meaning is self-evident. Looking at Li Mufan, who was wrapped in armor not far away, she shook her head gently and handed the hairpin over. In the depths of her eyes, there seemed to be a trace of sadness, quietly flashing. Is it guilt? Is it loss? Or maybe, reluctant? Slightly stroking her hair, at this moment, she felt in her heart that something seemed to have left her again. Li Mufan took the hairpin handed over by the hunter, looked at it silently, and put it away. He sighed softly. It's not that he is stingy and insists on taking back this hairpin, but there is a high possibility that there will be clues left by his mother on this hairpin. He had thought about some things in the dead of night and found that there were many doubts about his mother's death. He even suspected that his mother was not dead, but suddenly disappeared. When he goes back this time, he plans to send someone to investigate what happened that year. Of course, this is a later story. After passing the second round as a dark horse, he only needs 2 more rounds to break through the group and compete with the top 2 in each group for the throne of the city lord's son-in-law. The second round of the competition ended quickly, and the top 10 masters advanced smoothly without encountering any resistance. Surprisingly, Li Haotian and Qin Ji also passed the second round without making any noise. The two are indeed the elites of the human race, with superior weapons and equipment and cultivation methods. Li Mufan discovered that the cultivation of these two people is the second level of the body refining realm. Qin Ji has reached the peak of the second level, and Li Haotian is slightly worse. After 2 rounds of fighting, the audience was surprised to find that the human race this year was particularly fierce. Of the top 10 masters, Mo Renjiying of the Qingfeng sword and Hong Ba of the Pasan knife were naturally not to be mentioned. Several other human races also showed extraordinary strength. Among the remaining 40 people, the human race actually occupied 8 seats, which was surprising. Many forces frowned. In Yunzhou now, the human race is becoming more and more powerful, which is not a good thing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many forces have begun to take action, contact information, or negotiate alliances, etc. Li Mufan has no time to care about these things now, because he was surprised to find that his opponent in the next round was Li Haotian. It is not that enemies will not meet, and some accounts should be settled. Everyone in the audience was very concerned about the duel between Li Mufan and Li Haotian. The relationship between the two of them is no longer a secret. In the ring, the competition had actually begun, but both of them stood with their hands behind their backs and did not take action immediately. The audience can feel the invisible oppression. Li Mufan, I have to admit that you did surprise me, but that's it for now. Today, I will let you know who is the real king of the sun and moon. Li Mufan looked calm and said calmly, Brother Wang, our father and son have always treated you well. Give me a reason. Li Haotian looked ferocious upon hearing this. Indeed, you treat me well, but in what way are you better than me? How can you sit in that position? What qualifications do you have to be Mengyu's husband? It turns out it's for women. After taking a look at Wang Mengyu, who had a complicated expression in the audience, Li Mufan suddenly laughed loudly. Trash, I thought you had some lofty ambitions, but it turned out it was for a mere woman. Li Haotian, you disappoint me so much. Li Haotian heard this and said angrily, Mengyu is not an ordinary woman, what do you know? After that, he took out a scepter as tall as a person from his storage ring. Li Mufan, stop talking nonsense, I will fight to kill you even if I lose my qualifications today. Sun and Moon Scepter. Li Mufan narrowed his eyes and looked a little cautious. As soon as the Sun and Moon Scepter appeared, an invisible spiritual pressure immediately filled the air, and the audience in the audience was surprised at the same time. Spiritual weapon, it's a spiritual weapon. Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned to the central arena, and even the top 10 masters paid attention. Yunzhou's spiritual weapons are very rare, and their power is unmatched by ordinary weapons. Almost every one of them is a national treasure and the foundation of a power. I saw the black and white gems on the top of the scepter flash, an array of white light shot towards Li Mufan. Light magic! Someone screamed in surprise, and soon after that, Li Mufan tapped the ground lightly with his feet, and floated backwards like catkins. Bang! There was an explosion, and a big hole was shot out on the ground of the arena. What a flexible body! Qin Ji was surprised that Li Mufan was able to escape the bombardment of light magic. In a corner of the stands, there were two young men and women dressed in white. They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Qingyun's Sec light body technique. Easily letting go of the blow, Li Mufan threw two grenades, but the scepter flashed and the two white lights accurately hit the grenades. Zitsizi! The grenade exploded in the air, and electricity surged through the air. Li Mufan, I can't do anything to you with your magic talisman. Li Haotian shouted, go to hell. The gems flashed one after another, and 7 or 8 white lights shot out. Seeing this, Li Mufan narrowed his pupils, shook his belt, and threw out all the grenades. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions were heard, and electric arcs flashed in the field, blinding everyone's eyes for a moment. But at this moment, Li Mufan's body flashed like a black light and rushed through the electromagnetic zone. He swept the long knife in his hand and slashed at Li Haotian. In the electric light and stone fire, the black light of the gem on the Sun and Moon Scepter lit up, releasing a light curtain that protected Li Haotian's whole body. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Li Mufan's long knife felt like it was cutting on cotton, but it couldn't bear the force. How strong is Li Mufan? The purple lightning blade burst out with its back force, and another layer of blade force attacked, and Li Haotian was chopped off. Even with the black light protecting his body, he still fell heavily on the ring. What? Qin Ji stood up suddenly. With this attack, the strength displayed by Li Mufan was definitely not lower than the third level of the body refining realm. The audience widened their eyes one by one, and the leaders of several major forces looked at each other. This Li Mufan actually had such strength. Li Haotian suddenly got up from the ground and roared, Li Mufan, you have reached this level. But you can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. As the gem flashed, dozens of white lights were shot out continuously. For a moment, the entire ring was shot with white light, and it seemed that there was no place to escape. But Li Mufan was not an ordinary person after all. The light body technique was activated, and at the critical moment, he shuttled through the white light. But the white light was so dense that a beam of white light shot straight at his chest while he was dodging. Master! Heiyue screamed in shock. This attack was already unavoidable. Some people covered their red lips lightly. Some people sighed softly. But at this critical moment, Li Mufan suddenly shouted and punched the white light with his left hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Mufan was shocked and retreated 3 steps. Everyone looked closely and saw that there was a wisp of green smoke coming out of the armor on his left hand, and the place where he was hit was charred. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air. Mortal level top grade. It's a mortal level top grade armor. It took a blow from the spiritual weapon, but it was not penetrated, but just charred. It is definitely a mortal level top grade armor, and there are even signs of being promoted to a spiritual weapon. Someone screamed loudly, "Rich man! How much does this set of armor cost?" Qin Shui's beautiful eyes widened, and even Wang Mingyu covered her mouth in surprise. On the ring, Li Mufan looked at Li Haotian, who was stunned, coldly and sneered, "Brother Wang, the spiritual energy of the scepter is limited. If you use it like this, I'm afraid it will run out soon. Even if the scepter is used up, I will kill you first." Li Haotian roared, and he didn't care about it, and he wanted to send out the cartoon white light again. "Do you want to do this trick?" Li Mufan kicked the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball, kicking Li Haotian in the stomach. Although there was a black light curtain blocking him, he still couldn't bear his huge force, and the whole person was kicked out. The white light in the sky stopped abruptly. "You want to kill me?" Li Mufan sneered and kicked out. "You dare to rebel for a woman? I'll beat you to death." Another punch hit him in the face. "What do you mean it's over? Where's the madness just now? If I don't come to find you, you still dare to bring that woman around in front of me all day? Are you looking for death?" The continuous punches and kicks directly used Li Haotian as a sandbag, leaving everyone speechless. A king was beaten like this, and people would laugh if they told others about it. Because of the black light protecting his body, Li Haotian's actual damage was not great, but he was beaten in public, and in front of Wang Mingyu. His rage could not be described in words. He rolled over and got up from the ground, and he roared angrily, "Li Mufan, go to hell." The gem on the top of the scepter burst into dazzling black and white light, and they were entangled in an instant. A thick two-color light column bombarded Li Mufan directly. Boom! With a loud noise, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust. The power of the full-strength attack of the spiritual weapon was so terrifying. Everyone held their breath and stared at the two blurry figures on the arena. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the arena. Crack! The gem on the sun and moon scepter was actually broken into two halves and scattered on the ground. Li Haotian panted, not caring about the damage to the sun and moon scepter at all, staring at the front. The smoke and dust gradually faded, and everyone was shocked when they saw the figure clearly. Li Mufan stood proudly in the rolling smoke and dust, holding a plasma lightsaber in his hand, flashing a faint light, and streams of heat were being released from the lightsaber. "What? What kind of sword is this? Ah! This weapon can release spiritual energy. This is a spiritual weapon. Another spiritual weapon." In the stands, someone stood up suddenly and screamed. The whole audience was in an uproar. In this internal fight of the human race, two spiritual weapons actually appeared. It was really shocking. Just now, in a flash, Li Mufan decisively took out the plasma lightsaber from the storage bag and blocked this terrifying attack. As one of the most technologically advanced products in the ring world, the grade of the plasma lightsaber is even higher than the sun and moon scepter. "No, this is impossible. Impossible!" Li Haotian screamed, like a madman. He held the sun and moon scepter and hit Li Mufan fiercely. The scepter without the gem was just a hard iron rod. Li Mufan reached out and grabbed the scepter directly. He picked up Li Haotian, and there was a faint anger burning in his cold eyes. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, Li Mufan slapped Li Haotian in the face. Li Haotian, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. For a woman, for a competition, you destroyed the scepter. What qualifications do you have to sit on the throne of the king?" Looking at Li Haotian's crazy eyes with a hint of despair, he threw it out directly. "This game, Li Mufan wins." As the referee's voice sounded, this tortuous battle ended with Li Mufan's complete victory. Looking at the ugly faces of Qin Ji and others, he walked to the side of the ring and threw the scepter in his hand, which symbolized power, directly into Wang Mingyu's arms. Only his cold voice sounded, "I don't know why you betrayed me, but don't think that you won by supporting this waste to sit on the throne. What belongs to me, I will take it back one day." Wang Mingyu looked at him quietly, with mist rolling in her bright eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Seeing this, Qin Shui immediately pulled Wang Mingyu behind her and said, "You are not allowed to bully Sister Mingyu." Qin Ji also put his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Li Mufan, you won this round, but from what you said, do you want to fight against the court?" "Ha?" Li Mufan was slightly stunned and smiled, Your Highness, didn't I fight against the court before? Li Mufan laughed and walked off the stage. He took the water cup handed by the hunter and breathed a sigh of relief. This competition was a complete victory, but it was not easy. The rest of the battles in the third round were extremely fierce. In addition to Li Mufan and Li Haoqian, there were many duels that people talked about. After winning this game, Heiyue made a lot of money in the casino, and the money came much faster than playing Warcraft. It is now approaching evening, and the first day of the competition has come to an end. After 3 rounds of competition, only 4 people are left in each group. Tomorrow, the top 2 of the group will be decided and advance to the next round of competition. It has to be said that Li Mufan has become the biggest dark horse. In addition to the endless strange items, the major forces judge that this person's cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level of the body refining realm. In the body refining realm, the 3rd and 4th levels are very different, which is a hurdle. All the top 10 masters of the younger generation are above the 4th level. Therefore, although he performed well, no one is optimistic that he can win the championship. The odds of the casino have also come out. The odds of Li Mufan winning the championship are 1 to 100, which is exaggerated and outrageous. Even Li Mufan himself has no confidence that he can win the next game. According to his instructions, Heiyue bought 50,000 gold coins. It would be best if he could win, and it would not be much if he lost. As night fell, Li Mufan sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a spirit stone in his hand, and was practicing. Although he did not use his full strength in the competition that day, Li Haoqian's last blow still made his sword-holding arm numb. This was equivalent to the self-detonation of the spiritual weapon, which was no small matter. He meditated until late at night before his injuries were fully recovered. He took out a milky white round bead from his arms and frowned as he thought about what happened today. This bead was buckled from the crown in the cave that day, and then he placed it on the ancestor statue on the roof of the administrative hall. Because he didn't understand what the bead was used for, he planned to use this auction to find someone to identify it. During the day, he found that the arena could strangely absorb blood, and the slight vibration of the bead in his arms made him more cautious. It seems that this martial arts competition is far from as simple as it seems. Regarding the origin of this bead, combined with what he saw and heard in the cave that day, plus the ancient legends of the human race, he actually had a vague guess in his heart, but this idea was too absurd, even he himself dared not believe it. After thinking for a while, he put the beads close to his body, took a deep breath, and continued to practice. No words were spoken overnight, and the next day, Li Mufan and others came to the martial arts arena early. Along the way, the eyes of the people around him had changed. No longer ridiculed or mocked, but in awe, and even a little scared. The mainland admires the strong, and Li Mufan's performance is worthy of this title. He even received flowers from the human sisters. Looking at the shy eyes of these girls, Li Mufan was overjoyed and greeted them one by one with a smile. He has a handsome appearance, and when he smiles, he is like a sunny big boy, which arouses the girls' favor. The little sisters' eyes are almost full of little stars. In the distance, Qin Shui saw this scene and was furious. Sister Mengyu, look at that perverted and proud look. I'm so angry. Wan Mengyu looked at the smiling ex-husband and didn't say anything, just smiled and shook her head. Li Haoqian did not come today. Yesterday's competition dealt a heavy blow to him. He locked himself in the house and did not open the door to anyone who came. Qin Ji frowned and asked, Duan Fei, have you found out where this person established his power? The young man with the giant sword replied respectfully, Your Highness, I have sent spies to inquire in many places in the past 2 days, but I have not found out where this person's territory is. I am afraid it is not in this chaotic corner. Oh? There is this matter? After hesitating for a moment, he said, Forget it, let the spies come back, and we will talk about this matter later. Yes. Your Highness. The competition on the second day also drew lots to determine the opponent. Li Mufan was lucky. He did not draw the only top 10 master in this group, Mou from the elf family, but he drew the genius from the dwarf family, Xiao Dongque. Although this person is not among the top 10, his strength has reached the 3rd level of the body refining realm. He is born with supernatural power and is good at using a sledgehammer. He is a young master who has been famous in Yunzhou for a long time and is extremely difficult to deal with. But because Li Mufan took out a spiritual weapon level lightsaber yesterday, the odds in the casino were 1:1. The gamblers were very torn. On the one hand, Gao Dongque had been famous for a long time and was one of the people closest to the top 10. On the other hand, Li Mufan's performance was too strong, leaving them hesitant. In the attic, besides Li Feiyan and Luo Shuehan, there were several men in black robes. Several people stood by the window, looking at the central arena below. Li Feiyan asked with a smile, "Everyone, who do you like more, the short Dong Chue or Li Mufan?" Luo Shuehan was wearing a goose-yellow robe today, with long black hair hanging down around his waist, and a wisp of tiger stripes on his temples, which added to his bright color. Compared with yesterday, she seemed to be in a better mood today. She smiled and said that human Li Mufan should be stronger. "Oh? How can we see the saint?" The person speaking was a man in black robe. He was tall, but his whole body was wrapped in black robe, so he couldn't see clearly. Luo Shuehan glanced at him lightly and said, "Intuition." "Intuition?" There was some evil charm in the young voice of the man in black robes. He smiled and said, "The human race has always been disinterested, but I am optimistic about the short Dongchue." "Yeah?" Luo Shuehan's voice was calm, as if he didn't want to say more. Seeing this, the man in black robes said coldly, "They are just a group of inferior races. The victory or defeat has nothing to do with me. I hope the saint will not forget the purpose of my coming here." "Inferior race?" Luo Shuehan chuckled and said, "Mo Yen, you seem to have forgotten something. The human race shouldn't be as miserable as you said, right?" The man in black robe frowned when he heard this and said slightly angrily, "The human race was indeed powerful back then, but they were, Mahiko." An old man in black robes shouted low, interrupting the man's words. He took a few steps forward, saluted slightly to Luo Shuehan, and said, "Your Highness, I know what you were thinking, but this matter is related to our clan's big plans. I hope your Highness will put the overall situation first." Luo Shuehan fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, she said calmly, "Elder, don't worry, Shuehan will never forget important events in the clan." On the ring, Li Mufan was holding a long knife and was confronting Xiao Dongchue. "Human, where is your lightsaber? You don't think you can defeat me with just this sword, do you?" Li Mufan smiled and said, "Dwarf Winter Melon, I think your broken hammer is only of ordinary level. There is no need to use the lightsaber. Stop talking nonsense and come here." The dwarves have always had a bad temper. The dwarf Dongchue heard this and shouted loudly, and immediately hit him with a hammer. This sledgehammer is taller than his men, and when it hits, it carries strong wind and is extremely powerful. The audience nodded when they saw this. It was worthy of being a person at the third level of the body refining realm. This move was like a thunderous strike. Li Mufan was not a weak hand either. He stepped sideways and avoided the blow. The purple lightning thunder saber immediately took action and started fighting with the short east hammer. As expected, Li Mufan's display of strength was also at the third level of the body refining realm. The two of them were seen going back and forth with swords and hammers, and they fought for 30 rounds without any distinction. Yes, I haven't encountered such an opponent for a long time. But if you meet me, you will be unlucky. Watch your moves. AI Dongchue shouted loudly and spun on the spot. The speed was getting faster and faster. In just a few breaths, it turned into a small tornado and swept towards Li Mufan. "Spiral storm." Someone in the stands exclaimed. "This is the famous skill of AI Dongchue." He swung the hammer and spun at high speed. "If you touch it, you will die." "Oh my god, don't you feel dizzy?" Li Mufan was shocked. Without thinking, he threw more than a dozen EMP grenades over. Zzz. The sound of electric arc flashed, and the tornado spun rapidly with electric current, and its power was even greater. "Damn! Not afraid of electricity?" He jumped up, and the light body technique made him instantly away from the spiral storm, and then another grenade was thrown over. "See how long you can hold on." Everyone in the stands gasped. Prodigal son. Such precious magic charms are thrown dozens of times. Is this a competition or a waste of money? With another round of electromagnetic bombardment, the speed of the spiral storm slowed down. It seems that it is not afraid of electricity. I'll throw more. The crowd stared at Li Mufan as he threw out another string of grenades, feeling like a million heads of fire were running through their hearts. This has thrown out at least 100,000 gold coins, right? Please don't throw anymore, my heart hurts. Even the rich man Qin Ji was a little speechless. Isn't this too expensive? Sister Mengyu, this person has already spent all his money for that Luo Shuehan. Wang Mengyu frowned and muttered something softly, but no one could hear it. On the field, the spiral storm finally stopped after being bombarded for several rounds. Everyone looked closely and saw that the short Dongchue's eyes rolled back, foamed at the mouth, and his whole body twitched slightly. He had been electrocuted and unconscious. Everyone felt cold all over, and looked at Li Mufan with fear. Even the top 10 masters felt their scalps tingling after watching his competition. If he was electrocuted for several rounds, his reputation would be ruined. After this battle, he got another nickname, Thunder Demon. The Thunder Demon deserves the name. I don't know if it's you or me who's unlucky. He sneered and kicked the short Donchue off the stage. Easily winning the competition for the qualification, Li Mufan successfully advanced to the final 10. After getting off the stage, he glanced at the other groups that were still fighting fiercely. In the eyes of everyone's fear, he led the hunter team to leave the martial arts arena quickly. There was nothing for him to do in the morning. The next round of competition would not start until the afternoon. He still had things to do during this time. Yunlu Chamber of Commerce, private room on the second floor. My friend's performance is really unexpected. The old man Qingxi handed over a cup of fragrant tea and said with a smile, I wonder what you are doing here in your busy schedule? Li Mufan smiled and said, Elder, the senior yesterday asked me to sell something. As he said, he took out a green pill from his arms and handed it over. After the old man took it, he looked at it carefully for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, This is Ding Yin pill. Elder, you have a good eye, it is this pill. Li Mufan said, Senior hopes that I can put it up for auction at the conference. I wonder if the elder is willing to buy it? Yes. Of course I will buy it. The old man laughed and said, This Ding Yen pill is extremely rare. It has not been seen since it appeared more than 100 years ago. This time it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. I wonder how many pills my little friend still has. Li Mufan took out another pill from his pocket and said, Just these 2 pills. The old man was overjoyed and shouted, Okay. Little friend, wait a moment, I'm going to get the voucher right now. After a while, the old man handed over an auction certificate, which can be exchanged for gold coins after the items are auctioned. Elder, I heard that your Chamber of Commerce does anything as long as it is business. I have a deal here. I wonder if you will accept it. The old man asked curiously, My little friend, it doesn't matter if you just say it. Just listen to Li Mufan whisper, I wonder if there is slave trading in the Chamber of Commerce. The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed and said, What do I mean? This slave is naturally for sale, but the price will fluctuate depending on the race. Li Mufan said, Please let the elders inform you. Nowadays, there are wars in Yunzhou. There are a large number of prisoners of war from all tribes, and the prices are lower than before. Among them, the price of the human tribe is the highest, followed by the fox tribe and cat tribe, and then the barbarian cattle tribe, blood wolf tribe, etc. I wonder what my little friend needs? Li Mufan was suddenly surprised when he heard this. In Yunzhou, the human race has always been popular because of their high intelligence and relatively easy control. They can be used as housekeepers, bookkeepers and other miscellaneous things after buying them, especially young men and women. Although the functions of the fox tribe and cat tribe are not as comprehensive as those of the human tribe, the men and women are pretty, and because of their race, some things are much better than the human tribe, so they are easier to sell. As for some races such as Tauren and blood wolves, they have violent personalities, are sometimes difficult to control, cannot give birth, and are ugly, so they are not very popular. I want human race, how many merchants do you have? The old man held out 5 fingers. 50,000? Exactly. Li Mufan thought for a moment and said, Okay. I want them all. Where are they and how much do they cost? The old man said with a smile, Half of these 50,000 people are prisoners of war, half are civilians, and they are basically young people. The price is not cheap. After a pause, he added, Let's do this. For your sake, I will give you 10 gold coins for each prisoner of war, and 5 gold coins for the civilians, for a total of 375,000 gold coins. Okay. 350,000 gold coins, that's it. He had red lips and white teeth, so he was directly reduced by 25,000. The old man was obviously hesitant, but he thought that the master in front of him was not an ordinary person who could take out 2 Ding Yen pills. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Okay. For the sake of my little friend and that senior, I make the decision. 350,000 is 350,000. The old man took out a piece of contract from his storage ring, wrote a few strokes, and handed it to Li Mufan, saying, My little friend, you can use this book to bring people to Qingfeng Mountain, and you won't miss any of them. Li Mufan didn't hesitate and paid the money directly. He won the money from gambling and could just use it to pay for this huge expense. The deal was concluded, and Li Mufan was in a good mood. The credibility of the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce can still be guaranteed. The last task issued by the system was to expand the territory's population to 300,000 people within 1 year. This time, 1/6 of it was completed. Little friend, don't you want to buy slaves from other races? Let me tell you, this fox tribe and cat tribe are, TSK. This old man actually started selling it. Li Mufan's heart skipped a beat and he laughed and said, buy it, I must buy it. When this happens, I will go to Qingfeng Mountain to have a look. If it is true as you said, I will buy a batch and bring it back to the brothers. Readily. The old man also laughed loudly, suddenly came over and whispered something in Li Mufan's ear, which made his eyes widen. Be good, elder, you are so courageous, you even dare to sell it to them. The old man said mysteriously, my little friend, be careful. If you are interested, go and have a look. If you are not interested, just pretend that I didn't tell you anything. It's interesting, Li Mufan raised his eyebrows and handed it over, a man's eyes could understand. After chatting for a while, Li Mufan stood up to say goodbye, greeted the hunter troops at the door, and returned to the martial arts field. The afternoon competition is about to begin. The 10 people who broke out from the group, except Li Mufan, all the 10 young masters who came to participate were successfully promoted, namely, the 10th-ranked human Qingfeng sword Moronging, the 9th-ranked human mountain-breaking sword Hongba, and the 8th-ranked blood lone wolf from the wolf tribe, Niu Wulio from the 7th barbarian tribe, Mou, and Yang Tai from the elf tribe, and Yi Shoui from the Yegsha tribe, who ranks highest among the top 10 participating in this competition. Among the remaining 2 people, one is Fu Wuda from the Earth Demon clan, who should not be underestimated, and the last one is a young man from the Red Fox clan. This person's name is Su Nume. Although his name is very feminine, no matter his figure or appearance, he is undoubtedly a handsome guy from the Red Fox tribe. In one of the stands, City Lord Yunlan looked at the young man from the Red Fox tribe on the stage and asked with some confusion, when did such a young talent appear in our tribe? The attendant looked at it for a long time, shook his head and smiled bitterly. They are not from my city, they may be from our sect. The sect he was talking about was naturally the Earth-level race, the Sky Fox clan. The city lord was silent for a moment and sighed softly, that should be it. Then he changed the subject and asked, have you found out the details about Li Mufan? The attendant's face became cautious after hearing this, and he whispered something in the ear of the city lord. After a while, the city lord's face became obviously gloomy. It's actually that group of people. If this is the case, we can't ignore it. On the ring, the drawing of lots had already begun, and Niu Wulio was the first to draw. With his big hands, he pulled out a wooden sign from an exquisite wooden box, with Li Mufan's name clearly written on it. The referee on one side immediately shouted loudly, in the first match, Niu Wulio from the barbarian bull tribe versus Li Mufan from the human race. The whole place was in an uproar. The barbarian bull tribe and the human tribe fought bloody battles one after another. The 2 tribes already had a deep hatred between them. Once these 2 people fought, the consequences would be very serious. Beside Li Mufan, Moronging said contemptuously, Your Majesty, it seems your luck is not very good? This man regarded himself as a genius and had always been arrogant in the kingdom. With the support of the Yunqin Empire, even the king didn't take him seriously, let alone Li Mufan, who he regarded as a useless king. Li Mufan glanced at him indifferently. Although this person was not directly involved in the palace incident, he was involved in the pursuit afterward. Naturally, he had no good impressions of him. He chuckled and said, Moronging, I heard that you have been pursuing Qinyu, the eldest princess of the empire. How is the progress going? Moronging's face showed warmth and anger. He was a proud and arrogant person. Unfortunately, he asked to see Qinyu again and again but could not see him. The whole empire knew about it and it had become a joke. This time, Li Mufan opened up his scars, so he became angry. You don't need to worry too much, just take care of yourself. Li Mufan smiled but did not answer, looking at Moronging indifferently, with a faint fire flashing in his eyes. Naturally, Li Mufan would not let this traitor go. After Moronging saw Li Mufan's strength, in order to avoid future troubles, she would also take action. The 2 of them knew that one day they would meet again on the battlefield. After a while, the lineup came out. In the first game, Li Mufan vs Niu Wulio. The second game, Hongba vs Lone Wolf. In the third game, Su Nume vs Yang Tai. The fourth game, Yi Shoui vs Mou. In the fifth game, Moronging vs Fu Wuda. The fight between Dragon and Tiger is about to take place. The market is open, the first game is between Li Mufan and Niu Wulio. The odds are 1-3, I bought it and left. The casino odds are out, and it seems that the Yunlu Chamber of Commerce is not optimistic that Li Mufan can beat this genius of the barbarian clan. After betting 100,000 gold coins on his own to win, and taking a short rest in his seat, Li Mufan took a sack from Heiyu, carried it on his back, and slowly walked onto the ring. On the other side, Niu Wulio carried a big axe and jumped to the other side of the ring. Start! The referee shouted loudly, and the first match officially began. The two of them didn't waste any time and started fighting. Niu Wulio, who had rich fighting experience, immediately jumped up and swept over with the big axe in his hand carrying strong wind. The cultivation of the fourth level of the body refining realm was fully revealed. Li Mufan knew that he could no longer hide his clumsiness, so he refused to retreat and swept away with his long sword. When? With a crisp sound, Niu Wulio took 3 steps back, but Li Mufan didn't move at all. What? The audience was shocked. The barbarian bull clan was extremely powerful, and Niu Wulio was the best among them. However, after a head-on blow, they were knocked back. The 4th level. The Thunder Demon has also reached the 4th level of the body refining realm. Someone exclaimed. In the field, Niu Wulio was also shocked, but he didn't allow him to think too much. Li Mufan's attack came overwhelming. The purple lightning thunder saber was powerful and its offensive was getting higher and higher, and it suppressed Niu Wulio for a while. You know, this Niu Wulio is ranked 7th among the top 10 masters. Everyone was shocked beyond measure, and Li Mufan once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Shinji looked at the fierce young man on the stage and sighed, what a pity, what a pity. This man is really the elite of our clan. Li Mufan practiced Qingyun Shendaoju and took a lot of elixirs. His physical strength and true qi were surging. He felt refreshed when he used it. The long sword opened and closed, and swung away Niu Wulio's long axe several times. If it weren't for his rich combat experience and his ability to avoid fatal blows, he would have been chopped to the ground by Li Mufan. But even so, he still had several knife wounds on his body, and blood had dyed his breastplate red. Niu Wulio, you went south from the grassland and killed hundreds of thousands of my people. Today, I will start with you. Li Mufan shouted, and the long sword suddenly rolled back and chopped back into the sky. When the sword came out, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. The purple lightning thunder sword was created by the ancient human race to observe the power of the sky thunder, and it was extremely powerful. Wang Mengyu suddenly stood up, with fear on her face. It's him, it's that person's swordsmanship. She seemed to recall some memories from her childhood, and her body trembled slightly. Niu Wulio was also shocked, and then he roared, Bull Demon Mountain Splitting Axe. He was seen to be angry and powerful, and chopped down fiercely with the force of splitting Huashan Mountain. Bull Demon Mountain Splitting Axe. It is actually the fighting skill of the powerful Bull Demon clan. Li Feiyun and others in the attic were shocked. The powerful Bull Demon clan is a ground-level race like the Skyfox clan. There was only a loud bang. The collision of the two weapons actually produced an invisible airwave, which almost shook the audience around the ring. Clang! With a dull sound, everyone looked closely and saw that the axe was shaken to the ground, and the two retreated several steps at the same time. Li Mufan panted lightly, frowned and stared at Niu Wulio. He felt that his blood was rolling in his body after this blow, which was very uncomfortable. Niu Wulio was stunned in place. He looked at his axe not far away, and suddenly, a blood arrow spurted out from his chest. Although he deflected the long sword, the chi attached to the sword still left a terrible wound on his chest, and blood splattered. A head-on blow, Li Mufan won. The audience was in an uproar. Looking at Niu Wulio's appearance, I'm afraid he has lost his fighting ability. Li Mufan dragged the long sword and walked towards Niu Wulio step by step with a cold face. It seemed that he wanted to destroy this genius of the barbarian bull clan. At this time, the referee of the tiger clan moved and stopped between the two. He only heard him say, Niu Wulio, you are seriously injured, do you admit defeat? Seeing this, Li Mufan frowned slightly. The audience of the human race immediately cursed. They naturally knew that if Niu Wulio was destroyed, the momentum of the barbarian bull clan would be severely hit. Niu Wulio looked at the human race who was cursing, then looked at the concerned tribe members, and finally looked at Li Mufan with a cold face. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and a crazy look flashed in his eyes. He took out a red pill from his bosom and swallowed it. His veins immediately bulged, his eyes were red, and the injury on his chest recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mad pill? The tiger referee sighed and stepped aside. The audience was stunned by the changes in Niu Wulio. Mad pill, a banned drug in Yunzhou continent, can stimulate the body's potential in a short period of time and burst out amazing combat power. The side effects of this pill are very large. Once the effect of the drug wears off, the whole body will be weak and the vitality will be greatly damaged. In severe cases, the cultivation may be completely wasted, and he will become a useless person from then on. Damn it! It's the mad pill. Nyo Wulio is crazy. He dares to take this pill. Li Mufan looked at the changes in his opponent with cold eyes. He could clearly feel that this person's momentum was rising steadily, and he actually reached the peak of the 4th level. Nyo Wulio suddenly picked up the axe that fell to the side and roared, "Humans! Give me your life!" He bounced and rushed over like a whirlwind, more than twice as fast as before. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive attacks, Li Mufan's hands went numb and he took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stand firm. He frowned slightly and reached out to touch the sack on his back. Suddenly, he saw Nyo Wulio's crazy expression, and there was a faint twitch. His heart moved, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not take off the bag, but stood calmly in place. Go to hell! Nyo Wulio roared and rushed up, chopped down with an axe, but suddenly chopped nothing. He turned around and saw that Li Mufan had actually floated away. After a hit, Nyo Wulio ran towards him again with red eyes, and struck out with the axe. Unfortunately, Li Mufan did not engage in the battle head-on. With the help of the light body technique, he stayed away from him again. Nyo Wulio was furious and roared, "How dare you fight me?" Li Mufan laughed and said, "Brother Nyo is so fierce, I dare not." On the ring, a strange scene appeared. A crazed strong man was seen frantically chasing a human teenager, but every time he was about to hit him, he was easily dodged by the opponent. What kind of movement is this? Everyone was stunned. Nyo Wulio, who had taken the crazy demon pill, was extremely fast, but Li Mufan's movement was really weird. He felt like a ball of dandelions floating in the wind, and he couldn't catch it no matter how hard he tried. Is this? Luo Shuehan in the attic frowned, as if he could vaguely see something. The old man in black robe asked curiously, "Your Highness, do you know the origin of this movement?" "Have no idea." Luo Shuehan answered calmly. The old man in black robe said with a smile, "This boy has some abilities, but it's a pity that he is from a human race. His Highness has reached the level of psychic. I thought you saw something." Luo Shuehan said calmly, "This movement technique is not Yunzhou martial arts. The human race was also a big clan in the past, so there will be techniques passed down." "How can I know?" "Ha! It's just a little trick." The young man in black robe sneered and said, "If this person confronts me, I will kill him within 3 moves. The old man in black robe smiled when he heard this and said, "Yenner, you are the leader of the younger generation of our clan, there is no need to be angry with the boy from the human race." He took a few steps forward, looked at the chase on the ring below, and suddenly said, "Your Highness, why don't we make a bet?" "Oh? I wonder what the elder wants to bet on. How about we bet on whether this human kid can get first place?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shuehan looked at Li Mufan, who looked calm below, and said with a smile, "Since the elder is interested, Shuehan will make a bet with you." "Good." The old man in black robe said, "If he loses, I hope your Highness can agree to the marriage with Yenner." "What?" Li Feiyan on the side was surprised and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Luo Shuehan. "Just listen to her calmly say, 'Okay, I promise you.'" Mo Yen was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Luo Shuehan with extremely hot eyes. His family had visited him several times. The elders of Luo Shuehan had already agreed, but he was rejected by me. Now she actually let go. How about this? Not ecstatic. But if this person gets the first place, Shuehan also has a request. Please agree to it. The old man smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. If he wins, I will make him my husband. From now on, you will never mention my marriage again, okay?" "What? You want to marry this inferior race?" Mo Yen shouted angrily, "No, I will never agree to this. I will go down and kill him in a moment." The old man also frowned and said, "Holy girl, this matter is nothing to play with. Even if I agree, your family will not agree. That won't bother the elders. Since the elder is forcing me to get married, that's all Shuehan can do." The old man in black robe looked down at the crowded martial arts arena, then looked at Luo Shuehan who looked indifferent. After hesitating for a long time, he softly shouted, "Okay. I will agree to your request. Grandpa, you." The old man waved his hand, "Yenner, you don't have to say anything anymore. I know this well." When Mo Yen heard this, he gritted his teeth and glanced at the ring below without saying anything. Luo Shuehan took out a piece of black contract paper from the storage bracelet, wrote a paragraph in ancient characters, and tapped his fingertips to seep a drop of blood into the black paper. Seeing this, the old man and Mo Yan also made a contract with blood. The contract papers suddenly burned and turned into 3 black lights, which rushed into the bodies of the 3 of them. At this point, the contract has come into effect. The old man said in a deep voice, "Holy girl, I hope you will not regret it." After saying that, he turned around and left with Mo Yan. After they walked away, Li Feiyan said with some concern, "Your Highness, are you too hasty to do this? No matter how powerful that person is, he is just a human being after all." Luo Shuihan bit her lower lip lightly and shook her head. It was obvious that she was unwilling to do it either. "Uncle Yun, you should know about my affairs. The family no longer allows me to refuse. This is a helpless move. In addition, Shuihan has his own plans, so you don't have to worry too much." Well, Li Feiyan sighed heavily, looked at the human boy who looked funny in his iron attire, shook his head and smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. In the ring, this cat and mouse game has been going on for a cup of tea. Everyone has long figured out Li Mufan's tactics. It's very simple: consume. Use until the potion ends. Niu Wulio was going crazy. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't touch a corner of Li Mufan's clothes. The audience talked a lot, expressing their infinite sympathy for Niu Wulio, and at the same time expressing strong condemnation of Li Mufan's shameful behavior. After a while, Niu Wulio was already sweating profusely, and his bloodshot eyes were full of despair. The potency of the medicine eventually wore off, and he was defeated after all. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Mufan casually threw a grenade over. Zitsizi! A burst of electricity passed through, and Niu Wulio looked up to the sky and roared, falling straight on the ring. This grenade of his is very tricky. The crazy demon pill forces out its potential. When the potency wears off, the meridians are very fragile. With this grenade, he might be able to electrocute Niu Wulio's meridians, or even cut off the electricity. Li Mufan wins this match. As the referee shouted loudly, the human audience immediately cheered loudly. The barbarian Niu clan pride themselves on their bravery and have always despised the human race, but this time Niu Wulio, who ranked 6th among the top 10 young masters in Yunzhou, fell to Li Mufan, and everyone felt elated. The screams of the human race girls resounded throughout the entire martial arts arena. Qin Shui patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but then she realized something and immediately turned into an angry expression. Qin Ji also had a faint smile on his face. Although Li Mufan was a traitor to the empire, this battle would definitely dampen the morale of the barbarian tribe and relieve the pressure on the border troops. I'm afraid this person is already the number 1 in the empire's younger generation. It's a pity that such a talent cannot be used by the empire. He touched his chin, first looked at Wang Mengyu who looked calm next to him, and finally fixed his gaze on his sister Qin Shui. An idea vaguely took shape in his mind. On the other side, Yang Tai and Mou from the elf tribe looked at each other, and both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Yang Tai said, "What do you think?" Mou said with a cold face, "It's just the human race." Slightly startled, the handsome light elf man frowned. Although the human race has always respected our race, now they are on the rise. This is not a good thing. After hearing this, Mou looked at Li Mufan who was walking down the stage indifferently. After a moment of silence, he still said, "It's just a human race." Ha! Yang Tai looked at the dark elf beside him speechlessly and shook his head helplessly. If that's the case, that would be the best. As he walked back to his seat, everyone around him consciously made way for him, but before he could take a breath, he was immediately surrounded by a group of young ladies holding flowers in their hands. Looking at the girls around him, Li Mufan discovered that in addition to the human race, there were many girls from other races. Let me go, why are even the girls from the giant elephant tribe here? Li Mufan was too older than the other. He was very tired at the moment and really didn't want to deal with this group of enthusiastic young ladies. Quietly giving Black Moon a wink, the hunter troops immediately stood up and dispersed the group of girls. Don't push me. I have something on my mind to tell Brotherly. Brotherly, please sign your name for me. Brother Mufan, it's me, Xiaofang, I used to live in the same village as you. The young ladies were so enthusiastic that the hunter army couldn't drive them away for a while. What a mess. Li Mufan had a bad temper. A vein twitched on his forehead. He suddenly stood up and roared, "Get out of my way. If you dare to come here again, I will shock your scalp to numbness." The sound was so loud that everyone in the room looked over. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Thunder Demon was indeed a Thunder Demon. He would electrocute so many girls at the slightest disagreement. His methods were so cruel that it was outrageous. In the attic, Luo Shuihan rolled his eyes playfully. Xin Shui burst out laughing, and Wang Mingyu beside him smiled and shook his head. In a corner of the stands, there were also people laughing lightly. After this episode, another battle is about to begin. The two sides fighting are Yongtai from the Elf clan and Su Nume from the Red Fox clan. As a long-established master and an elf, Yongtai naturally has a higher voice for victory. Li Mufan gritted his teeth and said to Heiyu, "By Yongtai to win, 50,000. On the ring, Yongtai stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't take his opponents seriously at all. Su Nume also had a faint smile on her lips. She didn't feel nervous at all when facing this great master who was ranked 5th among the top 10. Start! As the referee shouted, Yongtai's storage ring flashed, and a long sword glowing red appeared in his hand. "It's Yang Ming's sword." The whole audience cheered. This sword was Yongtai's personal sword. It had reached the level of a spiritual weapon. It was the first time it appeared in this competition. "Be careful!" He shouted low, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind Su Nume in an instant. He slashed down with his sword, and hit Su Nume, who had no reaction. Li Mufan was slightly surprised. What a fast speed! Instant kill? When everyone saw this, they were about to cheer, but what happened next moment left them stunned. I saw the Yangming sword passing through Su Nume's body strangely, and then his body twisted slightly and dissipated like smoke. After image. Yongtai was startled, and suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. In the midst of stone fire and lightning, he twisted his waist, dashed forward, and distanced himself. But even so, there were still 3 holes in the clothes on his back. No one could see clearly what was going on. They only saw a few swish sounds, and Yongtai seemed to have suffered a small loss. Sunu raised her eyebrows and raised a piece of rag on her clothes, and said mockingly, "The elves are both charming, nothing more than that." Yongtai frowned slightly and stepped forward again. The next battle was a surprise to everyone. This little-known Su Nume was so powerful that it was shocking that Yongtai had used all his skills. Even his best bow and arrow skills could not defeat Su Nume at all. "It's over, my 50,000 gold coins are gone." Li Mufan's heart felt so cold. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Su Nume is smiling, and Yongtai is destined to lose. If it were anyone else, it would be normal to withdraw after a competition to recruit a bride if you can't beat them, but for the top 10 masters, this means that the next ranking in the Divine City is more related to the dignity of the family. When there was no hope at all with normal methods, Yongtai actually took out a bead that glowed red. As soon as the bead appeared, everyone immediately felt a wave of heat rushing towards their faces. Fire bead. This is one of the elves' most precious treasures. Someone recognized the origin of this bead and immediately exclaimed. Mou stood up abruptly. He had always been expressionless, but now he was frowning deeply. On the stage, Yongtai, who had been beaten and disheveled, said coldly, "Su Nume, I admit that you want to be stronger than me, but I advise you to admit defeat immediately. Once the fire beads are released, no one can resist it." Su Nume said nothing, just stared at the beads on Yongtai's hand. "In that case, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire bead suddenly shone brightly and floated in the air on its own. A scorching flame burned brightly on the surface of the bead. "Go!" He roared angrily, and the fire beads spun rapidly, and the flames attached to them soared into the sky, turning into a red light and rushing straight towards Su Nume. Seeing the orb coming fiercely, Sunu raised her eyebrows and grabbed the orb with one hand. Boom! A large ball of flames instantly enveloped him, and a heat wave soared into the sky. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Win! Li Mufan was so happy that he ignored the heat wave and stared at the red fox boy who was covered in flames. But the next moment, he was stunned. The figure in the flames had long snow-white hair billowing and flying, and the wide-sleeved robes all over her body were rustling. Behind her, a snow-white tail was clearly visible. The fire bead was actually held tightly in her palm. The flames gradually extinguished, and Su Nume floated gently on the ring, with a slight smile in her beautiful eyes. She turned out to be a beautiful woman from the Skyfox clan. Lift in the void. The whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god! The psychic realm! She actually exists in the psychic realm. Yongtai stared blankly at the woman opposite him. After a moment, he finally came to his senses and pointed out the woman's identity. He was a little confused and said, Su Xiaomei, what are you doing? This woman is none other than the top 10 young masters in Yunzhou, Su Xiaomei from the Tianhu clan. With the terrifying cultivation level in the psychic realm and the peerless appearance that will captivate the entire country, this woman is a well-deserved proud daughter of heaven, the number one among the young generation in Yunzhou. Just listen to her silver bell-like laughter, giggle, young Tai, we meet again, this fire bead belongs to me now. This, young Tai was about to say something, when suddenly a shadow flashed across the stage, and Li Feiyin appeared instantly, standing between the two. He cupped his fist slightly at Su Xiaomei and said, Miss Su, what are you? Su Xiaomei returned the gift with a smile and said, City Master Li, Xiaomei just had itchy hands for a moment and wanted to compete with everyone. I disturbed your conference, so please forgive me. You guys go on, I'm going to take the first step. After saying that, before anyone could react, it turned into a red light and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. My fire bead! Young Tai screamed, finally understanding this woman's purpose. She had tried to exchange the bead for the elves several times, but was rejected. This time, she just snatched it and ran away, which was really different from her image. Li Feiyin looked at the sky speechlessly, and after a brief exchange with Young Tai, he announced, in this competition, Young Tai and Su Xiaomei are both out. The audience was stunned, and the gamblers screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Both out, the dealer killed them all. Young Tai is a waste. Li Mufan screamed, heartbroken. The subsequent competitions were conducted normally, with Hongba vs Lone Wolf, Yi Shoui vs Mou, and Moronging vs Fu Wuda. The human race is at war with the Blood Wolf tribe and the Earth Demon tribe. The two sides have a deep hatred. The elves and the Yaksha tribe also have a lot of hatred. The three competitions were exciting. Both Lone Wolf and Hongba fell on the ring. In the end, Lone Wolf stood up staggeringly and won. Moronging defeated the weakest Fu Wuda relatively easily. A Qingfeng sword pierced Fu Wuda's thigh. Judging from the injury, he would not be able to get out of bed for several months. The most exciting one was the battle between Yi Xiaoi and Mou. Both of them were at the 5th level of the body refining realm. It was a battle between dragons and tigers. In the end, Yi Xiaoi slowly gained the upper hand with his deeper foundation. Before he used his killing move, Mou wisely chose to admit defeat. The two elves, the two most favored before the game, were all eliminated. In addition, because of Su Xiaomei, there were only 4 people left, Li Mufan, Lone Wolf, Yi Xiaoi and Moronging. The audience was surprised to find that the human race actually occupied 2 seats. Of course, there is an element of luck, but even so, the hundreds of races have to face the fact that the human race is beginning to rise. The semi-final matches were also drawn by lot. Li Mufan naturally hoped to draw Moronging and directly destroy the traitor, but unfortunately, the one he drew was Lone Wolf. On the other side, Moronging faced off against Yi Xiaoi. Regarding the result of the lottery, everyone was like a mirror. The Lone Wolf suffered a tragic victory. How could he be Li Mufan's opponent? Yi Xiaoi's cultivation level is obviously much higher than that of Moronging, so there is not much suspense. The opponent in the final is already ready to be announced. The final competition will be held early tomorrow morning. After Li Mufan drew the lots, he immediately called for the hunter troops and walked out of the martial arts arena before being surrounded by the ladies. Late at night. In an inn, Yi Xiaoi had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across the room. Yi Xiaoi suddenly woke up. When he looked closely, he saw an old man wrapped in a black robe. He immediately wanted to take action, but was surprised to find that he was suppressed by a terrifying aura and couldn't move at all. The old man walked slowly to his side, whispered something to him, and finally handed him a pill and disappeared into the darkness. The moon is like water, and the stars are twinkling. Li Mufan stood by the window and stared at the bright moon in the sky for a long time. After a long time, he looked at the palm of his right hand and whispered something, but in the end, no one heard. In the early morning of the second day, the martial arts arena was already crowded with people and all seats were occupied. Today is the last day of the competition to recruit a bride. All forces are paying great attention to it, and the casino has opened early in the morning. In a better position in the stands, Qin Ji was explaining something to his subordinates. After he left, he said to Wang Mingyu next to him, Miss Wang, please don't publicize what we discussed yesterday. After all, it will be finalized. Whether it works or not, the decision still needs to be made by the emperor. But Wang Mingyu seemed to be looking at the ring in a daze, absent-mindedly. Miss Wang? Ah. Wang Mingyu came back to her senses and realized that she had lost her composure, so she apologized slightly. Don't worry, Your Highness, Mingyu won't talk nonsense. Qin Ji chuckled and said, Miss Wang, you are relatively familiar with that person. What do you think about this matter? Wang Mingyu heard this and looked at Qin Shui, who was sitting next to him, who was sulking. After a moment of silence, he said leisurely, Your Highness, although Mingyu and that person are called husband and wife, they have not had much contact with him and do not know him well. Yeah, after Qin Ji hesitated for a moment, he said, Miss Wang, regarding your matter, I heard Haotian mention it before. What Li Ding did back then is irreversible. You also helped Haotian to oust his son from the throne. The grievances and grudges should be settled. Although I intend to recruit this person, please rest assured that the court will always be on your side. As for him, it's okay for me to say whatever I want. Wang Mingyu sighed softly, took a deep look at the young man in black armor in the rest area below, and said, Your Highness, his temperament has changed drastically since the palace change, and I can't see through him anymore. But from Yi Mingyu's point of view, although he may seem rude and irritable, he is actually very thoughtful and skillful. He turned Dongshan City upside down with just 200 troops that day, and he is definitely not someone who takes things easy. As she spoke, she smiled slightly and said, In the competition a few days ago, he could have taken the scepter as his own, but he gave it back to me, which proves that he has great ambitions. I am afraid that the Sun and Moon Kingdom may not be in his eyes. Humph. Sister Mingyu, that guy is not as powerful as you said. I think he is just a big pervert. A robber. Qin Shui showed a pair of small tiger teeth and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Wang Mingyu's evaluation. Qin Ji laughed dumbly and was about to say something when he saw Qin Shui standing up and yelling at him, Second brother. If you dare to report this to your father, I will. I will punish you for what you did before. Tell your mother. Forehead, Qin Ji was completely speechless. He looked at Wang Mingyu, who had a calm face, and in the depths of his eyes, a light flashed away. Today's first match was between Li Mufan and Lone Wolf, but it was already past the match time, and Lone Wolf never showed up. The audience whispered among themselves, speculating on various possibilities. After waiting for a while, a young man from the Blood Wolf clan hurriedly ran onto the ring and said something in the referee's ear. After a moment, the referee shouted loudly, because the Lone Wolf was too seriously injured, he chose to forfeit. In this match, Li Mufan wins. Why? The audience sighed and missed a good show. Although Lone Wolf's abstention was unexpected, it was also reasonable. He and Hong Bao were both losing, but Li Mufan was so powerful that he reluctantly joined the battle, just looking for abuse. On the ring, the referee pressed his hand and said loudly, Next match, Yi Xiaoyi will face Morong Ying. But as soon as he finished speaking, a human soldier walked onto the ring quickly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Morong Ying would also abstain from voting, right? The referee frowned slightly as he listened to the soldier's words. After a moment, he sighed softly and shouted loudly, Human Morong Ying returned home overnight due to the emergency of the war. In this game, Yi Xiaoqi wins. Wow! The whole place was in an uproar. Lone Wolf's absence was reasonable, but Morong Ying actually ran away without a fight, which was shocking. Many viewers yelled and cursed. In this way, it is quite simple. Li Mufan and Yi Xiaoyi will directly engage in the final battle. After the audience waited for a while, City Lord Li Feiyan stepped onto the stage and loudly said, I will be the referee for this match. 2 young talents, please come on stage. Li Mufan carried the sack behind him, took a deep breath, and slowly walked onto the ring. On the other side, Yi Xiaoyi walked up with the same expression. The two looked at each other on the ring, and both saw fear in each other's eyes. Li Feiyan said, You two, your winner will become my son-in-law riding a dragon. If you are ready, then let's get started. At this time, Yi Xiaoyi suddenly said loudly, City Lord, I want to sign a life and death certificate. What? Li Feiyan was taken aback, and the entire audience was also taken aback. Just listen to Yi Xiaoqi say, I have admired Miss Luo for a long time. I will go all out in this match. The sword has no eyes in the ring. If I kill him by mistake, won't I lose my qualifications? Life and death. Life and death. As the saying goes, it's not a big deal for those who watch the excitement, and the entire audience shouted. Li Feiyan thought for a moment and asked Li Mufan, Yi Xiaoyi wants to sign a life and death certificate. I wonder what young Master Li wants. Li Mufan frowned, took a deep look at Yi Xiaoqi, listened to the cries of the audience in his ears, and said calmly, Yi Xiaoqi, you and I have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges in recent times. Do we deserve to fight to the death? Yi Xiaoyi sneered. Stop talking nonsense. If you are scared, just go down. If you want to fight, you must be prepared to die. Li Mufan laughed loudly, okay. You are the only one who still wants to kill me? In this case, life and death are determined by destiny, and wealth is determined by heaven. I will fight this game with you. Hearing this, Li Feiyan sighed softly, and then shouted loudly, in this game, the rule of killing people to be eliminated is cancelled. I announce that the final battle has begun. Amid the cheers of the audience, he moved to a corner of the ring. Li Mufan slowly took out the plasma lightsaber, and Yi Shoui clenched the steel fork in his hand. The moment their eyes met in the air, a battle broke out. The two of them flashed at the same time. Li Mufan turned his sword into a sword and rolled away with the purple lightning and thundersword technique. Ding ding ding, bang bang bang. The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded throughout the martial arts arena. The two fought for countless rounds among stone, fire, and lightning. Everyone was dazzled and held their breath. Li Mufan's cultivation level is already at the peak of the 4th level, and coupled with the magic of Qingyun Shendaoju, his true combat power is not at all inferior to that of the 5th level Yi Shoui. Electric Dancing Dragon. He let out a light smack, and the lightsaber in his hand flipped and flew like a dragon turning over the sky. The waves were turbulent, and he actually had the upper hand for a moment. What a great Li Mufan! Qinji shouted, his understanding of Li Mufan's combat prowess was once again refreshed. In the field, Yi Shoui was also a little surprised. Although he did not try his best, he did not expect that a human race that was one level below him would gain the upper hand, especially the lightsaber. The high temperature attached to it made him, a branch of the sea race, very uncomfortable. Human! I didn't expect you to have such strength. He shouted softly, and the steel fork in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out a message. Swish, 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 3 prongs came out in a row, forcing Li Mufan's lightsaber back, and then bullied him up. The steel fork flew horizontally, and in an instant he regained the advantage. Good. Mo Yen in the attic laughed and said, the Yaksha clan really has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. This competition is also very important to him. Seeing Yi Shoui regaining the initiative, the whole audience cheered. In their minds, how could the Xuanjie race lose to the Huangjie race? This concept has long been deeply ingrained. In the field, Li Mufan frowned slightly. His purple lightning thunder blade had been used to its extreme, but it was still slowly being suppressed. It was a different level. Is it really insurmountable? If this continues, we will definitely lose. With his feet a little bit, the true energy in his body is flowing, and the body lighting technique is activated instantly. With the blessing of the light body technique, Li Mufan's steps were agile and his speed was much faster than before. Many of Yi Shoui's stormy attacks failed. It's like hitting cotton with a sledgehammer, it's so soft and weak. On the other hand, Li Mufan's plasma lightsaber flew up and down, dancing lightly. As he waved, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard endlessly. Unknowingly, he regained his disadvantage little by little. After fighting for dozens more rounds, the two were neck and neck again. The audience in the stands was in awe, with endless sighs and exclamations. Yi Shoui had the advantage in strength, while Li Mufan's body had a steady flow of qi. As time went by, the two fought for hundreds of rounds, and Li Mufan's light body technique had reached its peak, and his steps were agile and getting better. But there were faint beads of sweat on Yi Shoui's forehead. The Yasha clan is afraid of heat, and the heat released by the plasma lightsaber makes it very expensive. Li Mufan slashed away with his sword. Seeing fear in his eyes, his heart moved and he realized it immediately. The moment he retracted his sword, he lightly pressed his finger on a switch on the sword's hilt, and the light on the lightsaber immediately surged. Psychic power increase. The plasma lightsaber is a high-tech product of the space age. It has a complex internal structure and many functions. Releasing more heat energy is just a piece of cake. Yi Shoui was startled, and an unbearable burning sensation hit his face. After the two of them exchanged blows for a few more times, his face was covered with sweat, and his blue skin was faintly red. Light, looks very uncomfortable. In the attic, Mo Yen and the old man in black robe frowned slightly, but Luo Shuaihan's mouth slightly curved with a beautiful arc. She said with a smile, Yaksha clan is a branch of Hai clan. Their physique is cold, and they are most afraid of pure people. The sun is burning, and the lightsaber in Li Mufan's hand happened to restrain him. The old man said coldly, Your Highness, even so, the physical strength of the Yaksha tribe is far superior to that of the human race. If the stalemate continues, the outcome is still uncertain. Yeah? Luo Shuaihan looked at the two people fighting on the ring, and Li Mufan's agile figure was reflected in his bright eyes. She said calmly, The elder seems to have forgotten something. The ancient humans did not fight with their bodies. The old man frowned when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, the ancient times are ancient, and the current human race can no longer be compared with the past. But they're all humans, aren't they? She seemed to recall something, and moved her gaze to a corner of the stand, where a pair of cold eyes seemed to be watching her. As the lightsaber in Li Mufan's hand showed its power, the situation on the field changed again. Yi Xiaoyi began to deliberately avoid Li Mufan's attacks, but Li Mufan became more brave as he fought, and his lightsaber became brighter and brighter, completely killing his opponent. Suppressed. The audience also saw the trick after repeated exclamations. The despicable human race knows that the Yasha race is afraid of heat, but they use this method. Shame on the human race. We won without force. The aliens yelled and cursed one after another, but the human race was not to be outdone and immediately retorted. Isn't this Yasha clan going to sign a life and death certificate? Where was the pride just now? Sea monsters have to stay in the sea. If they come to snatch a bride, they have to be prepared to become a grilled fish. There was a burst of saliva, and the aliens screamed in anger. When it comes to fighting against trolls, the fighting power of human trolls is undoubtedly the best in the mainland. Bang bang bang. After 3 blows in a row, Yi Xiaoyi's hand holding the steel fork trembled slightly. The skin on his hand was so hot that it felt like it was about to bleed. He stepped on the ground and quickly retreated to a corner of the ring, breathing heavily. Li Mufan, I have to admit that you are very strong, stronger than Mou. It was you who forced me to use this move. Your death has come. He shouted loudly, and all the bones in his body crackled and exploded. He flicked his tail and saw 3 white bone spurs flying out. Bite. Li Mufan's reaction was extremely fast, but the bone spurs were even faster. He only blocked one of them, while the other 2 hit him directly. Bang bang. With 2 muffled sounds, Li Mufan took 7 or 8 steps back before regaining his balance, but before he could adjust, 3 more bone spurs came shooting out. Bang bang bang. Li Mufan was knocked upside down and fell directly to the ground. Little thief. Mu Fan. Qin Xuan Wang Mingyu exclaimed at the same time and stood up. Qin Ji frowned and said, it's a poisonous tail sting. A stunt used by the Yasha tribe to save lives. The cheers from the audience were deafening. The situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. Li Mufan lay motionless, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Win! Mo Yen laughed, and the old man in black robe also had a faint smile on his face. In the field, Li Feiyan frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoyi, who was pale and breathing heavily. He was about to say something, but at this moment, something suddenly changed. Is this what you call my death date? Is this what you call my death date? Li Mufan stood up slowly, looked at Yi Xiaoqi indifferently, and said lightly, I have heard for a long time that the Shen-level Yiksha tribe has extraordinary talents. I saw them today, but that's it. Impossible. Your armor can't stop the bone spurs. There's no way you can survive after being hit by the poisonous tail spurs. Yi Xiaoyi looked at Li Mufan in disbelief, but saw that with a touch of his hand, the 5 bone spurs stuck in the armor were swept to the ground. Yi Xiaoyi stared at it with wide eyes. Through the big hole in the armor, a strip of light gray inner armor was glowing with a long light. Spiritual weapon level soft armor. Everyone was stunned and their legs were weak from fear. Oh my god, isn't this too exaggerated? The spiritual weapon inner armor they talk about is actually the hunter's inner armor that Li Mufan brought from the ring world. This thing is also a high-tech product of the space age. When attacking the base, the hunter relied on this armor to withstand the salvos of more than a dozen unmanned automatic machine guns. This hunter's lining was drawn by Li Mufan with an item card when he entered the space. He put it on immediately and never took it off except for sleeping. Although the bone spurs are powerful, how can they penetrate the lining of higher quality after being protected by the first level of mortal armor? No. I don't believe it. Go to hell. Yi Xiaoyi roared loudly, and the bones in his body shook again, and he shot out 10 bone spurs in a row. This time Li Mufan was on guard, and the lightsaber in his hand danced rapidly, blocking 5 or 6 bone spurs in a row, but he was still hit by the others. He was knocked down on the ring again by a huge force, but in just a moment, he stood up again under the stunned gaze of everyone. Looking at Yi Xiaoyi's pale face, Li Mufan said teasingly, the bone spurs seem to be quite draining on you, how about it? Do you want to try it again? Maybe I will really die. The poisonous tail sting is a trick used by the Yasha clan to save their lives. It is like cutting off the tail of a gecko. It consumes a lot of oneself. If 1 more shots are fired, Li Mufan will die or not, and he himself will definitely be dead. Since you don't take action, it's my turn. Li Mufan took off the sack behind him, revealing a strange iron pillar wrapped in it. What is this? Seeing this, everyone started talking, and Luo Shuehan and others cast curious glances. Wang Mengyu was slightly stunned. For some reason, she remembered the fuel barrel under the gate of Dongshan City that day. I saw Li Mufan skillfully controlling this weird iron pillar and holding it in front of him. One end of the iron pillar faced Yi Shui, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Yi Shui took a deep breath, suppressed the blood in essence rolling in her body, and roared, "Li Mufan, don't think you can defeat me with just a few spiritual weapons." As if he was crazy, he suddenly took out a black pill from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. "Ma Shamaru." Luo Shuihan uttered 3 words coldly, and looked at the old man in black robe with a hint of murderous intent. "Elder, you gave such a precious elixir to Yi Shui. Are you determined to get it?" The old man in black robe chuckled and said, "Your Highness, if you talk about the roots of the Yasha clan, they still have some connections with our clan. I think this boy is very talented. If he can be cultivated, he will also be a good chess piece." What the old man said was perfect. Luo Shuihan snorted coldly when she heard this and stopped talking. However, her little hands in her sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. Li Mufan couldn't stop Yi Shui from taking any pills. The thing in his hand wasn't an iron rod, but a rapid-fire machine gun. The weapon with the highest number of consecutive shots in the ring world. Seeing that something was wrong with Yi Shui, he frowned slightly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-day-day-day. The sound of the gunshot was deafening, and the bullets flew out like a fire dragon. Puff 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 puff, a series of creepy sounds sounded, and everyone's eyes widened. The scene in front of them could no longer be described as shocking. In an instant, countless blood flowers burst out from Yi Shui's body, and she fell into a pool of blood in an instant. Hiss! Everyone gasped, including referee Li Feiyun. What is this? Seeing Yi Shui's miserable state, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Li Mufan took out a disc from his waist and replaced the gun disc that had been shot out of bullets. Crack! With the bullet loaded, he slowly walked towards Yi Shui with the gun in hand. Because it was a life-and-death battle, Li Feiyun did not stop him. Everyone watched his movements and swallowed in fear. Pointing the gun at Yi Shui, who was lying in a pool of blood, Li Mufan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but just when he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, Yi Shui soared into the sky. Wings! It's actually wings! Someone exclaimed. It is said that the talented people in the Yasha tribe can activate the blood of their ancestors when they break through to the 6th level of the body refining realm, and thus grow a pair of flesh wings on their backs. At this moment, the pair of scarlet wings on Yi Shui's back were exactly like this. Mo Yan laughed loudly in the attic. Okay. Sure enough, our Mo Shang pill was not wasted. Li Mufan is dead this time. Li Mufan. I'm going to kill you. Like a bloodbat, Yi Shui looked up to the sky and roared. His voice was extremely shrill. He circled in the air and rushed down at high speed. Ta 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 ta. The rapid fire machine gun opened fire again, and the bullets swept towards Yi Shaoqi like an iron whip as the flames spurted out. However, Yi Shaoqi was too fast. He had already advanced to the 6th level of the body refining realm, but he dodged the rain of bullets at the last second. Li Mufan frowned, stepped aside, and only heard a loud bang, boom. A big hole was made by the steel fork where he originally stood. After the breakthrough, Yi Shui's strike was so powerful. After missing a hit, he hovered into the sky again, turned around, and pounced down again. Kaka! Quickly changing the bullets, Li Mufan raised his head and fired a shuttle. The rapid-fire machine gun fired quickly and was powerful. Unfortunately, its accuracy was not very good. Moreover, Yi Shui was extremely fast in the air, and it was difficult to damage it with the machine gun alone. Hurt. Boom. He gave way to another fatal blow, knowing that if this continued, he would definitely lose. The audience in the stands was already excited, and the cheers for Yi Shui had already flooded the entire martial arts arena. Li Mufan frowned deeply, looking at the crazy Yi Shui in mid-air. A light flashed in his eyes. In that case, don't blame me. Seeing it dive down again, he shook his belt, shook out all the dozens of EMP grenades hanging on it, and threw them towards Yi Shui. Little tricks. Yi Shui paused, suddenly lifted up a few feet, and got out of the way of the grenade, but at this moment, the rapid-fire machine gun spit out tongues of fire again. Ta 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 ta. All the grenades in mid-air were exploded, and a huge electromagnetic storm swept over the entire arena. Electric arcs flew and the people who were hit couldn't open their eyes. Li Mufan. Is this all you have? Yi Shui shouted loudly in the air. He hovered so high that the electromagnetic storm could not hurt him at all. Through the flickering arc of electricity, he looked down and saw that the human race below was walking with strange steps, and he didn't know what he was saying. But I saw Li Mufan stepping on the evil position of Tiangang and chanting Qingyun Shindao secret, a sword that reaches the sky, thunder in the palm that shakes the sky. After reciting the mantra, the sky suddenly darkened slightly. What shocked people was that the arcs of electricity in the sky surged into his palm like a whale sucking water. Go! With a loud shout, a thunder column as thick as a finger rolled up and pierced the sky. Boom! There was an explosion. Yi Xiaoyi's whole body flashed with white light, blood spurted out, and he fell down like a kite with its string broken. In a corner of the stands, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "Thunder in Qingyun's palm! Die!" Before anyone could react, Li Mufan looked up to the sky and roared. A white light flashed in the dark sky, and the sound of thunder disappeared in a flash. Boom! A thunder fell from the sky. It hit Yi Xiaoyi accurately again. After being struck by two thunderbolts, green smoke was seen all over his body, and his originally light blue skin was scorched black by the blast. He was already dead. At the same time, the sky became bright again. Little wings! Someone in the stands screamed and came straight to the ring. At this time everyone came to their senses and the whole place was in an uproar. What's going on? What happened? Where did the lightning come from? Oh my god! Yi Xiaoyi is dead. A group of Yaksha tribesmen surrounded Yi Xiaoyi's body, looking at Li Mufan with eyes full of hatred. Kill him! Revenge Yi Xiaoyi! Someone shouted, and dozens of Yaksha tribesmen in the field showed their weapons. But at this moment, dozens of black shadows flashed across the ring, and the hunter troops appeared instantly. Hey, you supported the pale Li Mufan and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" Passing the rapid-fire machine gun over, Li Mufan shook his head slightly and said, "Help me over." He Yue heard this and slowly helped Li Mufan to the front of the Yaksha clan. Looking at the electrocuted Yi Xiaoyi, who was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, Li Mufan sneered and said, "Is this what you call my death date? The Yaksha clan is nothing more than that. You!" The Yaksha tribe was furious, and they all stood up and wanted to take action. The hunter troops were also not to be outdone. They pointed their crossbows at the Yaksha tribe with cold light. The situation in the field was about to get out of control. "Everyone, please be patient and calm." Li Feiyan stopped the two parties who were about to fight, and said, "Before the competition, you both made a life and death decision. Now this result should be expected. Why do you need to start a big fight here?" The Yaksha clan and others knew what was going on. After signing the life and death certificate, no matter whether they were alive or dead, they were not allowed to seek revenge. This was the rule. It's just that Yi Xiaoyi was the #1 genius of the younger generation in the clan. How could they survive such a tragic death? "City Master Li, our clan will kill this person. If you protect him today, don't blame us for turning against him." Li Feiyan's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. "Oh? This Li Mufan won the competition and is already my son-in-law, Li Feiyan. What, do the Yaksha clan want to be the enemy of my city of chaos?" The speaking Zhong de Yaksha hesitated after hearing the words. They were currently fighting fiercely with the elves, or if the city of chaos joined in, the situation might change. Just when they were hesitating, a loud voice suddenly sounded, "So what if I am your enemy, Li Feiyun? I will kill him today." The sound rumbled and echoed over the entire martial arts arena.